The Project Gutenberg ebook of Platonism in English Poetry of the 16th and 17th centuries. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Platonism in English Poetry of the 16th and 17th Centuries. Author: John Smith Harrison. Release date: February 26, 2024. Ebook number 73049. Language: English. Original publication: New York, The Columbia University Press, 1903. Credits: Richard Tunsing, Aaron Adrignola, and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Platonism in English Poetry of the 16th and 17th centuries. Transcriber's note: new original cover art included with this ebook is granted to the public domain. Columbia University Studies in Comparative Literature. Platonism in English Poetry of the 16th and 17th centuries. Platonism in English Poetry of the 16th and 17th centuries by John Smith Harrison. New York, The Columbia University Press. The Macmillan Company, Agents London, Macmillan & Co., Limited, 1903. All rights reserved. Copyright 1903, by the Macmillan Company. Set up, electrotyped, and published September, 1903. Norwood Press. J. S. Cushing & Co. Barrick & Smith Co. Norwood, Massachusetts, USA. To my father and my mother. Preface: this essay was presented as a dissertation for the doctorate in Columbia University. It attempts to explain the nature of the influence of Platonism upon English poetry of the 16th and 17th centuries, exclusive of the drama. Its method is purely critical. It has not attempted to treat the subject from the standpoint of the individual poet, but has tried to interpret the whole body of English poetry of the period under survey as an integral output of the spiritual thought and life of the time. In its interpretation of this body of poetry, the essay has aimed to see Platonism in its true historical perspective, as it must have been understood by the poets, either as a system of philosophic thought held consciously in the mind, or as a more intimate possession of the spirit in its outlook upon life. The idea of Platonism which these poets had was that which Ficino had made known to Italy of the 15th century, and from Italy to the rest of Europe. Ficino saw Plato through two more or less refracting media. To him Plato was the divine Plato, the importance of whose work lay in its subtle affinity for the forms of Christian thought. He thus Christianized Plato's philosophy. But this body of thought was that peculiar product resulting from the study of Plato's dialogues in the light of what latter-day criticism has named Neoplatonism, or that new form of Platonic philosophy which is expounded in the Enneads of Plotinus. But more than this, Ficino endeavored to reform the practice of love by the application of the Platonic doctrine of love and beauty to the lover's passion. From his Commentarium in Convivium, which he translated into Italian, originate the various discussions of love and beauty from the Platonic standpoint which were carried on in dialogues and manuals of court etiquette throughout the 16th century. In this essay, consequently, reference has been made to Ficino's Commentarium on the points involved in the theory of love and beauty. The translations have been made directly from the Latin version of the commentary. On the more metaphysical side of Platonism, the Enneads of Plotinus have been accepted as representative. The translation on page 77 is taken from Mr. Biggs' Neoplatonism, and those on pages 153, 154, 155 are from Thomas Taylor's translation noted in the bibliography. In interpreting the Enneads, I have accepted the explanation of his system by Mr. Whitaker in the Neoplatonists. All the quotations from Plato's dialogues are from Jowett's translation. In quoting from the poets, the texts of the editions noted in the bibliography have been followed in details of spelling, punctuation, and the like. In the preparation of the work hardly anything of a critical nature was found serviceable. In the notes to the works of the individual poets several detached references are to be gratefully mentioned, but no general appreciation of the part Platonism played in the work of the English poets was at hand. Mr. Fletcher's article on the Preciouses at the court of Charles I, in the second number of the Journal of Comparative Literature, appeared after this essay had gone to the printer. I should like to acknowledge my thanks to Mr. W. H. Heck for his service of transcription in the British Museum Library, and to Miss M. P. Conant for a similar kindness in research work in the Harvard College Library. To Professor George Edward Woodbury I am most deeply grateful for innumerable suggestions and invaluable advice. The work was undertaken at his suggestion, and throughout the past 2 years has progressed under his kindly criticism. But the help and inspiration which I have received from him antedate the inception of the essay, extending back to the earlier days of undergraduate life. The work is thus inseparably connected with the training in the study of literature which he has given, and his help in its completion is only an episode in a long series of kindnesses which he has been ever willing to show. Orange, N.J., June 1, 1903. Contents Chapter I Page Ideals of Christian Virtues 1 I Holiness 1 2. Temperance 12 3. Chastity 30 Chapter 2 Theory of Love 67 I Heavenly Love 67 2. Earthly Love 104 Chapter 3 God and the Soul 167 I Nature of God 167 2. Nature of the Soul 186 3. Eternity of the Soul and of Matter 202 Bibliography 223 Index 229. Platonism in English Poetry Chapter I Ideals of Christian Virtues I Holiness The fundamental doctrine of Platonism as it was understood throughout the period of the 16th and 17th centuries was the reality of a heavenly beauty known in and by the soul, as contrasted with an earthly beauty known only to the sense. In this the Christian philosophic mind found the basis for its conception of holiness. Christian discipline and Platonic idealism blended in the Fairy Queen in the legend of the Red Cross Knight. The underlying idea taught by Spencer in the first book is that holiness is a state of the soul in which wisdom or truth can be seen and loved in and for its beauty. In the allegorical scheme of his work, Una stands for the Platonic wisdom, sigma omicron phi alpha, or rho epsilon tau, and a sight of her in her native beauty constitutes the happy ending of the many struggles and perplexities that the Red Cross Knight experiences in his pursuit of holiness. The identification of Una with the Platonic idea of truth or wisdom is not merely a matter of inference left for the reader to draw, for Spencer himself is careful to inform us of the true nature of the part she plays in his allegory. Una is presented as teaching the satyr's truth and true sacred lore. I 6:19, I 6:30, when the lion, amazed at her sight, forgets his fierceness, Spencer comments, "Oh, how can beauty master the most strong, and simple truth subdue avenging wrong?" I 3:6, when Una summons Arthur to the rescue of the Red Cross Knight from the giant and the dragon, Spencer opens his canto with a reflection on the guiding power of grace and truth amid the many perils of human life. I me, how many perils do enfold the righteous man, to make him daily fall? Were not, that heavenly grace doth him uphold, and steadfast truth acquit him out of all. Her love is firme, her care continual, so oft as he through his own foolish pride, or weakness is to sinful bands made thrall. I 8:1, here Arthur is meant by grace and Una by truth. In accordance with the same conception of Una's nature, Satirana is made to wonder at her wisdom heavenly rare, whose like in women's wit he never knew, thenceforth he kept her goodly company, and learned her discipline of faith and verity. I6. 31. Furthermore, she is represented as guiding the Red Cross Knight to Fidelia's school, where he is to taste her heavenly learning, to hear the wisdom of her divine words, and to learn celestial discipline. IX18. In making these comments and in thus directing the course of the action of his poem, Spenser presents in Una the personification of truth or wisdom. But he does more than this, he presents her not only as wisdom, but as true beauty. Spenser is so thoroughly convinced of the truth of that fundamental idea of Platonic ethics, that truth and beauty are identical, that he shows their union in the character of Una, in whom, as her name signifies, they are one. Plato had taught that the highest beauty which the soul can know is wisdom, which, though invisible to sight, would inflame the hearts of men in an unwonted degree could there be a visible image of her. In his Phaedrus he had stated that sight is the most piercing of our bodily senses, though not by that is wisdom seen. Her loveliness would have been transporting if there had been a visible image of her. 250. Convinced, as Spenser was, of the spiritual nature of the beauty of wisdom, he carefully avoids dwelling upon any detail of Una's physical beauty. The poetic form of allegory, through which his ideas were to be conveyed, required the personification of truth, and the romantic character of chivalry demanded that his knight should have a lady to protect. The progress of the action of the poem, moreover, made necessary some reference to the details of Una's form and feature. Cf. 3:4-6, 6. 9. But in no instance where the physical form of Una is brought to notice is there any trace of the poet's desire to concentrate attention upon her physical charms. In this respect Una stands distinctly apart from all his other heroines, and especially Belle Phoebe. And yet Spenser has taken the greatest care to show that the source of Una's influence over those that come into her presence lies in the power exerted by her beauty, but this is the beauty of her whole nature, a penetrating radiance of light revealing the soul that is truly wise. Indeed, when Spenser has the best of opportunities to describe Una, after she has laid aside the black stole that hides her features, he contents himself with a few lines, testifying only to their radiant brilliancy. Her angel's face as the great eye of heaven shined bright, and made a sunshine in the shady place. I3. 4. In other instances he directs our attention to the power which the mere sight of her has upon the beholder. Her beauty can tame the raging lion and turn a ravenous beast into a strong bodyguard who finds his duty in the light of her fair eyes. It fortuned out of the thickest wood a ramping leon rushed suddenly, hunting full greedy after salvage blood. Soon as the toy all virgin he did spy, with gaping mouth at her ran greedily, to have at once devoured her tender corse, but to the prey when as he drew more New York, his bloody rage assuaged with remorse, and with the sight amazed, forgat his furious force. I3. 5. The leon would not leave her desolate, from her fair eyes he took undament, and ever by her looks conceived her intent. I3. 9. The wildwood gods stand astonished at her beauty, and in their wonder pity her desolate condition. I6. 9, 12. Old Sylvanus is smitten by a sight of her. In her presence he doubts the purity of his own Dryope's fairness. Sometimes he thinks her Venus, but then on further reflection he recalls that Venus never had so sober mood. Her image calls to mind his ancient love, and dearest Cyparis, how fair he was, and yet not fair to this. I6. 17. To behold her lovely face the wood nymphs flock about, and when they have seen it, they flee away in envious fear, lest the contrast of its beauty may disgrace their own. I6. 18. By these dramatic touches Spenser very skillfully suggests to his reader the high nature of Una's beauty. It has a power to win its way upon the brute creation, and it has a severity and radiance that set it off from the beauty of physical form possessed by the wood nymphs and even by the great goddess of love, Venus. The most important consideration that bears upon the question of Una's beauty is found in the method which Spencer has used to indicate how the Red Cross Knight attains to a knowledge of it. One reason why the people of the wood, the nymphs, the fauns, and the satyrs, were permitted to see the celestial beauty of Una unveiled lay in the fact that through their experiences a means was provided by the poet to quicken the imagination into a sense of its pure nature. But the knight, though he had journeyed with her throughout a great portion of her weary journey, had never been able to see her face in its native splendor, hidden, as it had always been, from his sight by the black veil which Una wore. The deep conceit which Spencer here uses points in the direction of Platonism, for there it was taught that wisdom could be seen only by the soul. This is a fundamental truth, present everywhere in Plato, in the vision of beauty that rises before the mind at the end of the dialectic of the symposium, in the species of divine fury that accompanies the recollection of the ideal world in the presence of a beautiful object, as analyzed in the Phaedrus, and in the hymn of the dialectic in the Republic by which the soul rises to a sight of the good. 7.532. In the Phaedo the function of philosophy is explained to lie in the exercise by the soul of this power of spiritual contemplation of true existence. 82, 83. In Spencer this conception is further illustrated by the part which the schooling, received by the Red Cross Knight on the Mount of Contemplation, played in the perfection of his mental vision. Up to the time when the knight comes to the mount he is, as the aged sire says, a man of earth, and his spirit needs to be purified of all the grossness of sense. Ix 52. When this has been accomplished, the knight is prepared to see the way, that never yet was seen of Faeries' son. Ix 52. While on this mount he is initiated into a knowledge of the glories of the heavenly Jerusalem, and through this experience he is made aware of the relative insignificance of that beauty which he had thought the greatest to be known on earth. He thus says to the aged man, heavenly contemplation, who has revealed this vision to him, till now, said then the knight, I weened well, that great Cleopolis, where I have been, in which that fairest fairy queen doth dwell, the fairest city was, that might be seen, and that bright tower all built of crystal clean, Panthea, seemed the brightest thing, that was, but now by proof all otherwise I ween, for this great city that does far surpass, and this bright angel's tower quite dims. That tower of glass. Ix 58. With his soul filled with the radiance of this vision of beauty, his eyes dazed through passing brightness, which did quite confound his feeble sense, and to exceeding shine. So dark are earthly things compared to things divine. Ix 67, the Red Cross Knight descends from the mount, and when after the completion of his labors he sees Una on the day of her betrothal, he wonders at a beauty in her which he has never before seen. Una has now laid aside her black veil, and shines upon him in the native undimmed splendor of truth. The blazing brightness of her beauty's beam, and glorious light of her son's high face to tell, were as to strive against the stream. My ragged rhymes are all too rude and base, her heavenly lineaments for to enchase. Any wonder, for her own dear loved knight, all were she daily with himself in place, did wonder much at her celestial sight, oft had he seen her fair, but never so fair dight. I-12. 23. The contribution of Platonism to the formation of the ideal of holiness can now be easily recognized. The discipline of the Red Cross Knight in the house of holiness is twofold. In the practice of the Christian graces faith, hope, and charity the knight is perfected in the way of the righteous life. He is a penitent seeking to cleanse his soul of the infection of sin. On the Mount of Heavenly Contemplation he exercises his soul in the contemplative vision of the eternal world. but the emphasis laid by Platonism upon the loveliness of that wisdom which is the object of contemplation results in quickening the imagination and in stirring the soul to realize the principle in love. This is the exact nature of the experience of the Red Cross Knight at the end of his journey. On the mount of heavenly contemplation he has a desire to remain in the peaceful contemplation of heaven. "Oh, let me not," quoth he, "then turn again back to the world, whose joys so fruitful are, but let me here for I in peace remain, or straightway on that last long voyage fare, that nothing may my present hope impair." Ix 63. But the aged sire, heavenly contemplation, reminds him of his duty to free Una's parents from the dragon. Ix 63. Obedient but still purposing to return to the contemplative life, Ix 64, the knight descends, and in the performance of his duty he gains the reward that the contemplative life brings. But he, says Plato, whose initiation is recent, and who has been the spectator of many glories in the other world, is amazed when he sees any one having a godlike face or any bodily form which is the expression of divine beauty. Phaedrus, 251. Thus it is that the Red Cross Knight did wonder much at her celestial sight. I 12. 23. With that sight comes the one joy of his life after the many struggles experienced in the perfection of his soul in holiness. And ever, when his eye did her behold, his heart did seem to melt in pleasures manifold. I 12. 40. 2. Temperance, the spiritual welfare of the soul, was the prime object of importance to the Christian. Through the power of its doctrine of heavenly beauty, Platonism had entered into the conception of this life considered in its heavenward aspect. It remained to show how it could explain the right manner of conduct for the soul in the presence of those strong passions which were felt as the disturbing elements of its inner welfare. In the Platonic system of morality there was a conception of temperance, sigma omega phi rho omicron sigma nu eta, based upon an analysis of the soul sufficiently comprehensive to cover the entire scope of its activities. In fact, temperance was there conceived as the necessary condition for the presence of any virtue in the soul. The vitality of this teaching in English poetry is found in the second book of Spenser's Faerie Queene, celebrating the exploits of the knight Guyon, in whom great rule of temperance goodly doth appear. Introd, Stz. 5. The adventures of Guyon, through the discipline of which he perfects himself in temperance, fall into two distinct groups. Up to the sixth book the conflicts in which he is concerned are those calculated to try his mastery of the angry impulses of his nature. After the sixth book his struggles record his proficiency in governing the sensual desires of appetite. This division is made in accordance with the analysis of the soul on which Plato bases his doctrine of temperance. Within the soul are three distinct principles, one rational and two irrational. The irrational principles are, first, the irascible impulse of spirit, theta upsilon mu, with which a man is angry, and, second, the appetitive instinct, the workings of which are manifested in all the sensual gratifications of the body, and in the love of wealth. The rational principle is that of reason by which a man learns truth. Republic, 9 580, 581. Against this one rational principle the two irrational impulses are constantly insurgent, and temperance is that harmony or order resulting in the soul when the rational principle rules and the two irrational principles are obedient to its sovereignty. And would you not say, asks Socrates, that he is temperate who has these same elements in friendly harmony, in whom the one ruling principle of reason, and the two subject ones of spirit and desire are equally agreed that reason ought to rule, and do not rebel. Republic, 4. 442, the rule of right reason in Guyon over his angry impulses is recorded in 3 instances, in each case the anger is aroused under varying conditions. The opening episode of the book presents Guyon checking the impetuous fury of his wrath when he learns that it has been aroused by a false presentation of the facts. Archimago, the deceitful enemy of truth, related to Guion how the Red Cross Knight had violated the purity of a maiden, and the pretended maiden herself became a party to the lie. 2 10, 11, 17. When Guion heard of this outrage he hastened to avenge the wrong. He stayed not longer talk, but with fierce ire and zealous haste away is quickly gone to seek that knight. 2 13. And yet he wondered how the Red Cross Knight could have done such a deed. He knew that he was a knight of honor and had won glory in his defense of Una. 2 19. He was quick, then, to restrain himself when about to charge upon the accused knight, for on his shield he recognized the cross of his lord. When he was on the point of clashing with his enemy, he 'gan abase his threatened spear, as if some new mishap had him betided, or hidden danger did entrap. 2 26. After an apology and an exchange of knightly courtesies with the Red Cross Knight he was able to turn his earnest unto game, through goodly handing and wise temperance. 2 31. The second encounter of Guion with the forces of wrath is the struggle with Führer and his mother occasion. 243, 36. He has now to try his strength in conquering wrath when it has an occasion to be aroused. The power with which he strives is described as a fury of great might, but so ill-governed by reason that in its blind passion its force is spent to no purpose. And sure he was a man of mickle might, had he had governance, it well to guide, but when the frantic fit inflamed his sprite, his force was vain, and strook more often wide, than at the aimed mark which he had Ida, and oft himself he shunts to hurt unwares, whilst reason blent through passion, not descried, but as a blindfold bull at random fairs, and where he hits, not knows, and whom he hurts not cares. 2 7. Guion struggles with this madman and finally, after he has quieted the reviling tongue of occasion, who urges her son, Führer, onto the conflict, he binds him with iron chains. In his strong armes he stiffly him embraced, who him gain striving, not at all prevailed, for all his power was utterly defaced, and furious fits at erst quite wherein quailed, oft he reinforced, and oft his forces failed, yet yield he would not, nor his rancour slacka. Then him to ground he cast, and rudely haled, and both his hands fast bound behind his back, and both his feet in fetters to an iron racka. 2 14. The third trial of Guion's reason is by a species of wrath so wilfully furious that it runs to seek an occasion for a quarrel, and finds no rest until it has succeeded. This type of irascible impulse is portrayed in Pyrocles. He delights in deeds of daring might, and in blood and spoil. 2 42. His squire, Aden by name, acts as his forerunner to seek an occasion for his lord's furious delight. 2 43. But Guion masters himself both in his refusal to fight for no good reason, and in his behavior when forced against his wishes to a conflict with Pyrocles. Guion bids Aden tell his master that he, Guion, has bound occasion, and the palmer, who is the rational element of Guion personified, lectures the squire on the folly of wilful anger. Madman, said then the palmer, that does seek occasion to wrath, and cause of strife, she comes unsought, and shunned follows eke. Happy, who can abstain, when rancour rife kindles revenge, and threads his rusty knife, woe never wants, where every cause is caught, and rash occasion makes unquiet life. 2 44. Even when Guion is compelled by Pyrocles to the fight, the knight does not give way to unrestrained wrath, but ever tempers his passion with reason. In the conflict Pyrocles thundered blows, but Guion, in the heat of all his strife, was wary wise, and closely did await advantage, whilst his foe did rage most rife. 2v9. When at last Guion has his foe at his feet, he spares his life, so firmly he holds his passion in check. Eftsoons his cruel hands Sir Guyon stayed, tempering the passion with advisement slow, and mastering might on enemy dismayed. 2v13. Thus far Guyon's life has exemplified the rule of reason over the irrational element of wrath. The remaining episodes of his life center about the struggle of the irrational element of appetite. In this his soul is tried in three various forms of sensual desire. In Phaedria the first form is typified. She represents the light gaieties of frivolous mirth and wantonness which the courteous nature of Guyon may suffer to play until they pass the bounds of modesty. 2:6. 21, when, however, she tried to win his heart from warlike enterprise into dissolute delights of sense, Guyon was wise, and wary of her will, and ever held his hand upon his heart, yet would not seem so rude, and thewed ill, as to despise so courteous seeming part, that gentle lady did to him impart, but fairly tempering fond desire subdued, and ever her desired to depart. 2:6. 26. The second trial of Guyon's temperance comes in the house of Mammon, where he triumphs over sensual desire in the form of covetousness. Mammon offers him mountains of gold, if he will but serve him. 2:7. 9. He tries to induce him to accept by saying that money is the one necessity to supply all the wants of man. 2:7. 11. But Guyon answers, indeed, quoth he, through foul intemperance, frail men are oft captive to covetise. 2:7. 15. When Mammon urges him to seat himself on the silver stool in the garden of Proserpina, to rest a while and eat of the golden fruit of the trees, all which he did, to do him deadly fall in frail intemperance through sinful bait, Guyon was wary wise in all his way, and well perceived his deceitful sleight, and he suffered lust his safety to betray, so goodly did beguile the guiler of the prey. 2:7. 64. The culminating trial of the knight's temperance is made in Acrasia's bower of bliss. Acrasia typifies that form of beauty that allures the senses with pleasure, but ruins the soul with its poisonous delight. 2:52, 53. The only fear that she and the inmates of her bower have is wisdom's power, and temperance's might, by which the mightiest things aforced been. 2:12. 43. During the passage to this place of delight, and while he was within its precincts, Guyon was able to withstand every assault of sensual desire upon his soul. When the palmer, speaking as reason dictated, told him that the piteous cry of a woman in distress was only a deceitful ruse to win him to harm, the knight was ruled, and the boatman straight held on his course with staid steadfastness. 2:12, 28, 29. Again, when Guyon's senses are softly tickled by the rare melody of the mermaids, as it mingled with the strange harmony of the rolling sea, he bids the boatman row easily. But him the palmer from that vanity, with temperate advice discounselled, that they it passed. 2:12. 34. Even when Guyon began to lessen his pace at the sight of the fair maidens sporting in the lake, which kindled signs of lust in his countenance, his reason was able to resist. On which when gazing him the palmer saw, he much rebuked those wandering eyes of his, and counselled well, him forward thence did draw. 2:12. 69. He has now become so strong that he can perform the great object of his adventures, the destruction of the bower of bliss and the capture of the enchantress, Acrasia. 2:12, 83, 84. So powerful is the hold on Spencer's mind of this Platonic conception of the nature of the struggle in the soul striving to be temperate that it colors even the Aristotelian doctrine of the mean which is worked out in the episode of Medina's castle. 2:13 etseq. According to Aristotle, temperance is a mean between the excess and defect of pleasure. Niche. Ethics, 3:10. In Spencer, Medina is the mean, her two sisters, Elissa and Parissa, are the defect and excess respectively. 2:35, 36. Yet Spencer has colored the character of each in accordance with the Platonic division of the soul. The three sisters are daughters of one sire by three different mothers, that is, they are the three principles of the soul, the sire, namely, right reason, Medina, wrath, or spirit, Elissa, and sensual desire, Parissa. Thus Spencer describes Elissa, with bent lowering brows, as she would threat, she scowed, and frowned with froward countenance, 2:2. 35, and Parissa full of disport, still laughing, loosely light, and quite contrary to her sister's kind, no measure in her mood, no rule of right, but poured out in pleasure and delight. 2:2. 36, so, too, in the description of the lovers of each, the presence of the two irrational principles is felt. In Hudibras, the devoted knight of Elissa not so good of deeds, as great of name, which he by many rash adventures won, more huge in strength, than wise in works he was, and reason with full hard eyes overran, 2:2. 17, the angry impulse of the soul is reflected, while in Sans Loy, the lover of Parissa, who had attempted to violate the purity of Una the most unruly, and the boldest boy, that ever warlike weapons menaged, and to all lawlessy lust encouraged, 2:2. 18, it is apparent that the appetitive element of the soul is figured. Temperance, then, according to Spencer, is not the golden mean between the excess and defect of pleasure, but between two disturbing passions. But temperance, said he, with golden squire betwixt them both can measure out a mean, neither to melt in pleasures what desire, nor fry in heart's grief and doleful teen. 2:57. This struggle between the rational principle and the irrational elements in the soul does not, however, constitute temperance. That virtue, or rather that condition of all virtue, is the harmony and order resulting in the soul after reason has quieted the disturbing passions, and is conceived by Plato as its very health or beauty. Healthy, as I conceive, says Socrates, is the name which is given to the regular order of the body, whence comes health and every other bodily excellence. And lawful and law are the names which are given to the regular order and action of the soul, and these make men lawful and orderly, and so we have temperance and justice. Gorgias, 504. The fruition of this idea in Spencer's mind is noticeable in his manner of speaking about temperance throughout his poem. Amavia had been able to win her husband back to the ways of purity through wise handling and fair governance. 2:54. The Red Cross Knight mentions the goodly governance of Gaian's life. 2:29. Spencer comments in an introductory stanza on the knight's demeanor in pleasures and pains, and Gaian in them all shews goodly maze tarries. The knight and the palmer move on in their path of progress in this fair wise, that is, in the ways of temperance. 2:34. When Archimago meets Gaian, he meets fair marching underneath a shady hill, a goodly knight, his carriage was full comely and upright, his countenance demure and temperate. 2:5, 6. The feeling of order is conveyed through the movements of Gaian's charger. The palmer ever with slow pace the knight did lead, who taught his trampling steed with equal steps to tread. 2:7. Medina, when she welcomes Gaian to her castle, meets him fair marching forth in honorable wise. 2:2. 14. The clearest explanation, however, of Spencer's conception of temperance as the condition of the soul's excellence in the body is given in his reflection at the opening of the 11th book of the second canto, which records the repulse of the bodily senses from the dwelling place of Alma, or the soul. No war is so fierce as that of the passions with the soul. But in a body, which doth freely yield his parties to reason's rule obedient, and letteth her that ought the sceptre wield, all happy peace and goodly government is settled there in sure establishment, there Alma like a virgin queen most bright, doth flourish in all beauty excellent, and to her guests doth bounteous banquet dight, attempred goodly well for health and for delight. 211. 2. After this examination of Spencer's ideals of holiness and temperance, it is clear why Platonism as a system of ethics is absent in the remaining books of the Faerie Queene. Spencer's avowed aim in his poem was to fashion a gentleman or noble person in virtues and gentle discipline. Since he conceives of life as a constant warfare with inward and outward foes, his method of presenting his thought is to send each virtue on a journey during which it is to perfect itself by overcoming the vices to whose assaults it is especially liable. This plan is carefully followed in the first two books. The allegorical scheme is unbroken. The personages encountered by the knights are objectified states of their own spiritual consciousness. In the remaining books, however, the allegorical scheme has well nigh broken down, and the poetic method is that of the romantic epic of adventure in the manner of Ariosto. This change was due very largely to the fact that after Spencer had completed his first two books he had exhausted the ethical teachings of Plato, and when he went on to his remaining books, he passed out of the sphere of virtue as taught by Plato into an essentially different realm of thought in which the graces of courtly accomplishment were dignified as virtues. He tried to treat these later virtues of chastity, friendship, justice, courtesy, and constancy as if they were coordinate with the virtues of holiness and temperance. But they fall into a distinct class by themselves. They are the ideals of conduct to be followed when man is acting in his purely social capacity as a member of society. They may be dignified as virtues, but can never be coordinate with the Platonic conception of virtue, which conceives of it not as an outward act, but as the very health of the soul when realizing, unhampered by any disturbing influences, its native impulses toward the good. The difference between these two conceptions is strikingly illustrated by a comparison of Spencer's idea of justice with the Platonic notion. According to the English poet, justice is purely retributive, a dispensing of reward and punishment. The education of the Knight of Justice, Arthigel, by Istria, is thus described: there she him taught to weigh both right and wrong in equal balance with due recompense, and equity to measure out along, according to the line of conscience, when so it needs with regard to dispens. Vi 7. In Plato, on the other hand, justice is the same thing as temperance, an inward state of the soul and the condition of any virtue. But, says Socrates, in reality justice was such as we were describing, being concerned however not with the outward man, but with the inward, which is the true self and concernment of man, for the just man does not permit the several elements within him to interfere with one another, or any of them to do the work of others. He sets in order his own inner life, and is his own master and his own law, and at peace with himself, and when he has bound together the three principles within him, and is no longer many, but has become one entirely temperate and perfectly adjusted nature, then he proceeds to act, always thinking and calling that which preserves and cooperates with this harmonious condition, just and good action, and the knowledge which presides over it, wisdom, and that which at any time impairs this condition, he will call unjust action, and the opinion which presides over it ignorance. Republic, 4. 443, Spencer did not attempt to incorporate this idea into his notion of justice. He had already exhausted it in his second book, in his explanation of temperance. Nothing was left for him to do but to shift his mind from a conception of virtue as one, to an inferior notion of virtue as a manifold of personal graces. But in thus changing his idea, he destroyed the unity of his work. In his first two books he had explained how the soul could perfect itself in the full scope of its powers, and in doing this he had taught the Platonic doctrines of a heavenly beauty and of temperance as the condition of virtue in the soul. Here lay the basic idea of his conception of a gentleman. but virtue's seat is deep within the mind, and not in outward shows, but inward thoughts defined. 6. Introd, stz. 5. This idea, however, is not felt as the informing spirit of his books on courtesy and on friendship, but appears only in scattered reflections. In the later books the inferior conception of virtue is the controlling idea, and Spencer has failed to harmonize it with his earlier and finer one. 3. Chastity. Although Platonism as a system of ethical philosophy determined the structural unity of the first two books of the Faerie Queene, and as a system ceases to be felt in the construction of the later books, the purity of its ethical teaching is present throughout the entire work. The truths of Platonism were a strong influence in molding an ideal of noble love. The cardinal doctrine of this ethical philosophy was that true beauty is to be found by the soul only in moral ideas. This conviction, which was so powerful in ennobling the Christian conception of holiness, was carried over into the realm of man's social relations, and through the genius of Spencer made to dignify the conception of human love, and to inform with a profound spiritual truth the idea of chastity in its broadest signification as the purity of the soul. The influence of the ethical conception of beauty upon the subject of romantic love is found in the work of Spencer. Although Spencer's mind had a strong bent toward philosophy, so that it could interpret the very spirit of Plato's conception of wisdom and temperance, it was still a mind in which the genius of the poet was always uppermost. It thus resulted that in him the teaching of the beauty of moral ideas came to fruition in ennobling the conception of human life by an appreciation of the true beauty of woman's inner nature, her womanhood, and by a conception of love that placed its source in the reverent adoration of this spiritual beauty. The exposition of the true inward beauty of woman is found in the Epithalamion and in a minor episode of the Faerie Queene. In the account of the dialectic, by which the lover gains a sight of absolute beauty, Plato has stated that at one stage the lover will see that beauty of mind surpasses beauty of outward form. Plato says, in the next stage he will consider that the beauty of the mind is more honorable than the beauty of outward form. Symposium, 210. This idea lies at the basis of Spencer's praise of beauty in the Epithalamion. In his marriage hymn he dwells in exuberant Renaissance fashion upon the physical perfections of the bride, each detail an object of delight to the senses. The sight of such beauty amazes the beholders. But after this is done, Spencer draws attention to the truth that, although these perfections that are visible to the eye may daze the mind, there is a higher beauty of soul which no eye can see. His admiration for the bride's beauty is then caught up into a more lofty pitch and blended with his love of her moral qualities. Tell me, ye merchants' daughters, did ye see so fair a creature in your town before, so sweet, so lovely, and so mild as she, adorned with beauty's grace and virtue's store, her goodly eyes like sapphires shining bright, her forehead ivory white, her cheeks like apples which the sun hath rubbed, her lips like cherries charming men to bite, her breast like to a bowl of cream uncrudted, her paps like lilies budded, her snowy neck like to a marble tower, and all her body like a palace fair. Ascending up with many a stately stair, to honor's seat and chastity's sweet bower. Why stand ye still, ye virgins, in amaze, upon her so to gaze, whiles ye forget your former lay to sing, to which the woods did answer and your echo ring? But if ye saw that which no eyes can see, the inward beauty of her lively sprite, garnished with heavenly gifts of high degree, much more then would ye wonder at that sight, and stand astonished like to those which read Medusa's mazeful head. There dwells sweet love and constant chastity, unspotted fate and comely womanhood, regard of honor and mild modesty, their virtue reigns as queen in royal throne, and giveth laws alone. The which the base affections do obey, and yield their services unto her will, any thought of things uncomely ever may thereto approach to tempt her mind to ill. Had ye once seen these her celestial treasures, and unrevealed pleasures, then would ye wonder and her praises sing, that all the woods should answer and your echo ring. LL 167, 203. In the Fairy Queen there is a less elaborate example of this same appreciation of the inward, unseen beauty of the soul. The contrast is set up between the lively portrait of the Fairy Queen on Gaian's shield and the actual beauty of her person, and then extended to a comparison of this with the beauty of her mind. Arthur has asked Gaian who is the original of the portrait he bears on his shield and has chanced to notice its great liveliness. Gaian does not answer directly, but breaks out into praise of the Queen's beauty. If a mere likeness appeals so strongly to Arthur, what must he think when he beholds the glorious original, and though this is fair, the beauty of her mind, if he but knew it, would arouse great wonder and pour infinite desire into his soul. Fair sir, said he, if in that picture dead such life ye read, and virtue in vain shew, what mote ye ween, if the true lively head of that most glorious visage ye did view? But if the beauty of her mind ye knew, that is her bounty, and imperial power, 1,000 times fairer than her mortal hue, oh how great wonder would your thoughts devour, and infinite desire into your spirit pour. 29. 3. In the vision of this inward world of beauty in woman's mind, so Spencer teaches, begins the passion of love. In the Phaedrus Plato has analyzed it as a divine fury, and in his account he emphasizes the feeling of reverence with which the lover gazes upon the beauty of the beloved, seeing in it the idea of pure beauty which his soul has beheld in its prenatal existence. But he, says Plato, whose initiation is recent, and who has been the spectator of many glories in the other world, is amazed when he sees any one having a godlike face or any bodily form which is the expression of divine beauty, and at first a shudder runs through him, and again the old awe steals over him, then looking upon the face of his beloved as of a god he reverences him, and if he were not afraid of being thought a downright madman, he would sacrifice to his beloved as to the image of a god. Phaedrus, 251. The habit of contemplating the beauty of the beloved in reverent fear is characteristic of the love which Arthugall feels for Britomart. So intimately acquainted was Spencer with Plato that he caught the spirit of his worship of beauty. Disguised as Britomart, the virgin knight of chastity, was, in her panoply of armor, her beauty was not the object of constant sight. On 3 different occasions, however, when by the removal of some portion of it her features shine forth, the impression made by her beauty is that of reverent adoration. When Arthugall chances thus to behold her, the sight is so awful that he hesitates to press his suit for her love, and only after some time does he venture to win her affections. One occasion on which the spectators catch a glimpse of Britomart's beauty occurs when she unlaces her helmet. The sight of her golden locks strikes all with amazement, and though there is a mingled feeling of surprise and curiosity, due to the preconceived notion of her sex, the feeling of amazement and adoration of her beauty is expressly stated as consequent upon this revelation. With that, her glistering helmet she unlaced, which doffed, her golden locks, that were upbound still in a knot, unto her heels down traced, and like a silken veil encompass round about her back and all her body wound, like as the shining skia in summer's night, what time the days with scorching heat abound, is creasted all with lines of fiery light, that it prodigious seems in common people's sight. Such when those knights and ladies all about beheld her, all were with amazement smit, and every one gan grow in secret doubt of this and that, according to each wit, but that young knight Scudamore, which through her gentle deed was to that goodly fellowship restored, 10,000 thanks did yield her for her meed, and doubly overcommon, her aiderd. 4:13, 14, 15. A second time when her beauty is revealed in greater fullness, the feeling of terror and amazement inspired is especially emphasized. The spectators are described as standing in mute astonishment, in worship of her divine beauty. Which when as they beheld, they smitten were with great amazement of so wondrous sight, and each on other, and they all on her stood gazing, as if sudden and great affright had them surprised. At last obvising right, her goodly personage and glorious hue, which they so much mistook, they took delight in their first error, and yet still anew with wonder of her beauty fed their hungry view. Yet note their hungry view be satisfied, but seeing still the more desired to see, and ever firmly fixed did abide in contemplation of divinity. 3:9 24. In the fight between Britomart and Arthegall, the sword of the latter cuts away a part of her ventail, discovering to his view her beautiful face. As he is about to raise his arm for a second blow, he is benumbed with fear, and, falling on his knee, he gazes upon her beauty with a true religious feeling of wonder. And as his hand he up again did rear, thinking to work on her his utmost raka, his powerless arm benumbed with secret fear from his revengeful purpose shrank abaka, and cruel sword out of his fingers slacka fell down to ground, as if the steel had sense, and felt some ruth, or sense his hand did lacka, or both of them did thinky, obedience to so divine a beauty's excellence. And he himself long gazing thereupon at last fell humbly down upon his knee, and of his wonder made religion, weening some heavenly goddess he did see, or else unweeting, what it else might be, and pardon her besought his error frail, that had done outrage in so high degree, whilst trembling horror did his sense assail, and made eke member quake, and manly heart to quail. 4:6 22. With this vision of the resplendent beauty of chastity begins Arthegall's love for Britomart. It has been pointed out by critics that the love episode between Britomart and Arthegall was a suggestion so far as plot goes which Spenser found in Ariosto's account of the love of Ruggiero and Bradamante in the Orlando Furioso. But the great difference in the poets appears in the contrast of the passionate love of beauty revealed in Spenser's poem with the superficial delights of love as explained in Ariosto. As has already been seen, Platonism as a system of ethics disappears from the Fairy Queen after the second book, but so deeply had Spenser been impressed with the worship of beauty characteristic of Plato's manner, that when he came to recount the history of the passion of love, in his Night of Justice, for his heroine, Chastity, he centered attention upon the feeling of awe and reverence inspired by the beauty of chastity, and intimated the sobering effect of this vision upon the behavior of the lover. He found nothing like this in the Orlando Furioso. The love episode in Ariosto is thus briefly described: Rogero looks on Bradamante, and she looks on Rogero in profound surprise that for so many days that witchery had so obscured her altered mind and eyes. Rejoiced, Rogero clasps his lady free, crimsoning with deeper than the rose's dyes, and his fair love's first blossoms, while he clips the gentle damsel, gathers from her lips. 1,000 times they their embrace renew, and closely each is by the other pressed, while so delightful are these lovers too, their joys are ill-contained within their breast. XXII 32, 33. Here is only the note of delight. In Spenser, however, the dread awe aroused by Britomart's beauty restrains the passionate utterance of the lover, and only after some time has elapsed, during which the two have rested from the fatigues of their combat, does Arthegall dare to make suit to Britomart's affections. Yet durst he not make love so suddenly, any thinketh affection of her heart to draw from one to other so quite contrary. 4:6. 33. The training afforded by the philosophy of Plato in the realization of the true moral value of beauty has a somewhat different result in the work of Milton. Owing to his preconceived notion of the moral inferiority of woman, Milton does not permit his mind to dwell upon the vision of beauty to be seen in her, as Spenser's chivalric impulses have led him to do, but in Milton the flowering of Platonic thought is found in a certain conception of chastity, which teaches that love begins and ends only in the soul. And yet the deep sense of beauty which he has, asserts itself at times even in spite of his prejudices, Consequently in his work there is a wavering of mind between the conviction that woman's beauty cannot be the expression of the beauty of a moral order, since she is the moral inferior of man, and the more chivalric notion that in her beauty lies the inspiration of the soul to know goodness. In Milton the love of beauty is the conscious activity of a contemplative mind rather than the pouring out of the soul's passion in reverent adoration. About Spenser beauty lies as a golden splendour streaming from the hidden world of the moral nature. Whenever it shines upon the lover's sight, it at once moves him to silent adoration. In Milton, on the other hand, beauty is an idea to be known in the soul by him who seeks for it among the beautiful objects of the world of sense. Its pursuit is an intellectual quest of a philosophic mind. Writing to his friend, Charles Diodati, he says, "What besides God has resolved concerning me I know not, but this at least, he has instilled into me, at all events, a vehement love of the beautiful." Not with so much labor as the fables have it, is Ceres said to have sought her daughter Proserpine, as I am wont day and night to seek for this idea of the beautiful, hanc tau omicron kappa alpha lambda omicron delta nu, through all the forms and faces of things, for many are the shapes of things divine, and to follow it leading me on as with certain assured traces. The expression of this love of beauty is found in Milton's Satan. Abiding beneath the wreck of his moral character, in spite of the perversion of a malicious will, there remain in Satan a deep sense of beauty and a contemplative love of it for its moral quality. In a speech addressed to Christ in Paradise Regained, Satan himself confesses this one conviction of his soul. The contemplative love of the beauty of goodness and virtue is the very condition of his soul's existence. Thus he says, "Though I have lost much luster of my native brightness, lost to be beloved of God, I have not lost to love, at least contemplate and admire, what I see excellent in good, or fair, or virtuous, I should so have lost all sense." I 377, 382. The honesty of this confession is not impugned by Christ, although he exposes the hollow insincerity of the rest of Satan's speech in which these lines occur. And Satan lives up to his confession. The power of moral goodness to hold his mind's thought by its beauty is seen in his behavior in the Garden of Eden. He had reached this place in pursuit of his revenge to ruin the happy pair. As he gazes upon the beauties of the garden, where the fiend saw undelighted all delight, all kind of living creatures, new to sight and strange, 285, 287, he at last catches sight of Adam and Eve, in whom the image of their glorious Maker shone, truth, wisdom, sanctitude severe and pure. 292, 293. On these he stands gazing until evening, and at last breaks out into an expression of the love which this vision of their beauty has aroused in him. The sun, declined, was hasting now with prone career to the ocean isles, and in the ascending scale of heaven the stars that usher evening rose, when Satan, still in gaze, as first he stood, scarce thus at length failed speech recovered, "Sad O hell, what do mine eyes with grief behold? Into our room of bliss thus high advanced creatures of other mould, earthborn perhaps, not spirits, yet to heavenly spirits bright, little inferior, whom my thoughts pursue with wonder, and could love, so lively shines in them divine resemblance, and such grace the hand that formed them on their shape hath poured." 352, 365. At another time Satan is occupied in contemplating beauty, but it is the beauty he sees in Eve alone. Milton's treatment of the episode is characteristic of that wavering of his mind between the two impulses, one to worship beauty, and the other to teach that woman is the inferior of man. The later conviction is expressed in Adam's words to Raphael, "For well I understand in the prime end of nature her the inferior, in the mind and inward faculties, which most excel, in outward also her resembling less his image who made both, and less expressing the character of that dominion given o'er other creatures." 540, 546. Thus Eve confesses that in Adam's beauty, and not in the image of her own soft feminine grace, does she see how beauty is excelled by manly grace and wisdom, which alone is truly fair. 489, 491. Yet in the presence of Eve's beauty Satan stands lost in contemplation, made for one moment good. Such pleasure took the serpent to behold this flowery plat, the sweet recess of Eve thus early, thus alone. Her heavenly form angelic, but more soft and feminine, her graceful innocence, her every air of gesture or least action, overawed his malice, and with rapine sweet bereaved his fierceness of the fierce intent it brought. That space the evil one abstracted stood from his own evil, and for the time remained stupidly good, of enmity disarmed, of guile, of hate, of envy, of revenge. 9455, 466. Even here the idea of the inferiority of Eve's beauty enters into the description, but a few lines below it makes itself even more strongly felt. Because her beauty is without its power to inspire awe and terror, Satan reasons that she is the proper one to tempt. Then let me not let pass occasion which now smiles. Behold alone the woman, opportune to all attempts her husband, for I view far round, not nigh, whose higher intellectual more I shun. She fair, divinely fair, fit love for gods, not terrible, though terror be in love and beauty, not approached by stronger hate, hate stronger under show of love well feigned. 9479, 492. In this contemplative love of beauty there is present as a noticeable element the consciousness in the poet's mind of the moral significance of beauty. In Spenser's description of the first meeting of Calidore with Pastorella, however, the contemplative love of beauty so absorbs the power of the soul that the lover and the poet are oblivious to every other thought and silently gaze upon the beauty of form present to their eyes. Calidore sees Pastorella on a little hillock surrounded by maidens, she lovelier than all. So stood he still long gazing thereupon, any will had thence to move away, although his quest were for afore him gone, but after he had fed, yet did he stay, and sate there still, until the flying day was for forth spent. 6-9. 12. So Satan stands before the happy pair in paradise. His will toward them is far otherwise than Calidore's toward Pastorella, but his contemplative love of their beauty is one in spirit with the youthful lovers. The most characteristic side of Milton's idealism, however, is revealed in his teaching of the doctrine of chastity as the purity of the soul. In the defense of his own life which he made in an apology for Smectymnuus, he acknowledges an important debt in his education to the teaching of Platonic philosophy. Thus, from the laureate fraternity of poets, he says, riper years and the ceaseless round of study and reading led me to the shady spaces of philosophy, but chiefly to the divine volumes of Plato, and his equal Xenophon, where, if I should tell ye what I learned of chastity and love, I mean that which is truly so, whose charming cup is only virtue, which she bears in her hand to those who are worthy, and how the first and chiefest office of love begins and ends in the soul, producing those happy twins of her divine generation, knowledge and virtue, with such abstracted sublimities as these, it might be worth your listening, readers, as I may one day hope to have ye in a still time, when there shall be no chiding. 3. Milton was the only poet of his time who was able to conceive of chastity as an abstracted sublimity, known in and by the soul. In his treatment of this theme, there are two phases, one in which the enthusiasm of Milton asserts itself in a positive way, and the other a conviction of maturer experience, in which sin is explained negatively in its relation to the soul's purity. The fundamental idea of Plato on which Milton built his doctrine of chastity is the one taught in the Phaedo, that every experience of the soul gained through the medium of the senses tends to degrade the soul's pure essence into the grosser, corporeal form of the body. And were we not saying long ago, says Socrates, that the soul, when using the body as an instrument of perception, that is to say, when using the sense of sight or hearing or some other sense, for the meaning of perceiving through the body is perceiving through the senses, were we not saying that the soul too is then dragged by the body into the region of the changeable, and wanders and is confused, the world spins round her, and she is like a drunkard, when she touches change. Phaedo, 79. This appears in the Comus in a modified form, and constitutes the basis for Milton's conception of sin in Paradise Lost. In the Mask the idea is plainly stated by the elder brother in his explanation of the doctrine of chastity, and its workings are seen in the effect of the magic potion of Comus upon all who drink it. But, when lust, by unchanged looks, loose gestures, and foul talk, but most by lewd and lavish act of sin, lets in defilement to the inward parts, the soul grows clotted by contagion, embodies and embruits, till she quite lose the divine property of her first being. Such are those thick and gloomy shadows damp oft seen in charnel vaults, and sepulchres, lingering and sitting by a new-made grave, as loath to leave the body that it loved, and linked itself by carnal sensuality to a degenerate and degraded state. 4. LL 463, 475. This idea, thus stated, is represented symbolically in the disfigurement which the magic liquor of Comus works in the divine character of the soul visible in the countenance. Soon as the potion works, their human countenance, the express resemblance of the gods, is changed into some brutish form of wolf or bear, or ounce, or tiger, hog, or bearded goat, all other parts remaining as they were. And they, so perfect is their misery, not once perceive their foul disfigurement, but boast themselves more comely than before, and all their friends and native home forget, to roll with pleasure in a sensual sty. LL 68, 77. The opposition indicated in the Platonic doctrine between the senses and the soul is carried over by Milton in his description of the trial undergone by the spirit of him who strives to be chaste. In Plato the fundamental idea is somewhat different from Milton's, for Plato is concerned with the problem of the attainment by the soul of pure knowledge, and he means by sense knowledge not sensuality in the restricted moral signification of that word, but in the broader signification of all experience gained through all the senses. Milton, however, places a narrow interpretation upon the doctrine of Plato. This is evident in his description of the attempt made by Comus to allure the lady to sensual indulgence. Comus endeavors twice to overpower the lady. He tries to tempt her to impurity of conduct, and also seeks to blind her judgment through the power of sense illusion. In this second trial there may be seen the influence of the Platonic notion of sense knowledge destroying the soul's purity. The first trial contains the more narrow application of the idea of unchastity. Milton himself calls attention to the greater similarity of Comus to his mother, Circe, the enchantress of men's minds, than to Bacchus, the god of wine. He is a son much like his father, but his mother more. LL 56, 57. In keeping with his character he tries to entice the lady to drink his magic potion. He reminds her that about him are all the pleasures that fancy can beget, he praises the marvelous efficacy of his elixir in stirring joy within, and pleads with her not to be cruel to the dainty limbs that were given for gentle usage. See, here be all the pleasures that fancy can beget on youthful thoughts, when the fresh blood grows lively, and returns brisk as the April buds in primrose season. And first behold this cordial julep here, that flames and dances in his crystal bounds, with spirits of balm and fragrant syrups mixed. Not that Nepenthes which the wife of Thone in Egypt gave to Jove-born Helena is of such power to stir up joy as this, to life so friendly, or so cool to thirst. Why should you be so cruel to yourself, and to those dainty limbs, which nature lent for gentle usage, and soft delicacy? But you invert the covenants of her trust, and harshly deal, like an ill borrower, with that which he received on other terms, scorning the unexempt condition by which all mortal frailty must subsist, refreshment after toil, ease after pain, that have been tired all day without repast, and timely rest have wanted. But, fair Virgin, this will restore all soon. LL 668, 689. To this argument the lady replies simply that no real pleasure can result from mere physical gratification, but only from the enjoyment of the moral quality of goodness. Thus she says to Comus, I would not taste thy treasonous offer. None but such as are good men can give good things, and that which is not good is not delicious to a well-governed and wise appetite. LL 702, 705. But when Comus reveals the more subtle trait of his nature, the response which the lady makes rises to the height of the threatening danger. The Circean strain in his character is his power of deceiving the soul through sense illusion, and his insidious desire to win his way into the hearts of men by courteous words and gay rhetoric. Thus, when he first is conscious of the approach of the lady, he says, thus I hurl my dazzling spells into the spongy air, of power to cheat the eye with blear illusion, and give it false presentments. LL 153, 156. The effect of this sense witchery is seen in the forebodings of the lady's fancy and in the hallucinations that haunt her mind as she comes within the range of its spells. She says, 8,000 fantasies begin to throng into my memory, of calling shapes, and beckoning shadows dire, and airy tongues that syllable men's names on sands and shores and desert wildernesses. LL 205, 209. When Comus, then, begins to practice the more dangerous art of this witchery, acting in accordance with his confession of his manner under fair pretense of friendly ends, and well-placed words of glozing courtesy, baited with reasons not unplausible, LL 160, 162, she responds to the attack with an account of the great power of chastity. Only because she sees that he is trying to deceive her judgment does she deign to answer him. I had not thought to have unlocked my lips in this unhallowed air, but that this juggler would think to charm my judgment, as mine eyes, obtruding false rules pranked in reason's garb. LL 756, 759. She then intimates the power which the doctrine of chastity has to overcome Comus, and states that, should she attempt to unfold it, the enthusiasm of her soul would be such as to overwhelm him and his magic structures. Enjoy your dear wit, and gay rhetoric, that hath so well been taught her dazzling fence, thou art not fit to hear thyself convinced. Yet, should I try, the uncontrolled worth of this pure cause would kindle my rapt spirits to such a flame of sacred vehemence that dumb things would be moved to sympathize, and the brute earth would lend her nerves, and shake, till all thy magic structures, reared so high, were shattered into heaps o'er thy false head. LL 790, 799. This vehemence of moral enthusiasm in Milton is due to the conception of chastity as an abstracted sublimity. He learned it, he says, in his study of Platonic philosophy, but the teaching of it as a positive doctrine applied to human conduct is his own contribution, and strikes the characteristic note of his idealism. In Plato he found only the suggestion of this teaching. It lay in that idea of the Phaedo, already explained, of the destruction of the soul's purity through sense knowledge. Milton's imagination, working upon this idea, transformed it in a way peculiar to himself alone. The pure soul, according to his belief, has power in itself to change the body to its own pure essence. The conversion of body to soul, however, is not a tenet of Platonic philosophy in any phase. It was the working in Milton of that tendency, visible throughout the poetry of the 17th century, to assert the primacy of the soul in life, an attempt which was made by the metaphysical poets especially in their treatment of love. The statement of this theory of chastity is explained in Comus, and its quickening influence is felt in the very manner in which Milton refers to it. Before the elder brother recounts the effect of lust upon the soul, he explains the hidden power of chastity. So dear to heaven is saintly chastity that, when a soul is found sincerely so, 8,000 liveried angels lackey her, driving far off each thing of sin and guilt, and in clear dream and solemn vision tell her of things that no gross ear can hear, till oft converse with heavenly habitants begin to cast a beam on the outward shape, the unpolluted temple of the mind, and turns it by degrees to the soul's essence, till all be made immortal. LL 453, 463. This is the abstracted sublimity which the lady refers to when she addresses Comus. It is a notion, a mystery, which he, standing for the purely sensual instincts of man, cannot apprehend. She tells him, "Thou hast nor ear, nor soul, to apprehend the sublime notion and high mystery that must be uttered to unfold the sage and serious doctrine of virginity, and thou art worthy that thou shouldst not know more happiness than this thy present lot." LL 784, 789. So powerfully, indeed, has the vision of beauty described in the Phaedrus and the Symposium affected Milton's own imagination that he visualizes chastity much as Plato does an idea. It is an idea not only known to the mind, but thrilling the imagination with its beauty. When the lady is at first conscious of the power of Comus's magic to disturb her mind with foreboding fancies, she invokes faith, hope, and chastity. The first two are seen as personages, but chastity only as a pure, unblemished form. Oh, welcome, pure-eyed faith, white-handed hope, thou hovering angel girt with golden wings, and thou unblemished form of chastity. I see ye visibly. LL 213, 216. The directness of this vision is like that of the soul in the Phaedrus when it sees the flashing beauty of the beloved, which, says Plato, when the charioteer the soul sees, his memory is carried to the true beauty, whom he beholds in company with modesty like an image placed upon a holy pedestal. Phaedrus, 254. It is in the vision of this holy beauty as a lost possession of the soul that the deadly pang of sin lies. In Milton's later work there is no reference to the power of the chaste soul to change the body to its own pure essence, but his mind still holds to the power of sin to dim the soul's luster. This is strikingly exemplified in the character of Satan's reflection on his faded glory. The one keen regret that he feels, in spite of his indomitable will, is occasioned by the thought that by reason of sinning his form has lost the beauty of its original goodness. Throughout Paradise Lost there is repeated emphasis upon the faded luster of Satan's form. The very first words that fall from Satan's lips, in his speech to Beelzebub, as the two lay rolling in the fiery gulf, draw our attention to the great change in their outward forms. To whom the arch-enemy, and thence in heaven called Satan, with bold words breaking the horrid silence, thus began: "If thou beest he, but oh how fallen, how changed from him, who, in the happy realms of light, clothed with transcendent brightness, didst outshine myriads, though bright." I 81, 87. And then, as Satan proceeds, his mind is directed to his own departed glory. Yet not for those, i.e. the force of the Almighty's arms, nor what the potent victor in his rage can else inflict, do I repent, or change, though changed in outward luster, that fixed mind, and high disdain from sense of injured merit. I 94, 98. In his address to the sun, Satan expresses his hatred of that bright light because it brings to remembrance the more glorious state from which he fell. O thou that, with surpassing glory crowned, lookest from thy sole dominion like the God of this new world, at whose sight all the stars hide their diminished heads, to thee I call, but with no friendly voice, and add thy name, O sun, to tell thee how I hate thy beams, that bring to my remembrance from what state I fell, how glorious once above thy sphere. 432, 39. When the moral significance of this change in his form flashes through his mind, Satan then suffers the deepest regret that could come to him. The episode in which he learns the true effect of his sin is his encounter with the angels, Ithuriel and Zephon. These two have found him squat like a toad at the ear of Eve, trying to work upon her mind while she sleeps. At the touch of Ithuriel's spear, Satan springs up in his real form. Ithuriel then asks which of the rebel angels he may be. The lofty pride of Satan is touched to the quick. "Know ye not, then," said Satan, filled with scorn, "know ye not me? Ye knew me once, no made for you, there sitting where ye durst not soar. Not to know me argues yourselves unknown, the lowest of your throng." 4:827, 831. Zephon, however, points out that Satan should not think that he may still be known, as he was in heaven, by the brightness of his form, for his glory departed when he rebelled, and now resembles his sin and place of doom. "Think not, revolted spirit, thy shape the same, or undiminished brightness, to be known as when thou stoodst in heaven upright and pure. That glory then, when thou no more wast good, departed from thee, and thou resemblest now thy sin and place of doom obscure and foul." 4:835, 840. At this thought Satan stands abashed. Lover of the beautiful as he is, he now experiences the pang of its loss in his own life. So spake the cherub, and his grave rebuke, severe in youthful beauty, added grace invincible. Abashed the devil stood, and felt how awful goodness is, and saw virtue in her shape how lovely saw, and pined his loss, but chiefly to find here observed his luster visibly impaired, yet seemed undaunted. 4:844, 851. In Milton, then, whether his mind dwells on chastity or on the consciousness of sin's effect on the soul, it is to the vision of a world of moral beauty that at last it mounts. The relation of these ideals of holiness, temperance, and chastity to the Christian doctrine of grace, which finds a place in the works of these English poets, can now be clearly seen. The ideals of conduct are essentially moral ideals, and in the attainment of them the soul lives its fullest life. The being who possesses good always, everywhere, and in all things, says Socrates in the Philebus, 60, has the most perfect sufficiency. According to Plato, the soul may realize perfect sufficiency of itself, it is self-sufficient, but Christian theology taught the necessity of a heavenly grace for man to work out his own salvation. The two ideals are thus distinct, and though the English poets incorporate both in their work, the line of cleavage is distinctly visible, and the doctrine of grace plays no more than a formal part in their exposition of the soul's growth. In the Fairy Queen and in Comus, Platonic idealism triumphs over Christian theology. In Spenser, the adventures of Arthur, in whom heavenly grace is commonly recognized, have no moral significance in the progress of the knight aided by him toward the realization of virtue. Arthur frees the Red Cross Knight from Argaglio and Duisa, but the Red Cross Knight is, morally speaking, the same man after he is freed as before. The adventure of Arthur answers to no change significant in the moral order of his life as this is revealed in holiness. The realization of holiness as an intimate experience of the soul is achieved only after the knight's training on the Mount of Heavenly Contemplation, which follows all his preceding discipline in the Christian graces, for this has left him a man of earth. In the legend of temperance the efficacy of grace is no more vital, and what is more, it is an intrusion upon the moral order, it makes the soul untrue to itself and all that we know of her. The logic of Gaian's inner life did not require that Arthur should come to his rescue after he had shown his ability to remain temperate under strong emotion and in the presence of wantonness and covetousness. His swoon at the end of the 7th canto has no more meaning than mere bodily fatigue after toil. Morally, Gaian should have been only the stronger for his past victories over his passions. Arthur's entrance at the 8th canto, consequently, is not required. Spencer is only paralleling in his second book Arthur's advent in the 8th canto of his first. Similarly in Comus. When the younger brother inquires what that power which the lady possesses to keep herself unspotted in the presence of lust may be, if it is not the strength of heaven, his elder companion replies, I mean that too, but yet a hidden strength, which, if heaven gave it, may be termed her own. 'Tis chastity, my brother, chastity. LL 418, 420. So the lady herself witnesses, when in the great crisis of her life she appeals to faith, hope, and chastity, if need were, she is confident that heaven would send an angel to her defense. Oh, welcome, pure-eyed faith, white-handed hope, thou hovering angel, girt with golden wings, and thou unblemished form of chastity. I see ye visibly, and now believe that he, the supreme good, to whom all things ill are but as slavish officers of vengeance, would send a glistering guardian, if need were, to keep my life and honor unassailed. LL 212, 220. And the guardian spirit, in whose parting words is found the moral of the poem, explains the same idea of the self-sufficiency of the virtuous soul. Mortals, that would follow me, love virtue, she alone is free. She can teach ye how to climb higher than the sphery chime, or, if virtue feeble were, heaven itself would stoop to her. LL 1018, 1023. The theological doctrine of grace, although maintained as a part of an intellectual scheme of thought, did not enter into the inward life of Spencer's and Milton's work. So sensitive were they to the power of beauty that nothing could come between it and the soul. To Milton beauty wore an invincible grace, before which all must give way. Satan recognized this when he was confronted by the angel, Zephon. So spake the cherub, and his grave rebuke, severe in youthful beauty, added grace invincible. 844, 846. Nothing was more natural, then, than that such a mind feeding upon Plato's thought and learning its great lesson of wisdom, that it alone is truly fair, should conceive virtue panoplied in all the might of beauty. He thus could teach in his Comus the sun-clad power of chastity, she that has that is clad in complete steel, and, like a quivered nymph with arrows keen, may trace huge forests, and unharbored heaths, infamous hills, and sandy perilous wilds, where, through the sacred rays of chastity, no savage fierce, bandite, or mountaineer, will dare to soil her virgin purity. LL 421, 427. In Spencer beauty is not thus militant. When the Red Cross Knight, eager to enter the cave of error, II 12, says to Una, confident in his power, virtue gives herself light, through darken esse for to wade, Una cautions him to stay his step while there yet is time. II 13. But it is just as true in Spencer as in Milton, that beauty is an unerring guide in life. Spencer responded to it because he felt most deeply the power of the soul's affinity for it. Throughout his work the influence of beauty upon man is constantly present. Even though at times he seems to be drawn to it by the subtlety of its appeal to the sense alone, he makes it very evident that true beauty can be found in the soul only in its habits of virtuous life. Thus the witch Tuasa, when stripped of her alluring beauty, is revolting in her hideousness, I 240, 2 I 22, and Acrasia's beauty only poisons the souls of her lovers. 2 I 54. Beauty that is nothing but a mere witchery of the sense disappears into thin air when confronted by virtue in her beauty. This is the lesson taught in the vanishing of the false Florimel when the true is placed beside her. V3. 25. The power of this affinity of the soul for beauty, mysterious as it is real, which Spencer's work reveals, is conveyed in a question from Sidney's Arcadia, where the spirit of the Phaedrus is all present. Did ever man's eye look thorough love upon the majesty of virtue, shining through beauty, but that he became, as it well became him, a captive. 5. Chapter 2 Theory of Love Heavenly love, as conceived in the poetry of the 16th and 17th centuries, refers to two distinct experiences. By this term the poets meant either the love known in the soul for the realities of the unseen world or the love which God had shown to man in his creation and preservation, and which man could experience through the indwelling of God's Spirit within him. In the explanation of the nature of these two experiences the teaching of Platonism played a very important part, directing the course of that love of man for heavenly things, and accounting for the presence of love in the Godhead. To the discussion of the latter of these subjects Platonism was able to offer two conceptions, in which a rational explanation of God's love as revealed in the creation could be found, one presenting the highest reality as beauty, the other as the good. The first conception was present in its theory of love. In the Symposium Plato had taught that love was a desire of birth in beauty, and that the highest love was a desire of birth in beauty absolute, the ultimate principle of all beauty. Symposium, 206, 211, 212. Christianity, on the other hand, had taught that God is love. By identifying the absolute beauty of Plato with God, and by applying the Platonic conception of the birth of love to this Christian conception of God as love, God himself was understood as enjoying his own beauty, thus begetting beings like to it in fairness. In Spenser's Hymn of Heavenly Love, this idea forms the first division of the poem which treats of the love of God. LL 25, 122. At first God is conceived as living in himself in love. Before this world's great frame, in which all things are now contained, found any being place, ere flitting time could wag his eyes wings about that mighty bound, which doth embrace the rolling spheres, and parts their hours by space, that high eternal power, which now doth move in all these things, moved in itself by love. LL 25, 31. Loving itself, this power brought forth, first the sun. It loved itself, because itself was fair, for fair is loved and of itself begot like to itself his eldest son and heir, eternal, pure, and void of sinful blot. LL 32, 35. After the creation of the Son God begets the angels in his beauty. Yet being pregnant still with powerful grace, and full of fruitful love, that loves to get things like himself, and to enlarge his race, his second brood though not in power so great, yet full of beauty, next he did beget an infinite increase of angels bright, all glistering glorious in their Maker's light. LL 53, 59. After the fall of the angels God finally creates man. Such he him made, that he resemble might himself, as mortal thing immortal could, him to be Lord of every living wight, he made by love out of his own like mold, in whom he might his mighty self behold, for love doth love the thing beloved to see, that like itself in lovely shape may be. LL 116, 122. The second conception of the highest reality as the good is used in a more general way to explain the reason of creation. In the Timaeus the maker of the universe is conceived as creating the world in goodness. Let me tell you, says Timaeus, why the Creator made this world of generation. He was good, and the good can never have any jealousy of anything. And being free from jealousy, he desired that all things should be as like himself as they could be. Timaeus, 29. In Henry Moore the idea is expressed in the closing canto of his Psychothanasia, where he is accounting for the creation. 3-4. He has words of bitter denunciation for those who teach that God created the world merely as a manifestation of his power, his will. 3-4. 22. He maintains the Platonic teaching. When nothing can to God's own self accrue, who's infinitely happy, Sure the end of this creation simply was to shew his flowing goodness, which he doth outsend not for himself, for naught can him amend, but to his creature doth his good impart, this infinite good through all the world doth wend to fill with heavenly bliss each willing heart. So the free sun doth light and liven every part. 3-4. 16. So closely allied in the English poets are the teachings of Platonism with the devotional spirit of Christian love that in the same man and even in the same experience the thought can pass most naturally from a conception of Christ's love for God, as absolute beauty, to a subjective treatment of it as a personal experience. Thus in George Herbert's lyric, Love, the invocation is to the love of Christ for God springing from his imperishable beauty, but in the second division of the poem this love has become a refining fire that can burn all lusts within the soul and enable it to see him. Immortal love, author of this great frame, sprung from that beauty which can never fade, how hath man parcelled out thy glorious name, and thrown it in that dust which thou hast made. Immortal heat, O let thy greater flame attract the lesser to it, let those fires which shall consume the world first make it tame, and kindle in our hearts such true desires as may consume our lusts, and make thee way, then shall our hearts pant thee, then shall our brain all her invention on thine altar lay, and there in him send back thy fire again. Our eyes shall see thee, which before saw dust blown by wit, till that they both were blinde, thou shalt recover all thy goods in kind, who wert diseased by usurping lust. The earlier conception of heavenly love, as related to absolute beauty, is not, however, the more important of the two themes of this poetry. From the very nature of the love itself, although it could be described in accordance with certain Platonic conceptions, it could not be the subject of a personal treatment, it gave no sufficient outlet for the passion of love. This was afforded only by that heavenly love which is the love of man for the unseen realities of the spiritual world. The full treatment which this latter subject receives in English poetry testifies to the strong hold which the teachings of Platonism had upon religious experience in the 16th and 17th centuries. Platonism afforded not only the philosophic basis for the object of this passion, but it also acted as a corrective tendency in checking the influence of an alien idea, erotic mysticism. Heavenly love, understood as a love known in the soul for a spiritual, or as it was then called, heavenly beauty, sprang out of the treatment to which Plato had subjected love in the Symposium. In English it appears in two separate forms, although in both it consists in gaining a correct idea of the relation of the beauty known to the senses as compared with that known by the soul. The only difference in the two expressions is that the object of the passion is variously described. In Spenser's Hymn of Heavenly Beauty occurs the first form of this love. The heavenly beauty celebrated in this hymn is the Platonic wisdom, sapience, as Spenser calls it, the same high reality with which he had identified Una. L 186. The subject of the love in the hymn is formally presented as God, who is described as that highest for beyond all telling, fairer than all the rest which there appear, though all their beauties joined together were, how then can mortal tongue hope to express, the image of such endless perfectness. LL 104, 108. Yet the real subject is the praise of sapience, to which somewhat more than one-third of the hymn is devoted. A description of her transcendent beauty and her power to fill the soul of the beholder with true insight into the relative beauty of this world of sense and that of spirit is the climax of the poem. Among all the attributes of God mentioned, His truth, His love, His grace, His mercy, His might, His judgment, LL 113 to 115, the greatest is sapience, who is described as sitting in the very bosom of the Almighty. L 187. The fairness of her face, he says, none can tell, no painter or poet can adequately describe her, his own powers are so weak that he can only admire, not presuming to picture her. LL 207, 241. So completely, however, does she occupy the field of spiritual vision in the happy mortals that behold her, that any from thenceforth doth any fleshly sense, or idle thought of earthly things remain, but all that erst seemed sweet, seems now offense, and all that pleased erst, now seems to pain, their joy, their comfort, their desire, their gain, is fixed all on that which now they see, all other sights but faint shadows be. And that fair lamp, which used to enflame the hearts of men with self-consuming fire, thenceforth seems foul, and full of sinful blame, and all that pompa, to which proud minds aspire by name of honor, and so much desire, seems to them baseness, and all riches dross, and all mirth sadness, and all lucre loss. So full their eyes are of that glorious sight, and senses fraught with such satiety, that in naught else on earth they can delight, but in th aspect of that felicity, which they have written in their inward ey, on which they feed, and in their fastened mynd all happy joy and full contentment fynd. LL 270, 290. According to Spencer, then, heavenly love is the love felt in the soul when the sight of wisdom in her beauty dawns upon the inner vision. It is a love gained through speculation, and though the object is conceived of as yonder in heaven, it is still the beauty which is seen here in the mind. L 17. Instead of the poetical device of the Mount of Heavenly Contemplation used in the Fairy Queen to signify the refinement of the spiritual vision necessary to the sight of this heavenly wisdom, Spencer has been able to explain in detail the way along which the soul must travel to gain its goal. It is the dialectic of the Symposium, 211, the progress through ever-ascending gradations of beauty up to the first absolute beauty changed only in the externals as required by the Christian conception of the heavenly hierarchy. But throughout the long series of upward stages through which his mind passes, one may feel the quickening of his spirit at the thought of the highest beauty, in which lies the unity of the poem. In the contemplation of this heavenly beauty the poem begins and ends. Rapt with the rage of mine own ravished thought, through contemplation of those goodly sights, and glorious images in heaven wrought, whose wondrous beauty breathing sweet delights, do kindle love in high conceited sprites, I feign to tell the things that I behold, but feel my wits to fail, and tongue to fold. LL 4, 10. And look at last up to that sovereign light, from whose pure beams all perfect beauty springs, that kind leth love in every godly sprite, even the love of God, which loathing brings of this vile world, and these gay seeming things, with whose sweet pleasures being so pauciest, thy straying thoughts henceforth for ever rest. LL 298, 304. The second form which the doctrine of heavenly love assumed in English is found in William Drummond's song To It Autumn Was, and On Our Hemisphere. The conception of heavenly beauty is not the ethical notion of Spencer's hymn, but a less stimulating idea of the beauty of an intelligible world of which this world is but a copy. The attraction in this idea lay in its appeal to Drummond's peculiar imagination, delighting, as it did, in the sight of vastness. The poem is an exhortation to the lover, who is Drummond himself, to cease his mourning for his dead love, and to raise his mind to a love of heaven and of the beauty of God there to be seen. The two ideas which Platonism contributed are the notion of an intelligible world above this world of sense, and of an absolute beauty of which all beauty on earth is but a shadow. The conception of a world above this world was suggested by Plato in his Phaedo and explained by Plotinus in his Enneads, 6-7-12, as a pure intelligible world. For since, says Plotinus, we say that this all the universe is framed after the yonder, as after a pattern, the all must first exist yonder as a living entity, an animal, and since its idea is complete, everything must exist yonder. Heaven, therefore, must exist there as an animal, not without what here we call its stars, and this is the idea of heaven. Yonder, 2, of course, must be the earth, not bare, but far more richly furnished with life. In it are all creatures that move on dry land and plants rooted in life. Sea, too, is yonder, and all water ebbing and flowing in abiding life, and all creatures that inhabit the water, and all the tribes of the air are part of the all yonder, and all aerial beings, for the same reason as air itself. In the Phaedo, 110-111, Plato lends color to his account by calling attention to the fairness of the place and to the pleasantness of life there. Drummond has seized upon this idea of an immaterial world where all is fair and happy, and interprets it as the heaven whither the young woman who has died is urging him to direct his love. Thus in her addresses to Drummond she speaks of the character of the world where she lives. Above this vast and admirable frame, this temple visible, which world we name, there is a world of perfect bliss, pure, immaterial, bright, a world, where all is found, that here is found, but further discrepant than heaven and ground. It hath an earth, as hath this world of yours, with creatures peopled, stored with trees and flowers. It hath a sea. It hath pure fire, it hath delicious air, moon, sun, and stars, heavens wonderfully fair, but their flowers do not fade, trees grow not old, the creatures do not die through heat nor cold. LL 111, 136. It is to this world that she urges him to raise his mind, for all that earth has to offer is a vain shadow. But thou who vulgar footsteps dost not trace, learn to raise up thy mind unto this place, and what earth-creeping mortals most affect, if not at all to scorn, yet to neglect, O chase not shadows vain, which when obtained, were better lost, than with such travail gained. LL 181, 186. These shadows are worldly honor and fame. At this point the poem naturally passes on to develop the second suggestion found in Platonism, that the beauty of earth is but a shadow or reflection of the absolute beauty. As was common in that time, this absolute beauty is identified with God. Accordingly, the young woman appeals to Drummond to trust in God's beauty, which alone can fill the soul with bliss. If the power of earthly beauty, the glance of an eye, can make him leave all else, what, she asks, must be the love kindled by the only fair, for though the wonders of earth, of sea, and heaven are beautiful, they are but shadows of him. O leave that love which reachest but to dust, and in that love eternal only trust, and beauty, which, when once it is possessed, can only fill the soul, and make it blessed. Pale envy, jealous emulations, fears, sighs, plaints, remorse, here have no place, nor tears, false joys, vain hopes, here be not, hate nor wrath, what ends all love, here most augments it, death. If such force had the dim glance of an eye, which some few days thereafter was to die, that it could make thee leave all other things, and like the taper fly there burn thy wings, if once thou on that only fair couldst gaze, what flames of love would he within thee raise? Those golden letters which so brightly shine in heaven's great volume gorgeously divine, the wonders all in sea, in earth, in air, be but dark pictures of that sovereign fair, be tongues, which still thus cry unto your ear, could ye amidst worlds cataracts them hear, from fading things, fond wights, lift your desire, and in our beauty, us made, admire, if we seem fair, O think how fair is he of whose fair fairness shadows, steps, we be. No shadow can compare it with the face, no step with that dear foot which did it trace. LL 197, 234. This song, then, though drawing on a different phase of Platonism, its more philosophic and fanciful side, not its deep ethical truth, follows the same order of thought as Spenser's hymn, and like that presence heavenly love as a love known in the soul and growing out of a correct notion of the relative values of the visible beauty of the senses and the invisible beauty of mind. In Drummond, heavenly love is a progression out of the romantic love of woman. It is not explicitly so stated in the song, but in a sonnet, the subject of which refers to the young woman of the longer poem, he writes, "Sith it hath pleased that first and only fair to take that beauty to himself again, which in this world of sense not to remain, but to amaze, was sent, and home repair, the love which to that beauty I did bear, made pure of mortal spots which did it stain, and endless, which even death cannot impair, I place on him who will it not disdain." Poems, 2nd Pts 13. This is a note heard in other poets where heavenly love is described as naturally growing out of earthly love when the right idea of the nature of the object of that lower passion has been learned. Thus in Milton it is taught that the love of woman must not be passion, but must be a scale by which the mind may mount to the heavenly world. The passion which Adam feels for the loveliness that hedges the presence of Eve when I approach her loveliness, so absolute she seems and in herself complete, so well to know her own, that what she wills to do or say seems wisest, virtuousest, discreetest, best, and, to consummate all, greatness of mind and nobleness their seat build in her loveliest, and create an awe about her, as a guard angelic placed, 8 546, 559, is described by Raphael with contracted brow as merely transported touch, in reality the same feeling shared by the beasts of the field. 8 582. Raphael, accordingly, directs Adam to love only the rational in Eve's nature, for true love has his seat in the reason. What higher in her society thou findest attractive, human, rational, love still, in loving thou dost well, in passion not, wherein true love consists not. Love refines the thoughts, and heart enlarges hath his seat in reason, and is judicious, is the scale by which to heavenly love thou mayest ascend, not sunk in carnal pleasure. 8 586, 594. In Phineas Fletcher's 6th Piscatory Eclogue, where there is a long discussion on the nature of love, human love is shown to be a love merely of the passing charms of woman, of her form, which will decay, of her voice, which is but empty wind, and of her color, which can move only the sense. Stz 20, 22. No attempt is made to describe the nature of the higher love, but a simple exhortation to raise this love of woman to a love of the god of fishers closes the account. Then let thy love mount from these baser things, and to the highest love and worth aspire, love's born of fire, fitted with mounting wings, that at his highest he might wind him higher, base love, that to base earth so basely clings. Raise then thy prostrate love with towering thought, and clog it not in chains and prison here, the god of fishers, dear thy love hath bought, most dear he loves, for shame, love thou as dear. Stz 24, 25. Heavenly love, then, whether springing from the desire within the soul to see wisdom in her beauty, or from a desire to raise the mind from a love of earth to the intelligible world, or from the desire to find a worthy object in the love of the rational in woman, when freed from all the grossness of physical passion, is a contemplative love of a less perishing beauty than can be found on earth. And just as the transition was easy from the love which God himself knows to the soul's love of God, so was the change from the love of soul for a higher reality than earthly beauty to the immortal love of God for the soul. Thus in Sidney's sonnet the subtle change is effected. Leave me, O love, which reachest but to dust, and thou my mind aspire to higher things, grow rich in that which never taketh rust, whatever fades, but fading pleasure brings. Draw in thy beams, and humble all thy might, to that sweet yoke, where lasting freedoms be, which breaks the cloudies and opens forth the light, that doth both shine and give us sight to see. O take fast hold, Let that light be thy guide, in this small course which birth draws out to death, and think ye how evil becometh him to slide, who seeketh heaven, and comes of heaven ly breath. Then farewell world, thy uttermost I see, eternal love maintain thy life in me. SCX. The appeal which Platonism made to the English poets in its doctrine of a heavenly love was through its power to stir the minds with a deep sense of that beauty which God was understood to possess. The application of the principle of beauty to God resulted in a note of joy and in an exaltation of soul in the religious mind, which, after forsaking the beauty of this world of sense, could enjoy the great principle of beauty in the beatific vision of God. Such a strain of joy may be heard in Drummond, in John Norris, and even in the quiet lyrics of George Herbert. The sight of God in his absolute beauty is considered by these poets as the end of the soul's endeavor. According to John Norris, God is the divine excellence, which pleases either mind or sense, though thee by different names we call. Search nature through, there still wilt be the sum of all that's good in her variety. He thus exhorts the soul to rise to a sight of him. But do not thou, my soul, fixed here remain, all streams of beauty here below do from that immense ocean flow, and thither they should lead again. Trace then these streams, till thou shalt be at length o'erwhelmed in beauty's boundless sea. Beauty, STZ 4, 10. According to Drummond, the one choicest bliss of life is the possession of God's beauty as a burning passion within the soul. In an hymn of true happiness he teaches that supreme felicity does not consist in the enjoyment of earth's treasures, of sensuous beauty, or of other sensual delights, and not even in knowledge and fame. No, but blessed life is this, with chaste and pure desire, to turn unto the lodestar of all bliss, on God the mind to rest, burnt up with sacred fire, possessing him, to be by him possess. LL 61, 66. A love which, while it burns the soul with fairest beams, in that uncreated sun the soul it turns, and makes such beauty prove, that, if sense saw her gleams, all lookers on would pine and die for love. LL 97, 102. The essential nature of this beatific vision is described either as a sense of eternal rest or of eternal joy. In Norris's prospect, the soul is preparing for the great change that will come when it is free from the body, and its greatest change is described as a sight of the only fair. Now for the greatest change prepare, to see the only great, the only fair, veil now thy feeble eyes, gaze and be blessed, here all thy turns and revolutions cease, here's all serenity and peace, thou art to the center come, the native seat of rest. Here's now no further change nor need there be, when one shall be variety. STZ 5. In Drummond's Tears on the Death of Moliades, the joy of the departed soul is repeatedly emphasized as a rest in the enjoyment of God's beauty. Thus, in closing, the dead is addressed, rest, blessed sprite, rest satiate with the sight of him whose beams doth dazzle and delight, life of all lives, cause of each other cause, the sphere and center where the mind doth pause, Narcissus of himself, himself the well, lover, and beauty, that doth all excel. Rest, happy ghost, and wonder in that glass where seen is all that shall be, is, or was, while shall be, is, or was do pass away, and not remain but an eternal day, for ever rest. LL 179, 188. The note of joy in the beatific vision is heard in Drummond and Norris. In Drummond, earthly love is a care, a war within our nature, but love among those sprites above which see their Maker's face, it a contentment is, a quiet peace, a pleasure void of grief, a constant rest, eternal joy which nothing can molest. Urania, Madrigal 2. And again, O blessed abode! O happy dwelling place where visibly invisible doth reign! Blessed people, who do see true beauty's face, with whose dark shadows he but earth doth deign, all joy is but annoy, all concord strife, matched with your endless bliss and happy life. Urania, S.V. In Norris's seraphic love a more violent strain is detected. He has forsaken the beauty of earth because he has seen a fairer beauty in contemplation, and to this source of all good and beauty he thus addresses the close of his poem. To thee, thou only fair, my soul aspires with holy breathings, languishing desires to thee am enamoured, panting heart does move, by efforts of ecstatic love. How do thy glorious streams of light refresh my intellectual sight? Though broken, and strained through a screen of envious flesh that stands between. When shall imprisoned soul be free, that she thy native uncorrected light may see, and gaze upon thy beatific face to all eternity? Stz 4. The violence of passion in these poets is absent in George Herbert, and even the presence of the beatific vision, as a conscious experience of the soul known after the long travail of its search for beauty, is not in the least discernible. Still, the conviction that there is a higher beauty than that seen on earth, and that in truth lies this beauty, is felt beneath the mildness of Herbert's devotion. In 2 sonnets, which he sent to his mother in 1608, he laments the decay of any true love for God among the poets, and contrasts the beauty of God with the beauties of the amorists. To him the beauty of God lies in the discovery. Such poor invention burns in there the amorist's low minda, whose fire is wild, and doth not upward go to praise, and on thee, Lord, some ink bestow. Open the bones, and you shall nothing find in the best face but filth, when, Lord, in thee the beauty lies in the discovery. Si. He is, accordingly, content to sing the praises of God. Let foolish lovers, if they will love dung, with canvas, not with arras, clothe their shame, let folly speak in her own native tongue, true beauty dwells on high, ours in a flame but borrowed thence to light us thither, beauty and beauteous words should go together. The Forerunners, LL 25, 30. So intimately has this notion of the spiritual nature of true beauty blended with the simple experience of his devotional life that he can ask, is there in truth no beauty? Is all good structure in a winding stair? May no lines pass, except they do their duty not to a true, but painted chair? Must purling streams refresh a lover's loves? Must all be veiled while he that reads divines, catching the sense at 2 removes? 7. As for himself, he says, I envy no man's nightingale or spring, nor let them punish me with loss of rhyme, who plainly say, my God, my King. Jordan. In that truth he found his beauty. Platonism, then, came as a direct appeal to the religious mind of the 16th and 17th centuries, which was so constituted that the element of philosophic reverie was blended most naturally with a strain of pure devotional love. Although the ultimate postulates of that philosophy were intellectual principles, they were such as could be grasped by the soul only in its deep passion of love for spiritual beauty. The condemnation which Baxter passes upon other philosophies could not be brought with truth against Platonism. In short, he says, I am an enemy of their philosophy that vilify sense. The scripture that saith of God that he is life and light, saith also that he is love, and love is complacence, and complacence is joy, and to say God is infinite, essential love and joy is a better notion than with Cartesians and Coxians to say that God and angels and spirits are but a thought or an idea. What is heaven to us if there be no love and joy? 8. This desire of life and love, along its upper levels of thought, was satisfied by Platonism. It enabled the poets to forecast the life of the soul in heaven, and of its anticipation on earth as a love of beauty. There was a strong tendency, however, throughout this period of religious poetry, toward a phase of devotional love which may be called erotic mysticism, or that love for Christ which is characterized less by admiration and more by tenderness and mere delight in the pure sensuous experience of love. Contemplation of Christ's divine nature as essential beauty is totally absent from this passion. Christ as the object of this love is conceived only as the perfection of physical beauty, and the response within the soul of the lover is that of mere sensuous delight either in the sight of his personal beauties or in the realization of the union with him. This strain of religious devotion is heard in Herbert, in Vaughan, and Crashaw. In Herbert, who confessed that he entered the service of the Church in order to be like Christ, by making humility lovely, a confession which breathes pure emotion, there was joined so sensuous a strain that he seems to rejoice in the thoughts of that word Jesus, and say, that the adding these words, my Master, to it, and often repetition of them, seemed to perfume his mind, and leave an oriental fragrancy in his very breath. 9. The spectacle of the crucified Savior of man was especially influential in keeping this strain of mystical devotion alive, and the minds of these poets are continually dwelling upon the beauty of his mangled hands and feet. In a nature so eminently intellectual as John Donne's, this strain of feeling is still present, and in his explanation of the grounds for such a love is found an excellent account of its varying phases. In one of his sermons he says, I love my Saviour, as he is the Lord, he that studies my salvation, and as Christ, made a person able to work my salvation, but when I see him in the third notion, Jesus, accomplishing my salvation, by an actual death, I see those hands stretched out, that stretched out the heavens, and those feet racked, to which they that racked them are footstools, I hear him, from whom his nearest friends fled, pray for his enemies, and him, whom his Father forsook, not forsake his brethren, I see him that clothes this body with his creatures, or else it would wither, and clothes this soul with his righteousness, or else it would perish, hang naked upon the cross. When I conceit, when I contemplate my Saviour thus, I love the Lord, and there is reverent adoration in that love, I love Christ, and there is a mysterious adoration in that love, but I love Jesus, and there is a tender compassion in that love. Works, 2. 181. Whenever Platonism enters into this tender passion, it always elevates the emotion into a higher region, where the more intellectual or spiritual nature of Christ or God is the object of contemplation, and it does this by affording the poets a conception of the object of the soul's highest love, as a philosophical principle, whether of beauty, of good, or of true being. The first way by which this elevation of a purely sensuous passion into a higher region was effected was through the Platonic conception of the idea. Plato had taught that in love the mind should pass from a sight of the objects of beauty through ever-widening circles of abstraction to the contemplation of absolute beauty in its idea. This can be known only by the soul, and is the only real beauty. Spenser's Hymn of Heavenly Love is the best example of the application of this idea to the love of Christ. In this poem he sings the praise of Christ as the God of love. He finds the chief manifestation of Christ's love in his sacrifice. At first he treats this as a spectacle to move the eye. He dwells upon the mangling of Christ's body, LL 241-247, and exhorts the beholder to bleed in every vein, at sight of his most sacred heavenly course. LL 251, 252. But later, instead of calling upon the beholder to lift up his heavy clouded eye to behold such a manifestation of mercy, LL 226-227, he directs him to lift up his mind and meditate upon the author of his salvation, L 258. Christ's love then will burn all earthly desire away by the power of that celestial beauty's blaze, L 280, whose glory dazes the eye but illumines the spirit. And then, when this final stage of refinement is past, the ravished soul of the beholder shall have a sight not of his most sacred heavenly course, L 252, but of the very idea of his pure glory. Then shall thy ravished soul inspired be with heavenly thoughts, for above humane skill, and thy bright radiant eyes shall plainly see the day of his pure glory present still, before thy face, that all thy spirits shall fill with sweet enragement of celestial love, kindled through sight of those fair things above. LL 284, 290. The hymn, which celebrates the life of Christ on earth as a man among men, closes, as it had begun, with the mind in the presence of heavenly beauty. In Phineas Fletcher the term idea is not used, but the habit of thought is identical with that of Spencer's. Christ is to be seen by the soul, not in his bodily form, but in his first beauty and true majesty. In the passage where these expressions occur, Fletcher is showing the manner of the love we should bestow upon Christ for that which he has shown to us. He says that the only adequate return is to give back to Christ the love he has given to us. He then prays that Christ will inflame man with his glorious ray in order that he may rise above a love of earthly things into heaven. So we beholding with immortal eye the glorious picture of thy heavenly face, in his first beauty and true majesty, may shake from our dull souls these fetters base, and mounting up to that bright crystal sphere, whence thou strikest all the world with shuddering fear, may not be held by earth, nor hold vile earth so dear. The Purple Island, 6. 75, in Crashaw's In the Glorious Epiphany of Our Lord God, the elevation of the subject from a sensuous image into an object of pure contemplation is effected by conceiving Christ's nature as that of true being according to the Platonic notion. The first image brought before the mind is that of the Christ child's face. Bright babe, whose awe-full beauties make the morn incur a sweet mistake, for whom the officious heavens devise to disinherit the sun's rise, delicately to displace the day, and plant it fairer in thy face. LL 1, 5. Soon, however, under this image of the face appears the hidden conception of Christ as true being unchanging and everywhere present. For Christ is addressed as all-circling point, all-centering sphere. The world's one, round, eternal year, whose full and all unwrinkled face nor sinks nor swells with time or place, but everywhere and every while is one consistent, solid smile. LL 26, 31. The poem, then, which had begun with the recognition of the beauty of the babe's eyes in whose beauty the East had come to seek itself, ends in a desire not to know what may be seen with the eyes, but to press on, upward to a purely intellectual object, Christ in heaven. Thus we, who when with all the noble powers that, at thy cost, are called not vainly, ours, we vow to make brave way upwards, and press on for the pure intelligential prey. LL 220, 223. In those passages in Henry Moore, where the mystic union of the soul with Christ or God is symbolized as a sensuous experience, the elevating power of Platonism is noticeable in the progression of the poet's mind out of this lower plane into a higher region of pure thought. Thus in Psychothanasia the advance is made from a treatment of the communion, which the blessed have with Christ in their partaking his body and blood, to a contemplation of the beauty of God. In this union, which is shared by those whose soul's deiform summity is wakened in this life, and so to God are nearly joined in a firm unity, 3:30, the true believers grow incorporate with Christ. Christ is the sun that by his cheering might awakes our higher rays to join with his pure light. And when he hath that life elicited, he gives his own dear body and his blood to drink and eat. Thus daily we are fed unto eternal life. Thus do we bud, true heavenly plants, suck in our lasting food from the first spring of life, incorporate into the higher world, as erst I showed our lower rays the soul to subjugate to this low world, we fearless sit above all fate, safely that kingdom's glory contemplate, o'erflow with joy by a full sympathy with that world's sprite, and bless our own estate, praising the fount of all felicity, the lovely light of the blessed deity. Vain mortals think on this, and raise your mind above the body's life, strike through the skia with piercing throbs and sighs, that you may find his face. Base fleshly fumes your drowsy eyes thus blind. 3 I 31, 33. In Giles Fletcher's Christ's Triumph After Death, the most elaborate attempt is made to convey the idea of the blessedness of the union of the soul with God through the pleasure of mere sense, and at the same time to show how the object with which the soul is joined is in every respect a supersensible entity. At first, the blessedness of the soul's life in heaven is presented both as a pleasurable enjoyment of the sense of sight, of hearing, and even that of smell, and as a more spiritual pleasure in the exercise of the faculties of understanding and will. Speaking of the joy of those souls that ever hold their eyes on him, whose graces manifold the more they do behold, the more they would behold, Fletcher says, their sight drinks lovely fires in at their eyes, their brain sweet incense with fine breath ecloys, that on God's sweating altar burning lies, their hungry ears feed on the heavenly wine was, that angels sing, to tell their untold joys, their understanding, naked truth, their wills the all, and self-sufficient goodness, fills. That nothing here is wanting, but the want of ills. Stz 34. Here the progression in the scale of pleasures is from those of the senses to those of the mind. But Fletcher presents this union as even a more intimate experience of the soul. His is the most elaborate attempt in English poetry to describe the nature of the participation of the soul in the beauty of the ultimate reality, according to the Platonic notion of the participation of an object in its idea. After 3 stanzas descriptive of the state of absolute freedom from cares of life which reigns in heaven, Stz 35-37, Fletcher passes on to a description of God the idea beatifical, as he names him in accordance with the Platonic notion of the highest principle, the one, in midst of the city celestial, where the eternal temple should have rose, lightened the idea beatifical, and beginning of each thing that grows, whose self no end, nor yet beginning knows, that hath no eyes to see, nor ears to hear, yet sees and hears and is all eye, all ear, that nowhere is contained, and yet is everywhere, changer of all things, yet immutable, before and after all, the first and last, that, moving all, is yet immovable, great without quantity, in whose forecast things past are present, things to come are past, swift without motion, to whose open eye the hearts of wicked men unbreasted lie, at once absent and present to them, fur, and nigh. Stz 39, 40. He then goes on to explain what the idea is not. It is nothing that can be known by sense. It is no flaming luster, no harmony of sounds, no ambrosial feast for the appetite, no odor, no soft embrace, nor any sensual pleasure. And yet within the soul of the beholder it is known as an inward feast, a harmony, a light, a sound, a sweet perfume, and entire embrace. Thus he writes, it is no flaming luster, made of light, no sweet consent, as well timed harmony, ambrosia, for to feast the appetite, or florid odor, mixed with spicery, no soft embrace, or pleasure bodily, and yet it is a kind of inward feast, a harmony, that sounds within the breast, an odor, light, embrace, in which the soul doth rest. A heavenly feast, no hunger can consume, a light unseen, yet shines in every place, a sound, no time can steal, a sweet perfume no winds can scatter, an entire embrace that no satiety can e'er unlace. Stz 41, 42. Such was the powerful hold of the doctrines of Platonism upon the minds of these religious poets. Strong as were the forces leading them into a degenerate form of Christian love, these were overcome by the one fundamental conception of Platonism, that the highest love the soul can know is the love of a purely intellectual principle of beauty and goodness, and that this love is one in which passion and reason are wedded into the one supreme desire of the seeker after wisdom and beauty. Such a conception saved a large body of English poetry from degenerating into that form of erotic mysticism which Crashaw's later poems reveal, and in which there is no elevation of the mind away from the lower range of sense enjoyment, but only an introversion of the physical life into the intimacies of spiritual experience. To earthly love, the influence of Platonism upon the love poetry of the 16th and 17th centuries in England is felt in two distinct forms. In the first place, the teachings of that philosophy were used to explain and dignify the conception of love as a passion having its source in a desire for the enjoyment of beauty, and in the second place, the emphasis laid by Platonism upon the function of the soul as opposed to the senses resulted in a tendency to treat love as a purely spiritual passion devoid of all sensuous pleasure. In the first phase, the teachings of Platonic theory were made to render service according to the conventional love theory known as Petrarchism, and in its second phase Platonism contributed its share in keeping alive the so-called metaphysical mood of the 17th century lyric. According to the conventional method of Petrarchism, the object of the poet's love was always a lady of great beauty and spotless virtue, and of a correspondingly great cruelty. Hence the subjects of the Petrarchian love poem were either the praise of the mistress's beauty or an account of the torment of soul caused by her heartless indifference. By applying the doctrines of Platonism to this conventional manner, a way was found to explain upon a seemingly philosophic basis the power of the lover's passion and of beauty as its exciting cause. The best example in English of this application of Platonic theory is Spenser's two hymns, An Hymn in Honor of Love and An Hymn in Honor of Beauty. The professed aim of Spenser in these hymns differs in no wise from the purpose of the Petrarchian lover. Both are written to ease the torments of an unrequited passion. In the hymn in honor of love he addresses love in his invocation, Love, that long since hast to thy mighty power, perforce subdued my poor captived heart, and raging now therein with restless stowre, doest tyrannize in every weaker part. Fain would I seek to ease my bitter smart, by any service I might do to thee, or aught that else might to thee pleasing be. LL 4, 10. In his closing stanzas he expresses the wish of coming at last to the object of his desire. LL 298, 300. In the hymn in honor of beauty, he openly confesses a desire that through his hymn it may so please that she at length will stream some daw of grace, into my withered heart, after long sorrow and consuming smart. LL 29, 31. The only respect in which these hymns differ from the mass of love poetry of their time is in the method by which Spenser treated the common subject of the poetical amorists of the Renaissance. In singing the praises of love and beauty he drew upon the doctrines of Italian Platonism, and by the power of his own genius blended the purely expository and lyrical strains so that at times it is difficult to separate them. The presence of Platonic doctrine, however, is felt in the dignified treatment of the passion of love and of beauty. In the hymn in honor of love, love is described as no merely cruel passion inflicted by the tyrannical Cupid of the amorist, but as the manifestation in man of the great informing power which brought the universe out of chaos and which now maintains it in order and concord. According to Ficino, the greatest representative of Italian Platonism during the Renaissance, one truth established by the speech of Eryximachus in the Symposium is that love is the creator and preserver of all things. Through this, Ficino says in his Commentarium in Convivium, fire moves air by sharing its heat, the air moves the water moves the earth, and vice versa, the earth draws the water to itself, water, the air, and the air, the fire. Plants and trees also beget their like because of a desire of propagating their seed. Animals, brutes, and men are allured by the same desire to beget offspring. 3:2. And in summing up his discussion he says, therefore all parts of the universe, since they are the work of one artificer and are members of the same mechanism like to one another both in being and in life, are linked together by a certain mutual love, so that love may be rightly declared the perpetual bond of the universe and the unmoving support of its parts and the firm basis of the whole mechanism. 3. Holding to this conception of love, Spencer comes to a praise of the great God of might, that reignest in the mind, and all the bodhi to thy hest doest frame, LL 46, 47, with an explanation of his power as the creating and sustaining spirit of the universe. Before the world was created, love moved over the warring elements of chaos and arranged them in the order they now obey. Then through the world his way he 'gan to take, the world that was not till he did it make, whose sundry parts he from themselves did sever, the which before had lien confused ever, the earth, the air, the water, and the fire, then 'gan to range themselves in huge array, and with contrary forces to conspire each against other, by all means they may, threatening their own confusion and decay, air hated earth, and water hated fire, till love relented their rebellious year. He then them took, and tempering goodly well their contrary dislikes with loved means, did place them all in order, and compel to keep themselves within their sundry reins, together linked with adamantine chains. LL 77, 92. The second subject which was treated in the light of Platonism was that of beauty. In the hymn in honor of beauty the topic is treated from 3 points of view. First, the hymn outlines a general theory of aesthetics to account for the presence of beauty in the universe lying without us, LL 32-87. Second, it explains the ground of reason for the beauty to be found in the human body, LL 88-164, and third, it accounts for the exaggerated notion which the lover has of his beloved's physical perfections. LL 214, 270. Spencer's general theory of aesthetics is a blending of two suggestions he found in his study of Platonism. According to Ficino, beauty is a spiritual thing, the splendor of God's light shining in all things. 2.5, v4. This conception is based upon the idea that the universe is an emanation of God's Spirit, and that beauty is the lively grace of the divine light of God shining in matter. v6. But according to another view, the universe is conceived as the objective work of an artificer, working according to a pattern. The work of the Creator, says Plato in the Timaeus, 28, 29, whenever he looks to the unchangeable and fashions the form and the nature of his work after an unchangeable pattern, must necessarily be made fair and perfect. If the world be indeed fair and the artificer good, it is manifest that he must have looked to that which is eternal, for the world is the fairest of creations and he is the best of causes. By blending these ideas, Spencer was able to conceive of God as creating the world after a pattern of ideal beauty, which, by virtue of its infusion into matter, is the source of that lively grace which the objects called beautiful possess. At first he presents the view of creation which is more in accordance with the Mosaic account, what time this world's great work may Easter did cast to make all things, such as we now behold, it seems that he before his eyes had plast a goodly pattern to whose perfect mold, he fashioned them as comely as he could, that now so fair and seemly they appear, as not may be amended anywhere. That wondrous pattern is perfect beauty, which all men adore, whose face and feature doth so much excel all mortal sense, that none the same may tell. LL 32, 45. Spencer now passes on to the theory of the infusion of beauty in matter, by which its grossness is refined and quickened, as it were, into life. Thereof as every earthly thing partakes, or more or less by influence divine, so it more fair accordingly it makes, and the gross matter of this earthly mine, which clot hated, thereafter doth refin, doing away the dross which dims the light of that fair beam, which therein is empicked. For through infusion of celestial power, the duller earth it quickeneth with delight and lifeful spirits privily doth power through all the parts, that to the looker's sight they seem to please. That is thy sovereign might, O Cyprian queen, which flowing from the beam of thy bright star, then into them doest stream. LL 46, 59. At this point of his hymn Spencer pauses to refute the idea that beauty is an outward shew of things, that onely seem, L 94. His pausing to overthrow such an idea of beauty is quite in the manner of the scientific expositor in the Italian treatises and dialogues written throughout the Renaissance. Ficino, for instance, combats the idea, which he says some hold, that beauty is nothing but the proportion of the various parts of an object with a certain sweetness of color. v3. In like manner Spencer says it is the idle wit that identifies beauty with proportion and color, both of which pass away. How vainly then do idle wits invent, that beauty is not else, but mixture made of colors fair, and goodly temperament, of pure complexions, that shall quickly fade and pass away, like to a summer's shade, or that it is but comely composition of parts well measured, with meet disposition. LL 67, 73. Spencer overthrows this contention by doubting the power of mere color and superficial proportion to stir the soul of man. LL 74, 87. He has proved the power of beauty only too well to maintain such a theory. He thus seeks for the source of its power in the soul. The Platonic theory of beauty teaches that the beauty of the body is a result of the formative energy of the soul. According to Ficino, the soul has descended from heaven and has framed a body in which to dwell. Before its descent it conceives a certain plan for the forming of a body, and if on earth it finds material favorable for its work and sufficiently plastic, its earthly body is very similar to its celestial one, hence it is beautiful. 6.6. In Spencer this conception underlies his account of the descent of the soul from God to earth. For when the soul, the which derived was at first, out of that great immortal sprite, by whom all live to love, whilome did paw down from the top of purest heaven's height, to be embodied here, it then took light and lively spirits from that fairest star, which lights the world forth from his fairy care. Which power retaining still or more or less, when she in fleshly seed is eft enraced, through every part she doth the same impress, according as the heavens have her graced, and frames her house, in which she will be placed, fit for herself, adorning it with spoil of heavenly riches, which she robbed airwily. So every spirit, as it is most pure, and hath in it the more of heavenly light, so it the fairer body doth procure to habit in, and it more fairly dight with cheerful grace and amiable sight. For of the soul the body for me doth take, for soul is for me, and doth the body make. LL 109, 136. The obvious objection which one might make to this theory, that it does not cover the whole ground inasmuch as it could never account for the fact of the existence of a good soul in any but a beautiful form, was answered by the further explanation that when the matter of which the soul makes its body is unyielding, the soul must content itself with a less beautiful form. Ficino, 6. 6. Thus Spencer adds, yet oft it falleth, that many a gentle mind dwells in deformed tabernacle drowned, either by chance, against the course of kynd, or through unaptness in the substance sowned, which it assumed of some stub-born ground, that will not yield unto her form's direction, but is performed with some foul imperfection. LL 144, 150. After an exhortation to the fair dames to keep their souls unspotted, LL 165-200, Spencer outlines the true manner of love, and in the course of his poem he accounts for that manifestation of power which the beloved's beauty has over the mind of the lover. According to Ficino, true lovers are those whose souls have departed from heaven under the same astral influences and who, accordingly, are informed with the same idea in imitation of which they frame their earthly bodies. 6.6. Thus Spencer writes that love is not a matter of chance, but a union of souls ordained by heaven. For love is a celestial harmony, of likely hearts composed of stars consent, which join together in sweet sympathy, to work eke others' joy and true content, which they have harbored since their first descent out of their heavenly bowers, where they did see and know eke other here beloved to be. Then wrong it were that any other twain should in love's gentle band combined be, but those whom heaven did at first ordain, and made out of one mold the more to agree, for all that like the beauty which they see, straight do not love, for love is not so light, as straight to burn at first beholder's sight. LL 200, 213. He then explains the Platonists' views of love as a passion. Ficino had stated that the lover is not satisfied with the mere visual image of the beloved, but refashions it in accordance with the idea of the beloved which he has, for the two souls departing from heaven at the same time were informed with the same idea. The lover, then, when he beholds the person of the beloved, sees a form which has been made more in conformity with the idea than his own body has, consequently he loves it, and by refining the visual image of the beloved from all the grossness of sense, he beholds in it the idea of his own soul and that of the beloved, and in the light of this idea he praises the beloved's beauty. 6:6. So Spencer, but they which love indeed, look otherwise, with pure regard and spotless true intent, drawing out of the object of their eyes, a more refined for me, which they present unto their mind, void of all blemishment, which it reducing to her first perfection, beholdeth free from flesh's frail infection. LL 214, 220. Here there is no distinction of lover and beloved, but soon Spencer passes on to consider the subject from the lover's standpoint, and then conforming it unto the light, which in itself it hath remaining still of that first sun, yet sparkling in his sight, thereof he fashions in his higher skill, and heavenly beauty to his fancy's will, and it embracing in his mind entire, the mirror of his own thought doth admire. Which seeing now so inly fair to be, as outward it appeareth to the eye, and with his spirit's proportion to agree, he thereon fixeth all his fantasy, and fully seteth his felicity, counting it fairer, than it is indeed, and yet indeed her fairness doth exceed. LL 221, 234. With a description of the many beauties the lover sees in the beloved, the thousands of graces that make delight on her forehead, the poem ends. LL 235, 270. The feature in this theory of Platonism which appealed to Spencer was the high nature of the beauty seen in comeliness of form, as explained by its doctrine of aesthetics. A sense of beauty as a spiritual quality spreading its divine radiance over the objects of the outward world envelopes the poem in a golden haze of softened feeling characteristic of Spencer's poetic manner. The scientific terms of the Platonic theorist melt away into the gentle flow of his verse. The soul being informed with its idea, as Ficino had put it, has become in his hymn in honor of beauty that fair lamp which has resemblance of that heavenly light of beauty, LL 102, 124, or the idea of beauty in the soul is spoken of as the light which in itself it hath remaining still, LL 221, 222, or, as the lover's spirit's proportion. In accordance with the same sense of beauty, Spencer in the hymn in honor of love stops to explain away the cruelty which love seems to show in afflicting him, an innocent sufferer, by calling attention to the fact that such suffering is necessary to try the lover's sincerity in his worship of so high a thing as the beauty of his beloved. Love is not physical desire, but a soaring of the mind to a sight of that high beauty, for love is Lord of truth and loyalty, lifting himself out of the lowly dust, on golden plumes up to the purest sky, above the reach of loathly sinful lust. Such is the power of that sweet passion, that it all sordid baseness doth expel, and the refined mind doth newly fashion unto a fairer for me which now doth dwell in his high thought, that would itself excel, which he beholding still, with constant sight, admires the mirror of so heavenly light. LL 179, 199. and even though the lover may not win the good graces of his lady, he is happy in the sight of her beauty. And though he do not win his wish to end, yet thus for happy he himself doth ween, that heaven's such happy grace did to him lend, no thing on earth so heavenly, to have seen, his heart's enshrined saint, his heaven's queen, fairer than fairest, in his feigning eye, whose sole aspect he counts felicity. LL 214, 220. Because of this love of beauty, Spencer was able to find more material in the Renaissance criticism of Platonic aesthetics for his hymn in honor of beauty than in the corresponding hymn on love. Besides the conception of the creative power of love, his hymn in honor of love draws upon a few suggestions which could dignify the power of the passion. The saying of Diotima to Socrates in the Symposium, "Marvel not then at the love which all men have of their offspring, for that universal love and interest is for the sake of immortality," 208, is made to do service in differentiating the passion of love in men from that in beasts. By satisfying physical desire beasts all do live, and moved are to multiply the lichen esse of their kynd, whilst they seek onely, without further care, to quench the flame, which they in burning fynd, but man, that breathes a more immortal mynd, not for lust's sake, but for eternity, seeks to enlarge his lasting progeny. LL 102, 109. Further, to add a sense of mystery to the nativity of the god of love, Spencer refers to the myth of Peneus and Poros, and also in the manner of the Platonist tries to reconcile two contrary assertions about the mysterious nature of love's birth. In Diotima's account of the lesser mysteries of love, she says that love is the offspring of the god Poros or plenty, and of Peneus or poverty. Symposium, 203. In Phaedrus's oration on love he began by affirming that love is a mighty god, and wonderful among gods and men, but especially wonderful in his birth. For he is the eldest of the gods. Symposium, 178. Agathon, however, differs from his friend Phaedrus in saying that love is the youngest of the gods. Symposium, 195. This disagreement was a source of perplexity to the Platonist of the Renaissance, thus Ficino gives a division of his commentary to a reconciliation of these statements. V10. He solves the difficulty by stating that when the Creator conceived the order of angels, with whom Ficino identifies the gods of ancient mythology, the love-guiding God was before the angels, hence is the most ancient of the gods, but when the created angelic intelligences turned in their love to the Creator, the impelling love was the youngest, coming after the creation of the angels. According to these notions of the nativity of the God of love, Spencer opens his hymn. Great God of might, that reignest in the mynd, and all the bodie to thy hest doest frame, victor of gods, subduer of mankind, that doest the lions and fell tigers tame, making their cruel rage thy scornful game, and in their roaring taking great delight, who can express the glory of thy might? Or who alive can perfectly declare, the wondrous cradle of thine infancy? When thy great mother Venus first thee bare, begot of plenty and of penury, though elder than thine own nativity, and yet a chyld, renewing still thy years, and yet the eldest of the heavenly peers. LL 46, 59. Spencer's hymns are the most comprehensive exposition of love in the light of Platonic theory in English. The attempt, however, which he made to place love upon a basis of philosophic fact is imitated in a much less prominent way in other poets. Spencer himself refers to the subject in Colin Clout's Come Home Again. In that poem Colin unfolds to Cuddy the high nature of love's perfection. At the court, he says, love is the all-engrossing topic, LL 778 to 786, but it is love so shamefully licentious that its mighty mysteries are profaned. L 790. Love, however, is a religious thing and should be so conceived. To support this statement, Colin explains the creative power of love manifest throughout the wide range of nature, LL 843 to 868, and points out that in man it is a love of beauty. LL 869 to 880. In a few of Johnson's masques there are slight attempts to dignify the subject of love in the manner of Spenser's hymns. In the Masque of Beauty, love is described as the creator of the universe, and beauty is mentioned as that for which the world was created. In one of the hymns occurs the stanza, "When love at first did move from out of chaos, brightened so was the world, and lightened as now." 1 Echo. As now. 2 Echo. As now. Yield night, then to the light, as blackness hath to beauty, which is but the same duty. It was for beauty that the world was made, and where she reigns, love's lights admit no shade. In a second song a reference is made to the mysterious nativity of love. So beauty on the waters stood, when love had severed earth from flood. So when he parted air from fire, he did with concord all inspire. And then a motion he them taught, that elder than himself was thought. Which thought was, yet, the child of earth, for love is elder than his birth. In love's triumph through Callipolis the same ideas appear. In this masque, after the band of sensual lovers has been driven from the suburbs of the city of beauty, Callipolis, an illustration of the place has followed, Euclea, or a fair glory, appears in the heavens, singing an applausive song, or paean of the whole. So love emergent out of chaos brought the world to light, and gently moving on the waters, wrought all form to sight. Love's appetite did beauty first excite, and left imprinted in the air these signatures of good and fair, which since have flowed forth upon the sense to wonder first, and then to excellence, by virtue of divine intelligence. In the same masque love is defined in accordance with the myth of Peneus and Poros. Love is the right affection of the mind, the noble appetite of what is best, desire of union with the thing designed, but in fruition of it cannot rest. The father plenty is, the mother want, plenty the beauty which it wanteth draws, want yields itself, affording what is scant, so both affections are the union's cause. In love freed from ignorance and folly, the sustaining power of love in keeping the parts of the universe in concord is used to combat the accusation that love is mere cruelty. Love, who is represented as a captive of the Sphinx, thus replies to the charge, "Cruel Sphinx, I rather strive how to keep the world alive, and uphold it, without me, all again would chaos be." In the barriers where truth and opinion, a division of the state of knowing according to its degree of certainty common in Plato as knowledge and opinion, Republic, v 476 to 478, hold a discussion on marriage. An angel declares that eternal unity behind her, i.e. truth shines, that fire and water, earth and air combines. Here under the name of unity the true nature of love is indicated. In Drayton's 7th Eclogue, Bat replies to a charge of cruelty against love which is made by his fellow shepherd, Borel, with the substantiae all'reme that to thy teeth sufficiently shall prove there is no power to be compared to love. His argument is that love is the great bond of the universe. What is love but the desire of the thing that fancy pleaseth? A holy and resistiles fier weak and strong alike that seizeth, which not heaven hath power to let nor wise nature cannot smother, whereby Phoebus doth beget on the universal mother. That the everlasting shen which together all things tied, and unmoved them retain and by which they shall abide, that consent we clearly find all things doth together draw, and so strong in every kin subjects them to nature's law. Whose high virtue number teaches in which everything doth move, from the lowest depth that reaches to the height of heaven above. LL 165, 184. A more common appropriation of the teachings of Platonism was made in the love lyrics, chiefly the sonnet written in the Petrarchian manner. Petrarchism was as much a manner of writing sonnets as it was a method of making love. On its stylistic side it was characterized by the use of antitheses, puns, and especially of conceits. In the Platonic theory of love and beauty a certain amount of material was offered which could be reworked into a form suited for the compact brevity of the sonnet. Sidney, Spenser, and Shakespeare are the three chief sonnet writers of the last decade of the 16th century in whose work this phase of Platonism is to be found, but its presence, though faint, can be felt in others. One way in which this theory was applied is found in the manner in which these poets speak of the beauty of their beloved. Plato has stated that wisdom is the most lovely of all ideas, and that, were there a visible image of her, she would be transporting. Phaedrus, 250. Sidney seizes upon this suggestion, and by identifying his Stella with wisdom he can frame a sonnet ending in a couplet that shall have the required epigrammatic point. He writes, "The wisest scholar of the white most wise, by Phoebus Tuum, with Sigred sentence says, that virtue if it once meet with our eyes, strange flames of love it in our souls would raise. But for that man with pain this truth descries, while he each thing in senses balances weighs, and so, nor will nor can behold these skees, which inward sun to heroic minds displays. Virtue of late with virtue's care to stir love of himself, takes Stella's shape, that he to mortal eyes might sweetly shine in her. It is most true, for since I did her see, virtue's great beauty in her face I prove, and find a defect, for I do burn in love." XXV, Shakespeare is able to praise the beauty of the subject of his sonnets by identifying him with the absolute beauty of the Platonic philosophy, and by describing him in accordance with this notion. Thus he confesses that his argument is simply the fair, kind, and true, back of which statement may be inferred the theory upheld by Platonism that the good, the beautiful, and the true are but different phases of one reality. His love, he says, cannot be called idolatry because his songs are directed to this theme, for only in his friend are these three themes united into one. Let not my love be called idolatry, nor my beloved as an idol show, since all alike my songs and praises be to one, of one, still such, and ever so. Kind is my love today, tomorrow kind, still constant in a wondrous excellence, therefore my verse to constancy confined, one thing expressing, leaves out difference. Fair, kind, and true is all my argument, fair, kind, and true varying to other words, and in this change is my invention spent, three themes in one, which wondrous scope affords. Fair, kind, and true, have often lived alone, which three, till now, never kept seat in one. CV, in another sonnet one phase of this argument is given a detailed treatment, and the poet's object is to praise the beauty of his friend by describing its contrast with the beauty of earth, just as if he were speaking of absolute beauty. In this sonnet he uses the Platonic phraseology of the substance and the shadow, by which he means first, the reality that makes a thing what it is, the substance, not the matter or stuff of which it is made, and second, the reflection of that reality in the objective world, the shadow of the substance, not the obscuration of light. 10 He thus writes of his friend's beauty as if it were the substance of beauty, beauty absolute, of which all other beauty is but a reflection. What is your substance, whereof are you made, that millions of strange shadows on you tend? Since every one hath, every one shade, and you, but one, can every shadow lend. Describe Adonis, and the counterfeit is poorly imitated after you, on Helen's cheek all art of beauty set, and you in Grecian tires are painted new, speak of the spring and foison of the year, the one doth shadow of your beauty show, the other as your bounty doth appear, and you in every blessed shape we know, in all external grace you have some part, but you like none you, for constant heart. Lyene, Spenser, 2, praises his beloved by conceiving her as absolute beauty, of which all other objects are but shadows. In the light of her beauty all the glory of the world appears but a vain show. My hungry eyes through greedy covetise, still to behold the object of their pain, with no contentment can themselves suffice but having pine and having not compel. For lacking it they cannot life sustain, and having it they gaze on it the more, in their amazement like Narcissus vain whose eyes him starved, so plenty makes me poor. Yet are mine eyes so filled with the store of that fair sight, that nothing else they brook, but litther the things which they did like before, and can no more endure on them to look. All this world's glory seemeth vain to me, and all their shows but shadows saving she. XXXV, in George Daniel the idea of the substance and shadow again occurs. He says that it is enough for him if he may behold his mistress's face, although others may boast of her favors, for in contemplating her glories he sees how all other forms are but empty shadows of her perfection. It is enough to me, if I her face may see, let others boast her favors, and pretend huge interests, whilst I adore her modesty, which tongues cannot deprave, nor swords defend. But while I bring my verse to sing her glories, I am struck with wonder, more, and all the forms I see, but empty shadows be, of that perfection which I adore. Be silent then, all tongues of men, to celebrate the sex, for if you fall to other faces, you wander, and but pursue inferior objects, weak and partial. Ode XXIV. A second tenet of Platonism which was reworked into English love poetry was its conception of love. As Spenser had explained in his hymn in honor of beauty, true love has its source in the life of two souls in heaven. LL 200, 213. Drummond uses the idea to explain the purity of his love. That learned Grecian, who did so excel in knowledge passing sense, that he is nommed of all the afterworlds divine, doth tell, that at the time when first our souls are framed, ere in these mansions blind they come to dwell, they live bright rays of that eternal light, and others see, know, love, in heaven's great height, not toiled with aught to reason doth rebel. Most true it is, for straight at the first sight my mind me told, that in some other place it elsewhere saw the idea of that face, and loved a love of heavenly pure delight. No wonder now I feel so fair a flame, sith I her loved ere on this earth she came. Poems. 1st Pt. S7. In Vaughan the same theory of love is again referred to as a proof of the poet's lofty passion. Into Amorad. Walking in a starry evening, he says that even were her face a distant star shining upon him, he would be sure of a sympathy between it and himself, because their minds were united in love by no accident or chance of sight, but were designed for one another. But, Amorad, such is my fate, that if thy face a star had shinned from far, I am persuaded in that state, twixt thee and me, of some predestined sympathy. For sure such two conspiring minds, which no accident, or sight, did thus unite, whom no distance can confine start, or decline, one for another were designed. STZS 3, 4. In a second lyric, a song to Amorad, he describes his love as superior to that which a mighty amorist could give, because it is a love that was born with his soul in heaven. For all these arts I'd not believe, no, though he should be thine the mighty amorist could give so rich a heart as mine. Fortune and beauty thou might find, and greater men than I, by my true resolved mind they never shall come nigh. For I not for an hour did love, or for a day desire, but with my soul had from above this endless, holy fire. STZS 4, 6. Thus far the tenets of Platonic theory have been used in a more or less direct way, but in several instances the Platonic idea is present only in the writer's mind, and the reader is left to unravel it by his own ingenuity. Thus Shakespeare urges his friend to marry because in his death truth and beauty will both end, a possible inference being that his friend is ideal beauty. Not from the stars do I my judgment pluck, and yet methinks I have astronomy, but not to tell of good, or evil luck, of plagues, of dearths, or seasons quality, nor can I fortune to brief minutes tell, pointing to each his thunder, rain, and wind, or say with princes if it shall go well, by oft predict that I in heaven find, but from thine eyes my knowledge I derive, and, constant stars, in them I read such art as truth and beauty shall together thrive, if from thyself to store thou wouldst convert, or else of thee this I prognosticate, thy end is truth's and beauty's doom and date. 14. In another sonnet Shakespeare plays with words in an attempt to excuse his truant muse for not praising his friend's beauty. His muse may say that since his friend is true beauty he needs no praise. O truant muse, what shall be thy amends for thy neglect of truth in beauty died? Both truth and beauty on my love depends, so dost thou too, and therein dignified. Make answer, muse, wilt thou not haply say truth needs no color with his color fixed, beauty no pencil, beauty's truth to lay, but best is best, if never intermixed. But so closely identified is the praise of his friend's beauty with the immortality conferred by poetry that Shakespeare cannot justly excuse the silence of his muse because he needs no praise. Wilt thou be dumb? Excuse not silence so, for 't lies in thee to make him much outlive a gilded tomb, and to be praised of ages yet to be. Again, Shakespeare describes how, when absent from his friend, he is able to play with the flowers as shadows of his friend's beauty. They were but sweet, but figures of delight, drawn after you, you pattern of all those. Yet seemed it winter still, and, you away, as with your shadow I with these did play. 8th. In Spenser the lover is able to make an appeal for pity by reference to the Platonic conception of the idea of the beloved which the lover is supposed to behold in his soul. Leave lady in your glass of crystal clean, your goodly self for evermore to view, and in myself, my inward self, I mean, most lively like behold your semblant true. Within my heart, though hardly it can shew, things so divine to view of earthly eye, the fair idea of your celestial hue, and every part remains immortally, and were it not that, through your cruelty, with sorrow dimmed and deformed it were, the goodly image of your visnomy, clearer than crystal would therein appear. But if yourself in me yet plain will see, remove the cause by which your fair beams darkened be. XLV, the end which this conception of making love after the manner of the Platonists served was thought to be found in a purification of love. By praising the beauty of the beloved in such lofty terms the poet was able to set off the purity of his love from any connection with mere sensual desire. Thus Spenser testifies to the ennobling power of the beauty of his beloved's eyes. More than most fair, full of the living fire kindled above unto the Maker near, no eyes but joys, in which all powers conspire, that to the world naught else be counted dear. Thrug your bright beams doth not yet blinded guest, shoot out his hearts to base affection's wound, but angels come to lead frily minds to rest in chaste desires on heavenly beauty bound. You frame my thoughts and fashion me within, you stop my tongue, and teach my heart to speak, you calm the storm that passion did begin, strong thrug your cause, but by your virtue weak, dark is the world, where your light shined never, well is he born that may behold you ever. 8. In Sidney there is a direct reference to the power of Plato's thought to lead the mind from the desire with which he is struggling. Your words, my friends me causelly do blame, my young mind amard whom love doth menace so, that Plato I have read for naught, but if he tame such coltish years, that to my birth I owe nobler desires, XXI. The application of the tenets of Platonic theory to the writing of love lyrics in the Petrarchian manner, however, was never anything more than a courtly way of making love through exaggerated conceit and fine writing. Fouque-Greveley saw clearly the relation between the love of woman and the love of the idea of her beauty. In the 10th sonnet of his Saelica he asks what can love find in a mind where all is passion, rather he says go back to that heavenly choir of nature's riches, in her beauties placed, and there in contemplation feed desire, which till it wonder, is not rightly graced, for those sweet glories, which you do aspire, must, as ideas, only be embraced, since excellence in other for me enjoyed, is by descending to her saints destroyed. The love of the idea of beauty, however, in its absolute nature is nowhere present in the mass of love lyrics written between 1590 and 1600. The term is used to give title to Drayton's idea, and to denominate the object of 12 sonnets addressed by Craig to idea, and anagrams on the French word for the term Elide, Diala, and Delia, are used to name 2 series of poems by Lynch and Samuel Daniel, respectively. Crashaw's Wishes is addressed to his, supposed, mistress, as an idea. No better commentary on the whole movement can be made than these words of Spenser, in which it is easily seen how the method conduced only to feeding the lower desires of the soul in love. Writing in 1596, in the midst of the period when sonnet writing was most popular in England, he says, speaking of his 2 hymns, having in the greener times of my youth, composed these former 2 hymns in the praise of love and beauty, and finding that the same too much pleased those of like age and disposition, which being too vehemently carried with that kind of affection, do rather suck out poison to their strong passion, than honey to their honest delight, I was moved, to call in the same. But being unable so to do, by reason that many copies thereof were formerly scattered abroad, I resolved at least to amend, and by way of retraction to reform them, making instead of those 2 hymns of earthly or natural love and beauty, 2 others of heavenly and celestial. The great representative of Platonism in English poetry thus condemns the less vital phase of Platonic thought. The great weakness of the theory lay in the fact that it had no moral significance, and just here lay the great strength of Plato's ethics. Although preaching that beauty was a spiritual thing, this phase of Platonic aesthetics never blended with the conception of the beauty of moral goodness. And it failed to do this because it is a theory not of Plato but of Plotinus, who throughout the period of the Renaissance was understood to expound the true meaning of Plato's thought. But Plato left no system of aesthetics. Plotinus, however, constructed a theory to account for beauty in its strictest sense. Now Ficino in his propaganda of Platonic theory throughout the Renaissance interpreted Plato's Symposium in the light of Plotinus, and thus in his commentary, the source of all Renaissance theorizing on love, is found the theory reflected in the English poets. This fusion of Plato's ethics with the aesthetics of Plotinus was not perfect, and to the deep moral genius of Spenser's mind the disparity soon became evident. The Platonic theory of love had enabled the English poets to write about their passion as a desire of enjoying the spiritual quality of beauty in their beloved. In those poets in whom the patriarchistic manner is evident, it is the object of love on which the attention centers. Only in a slight way did they treat of the nature of love as a passion. The result of the discussion of love, as opened by Platonism, ended, however, in an attempt to place love upon a purely spiritual basis and to write about it as if it were a psychological fact that was to be known by analysis. A consideration of beauty, as the object of love, is absent. Attention is directed to the quality of the passion as one felt in the soul rather than by the sense, and when the attraction of woman is present in this love it is carefully differentiated from the attraction of sex. In the body of love lyrics written in the 17th century the distinctive traits of this passion are clearly explained. The chief trait of this kind of love is that it concerns only the soul. The union of the lover and the beloved is simply a union of their souls which because of the high nature of the soul can triumph over time and space. The character of this union is described in Donne's ecstasy. The two lovers are described as sitting in silence, watching one another. While thus engaged, their souls are so mysteriously mingled that they are mixed into one greater soul which is not subject to change. Even when the passion descends from this height to the plane of human affections, there is no essential change in the purity of the love. Where, like a pillow on a bed, a pregnant bank swelled up, to rest the violet's reclining head, sat we two, one another's best. As, twixt two equal armies, fate suspends uncertain victory, our souls which to advance their state, were gone out hung twixt her and me. This ecstasy doth unperplex, we said, and tell us what we love. We see by this, it was not sex, we saw not, what did move, but as all several souls contain mixture of things they know not what, love these mixed souls doth mix again, and makes both one, each this, and that. When love with one another so interanimates two souls, that abler soul, which thence doth flow, defects of loneliness controls. We then, who are this new soul, know, of what we are composed, and made, for atomies of which we grow our souls, whom no change can invade. And if some lover, such as we have heard this dialogue of one, let him still mark us, he shall see small change when we're to bodies gone. In a like strain Randolph in a Platonic elegy praises his love as that founded on reason, not on sense. The true union in love, he says, is the meeting of essence with essence. Thus they, whose reasons love, and not their sense, the spirits love, thus one intelligence reflects upon his like, and by chaste loves in the same sphere this and that angel moves. When essence meets with essence, and souls join in mutual knots, that's the true nuptial twine. Such, lady, is my love, and such is true, all other love is to your sex, not you. LL 31-34, 45, 48. The great value which this purely spiritual love was supposed to possess was that it was unaffected either by time or distance. The union, not being one known to sense, could exist as well in the absence of the lovers as in the presence of both. This thought is a great comfort and is emphasized as the peculiarity in the lover's passion that sets it apart from the vulgar kind. Thus Donne in the song, Soul's Joy, consoles his beloved with the assurance that their souls may meet though their bodies be absent. Soul's joy, now I am gone, and you alone, which cannot be, since I must leave myself with thee, and carry thee with me, yet when unto our eyes absence denies each other's sight, and makes to us a constant night, when others change to light, O give no way to grief, but let belief of mutual love this wonder to the vulgar prove, our bodies, not we move. Let not thy wit buoy upwards but sense deep, for when we miss by distance our hopes joining bliss, even then our souls shall kiss. Fools have no means to meet, but by their feet. Why should our clay over our spirits so much sway, to tie us to that way? O give no way to grief, etc. In his veiled diction forbidding mourning, Donne again recurs to the subject of separation and explains by the figure of the compass how their souls will be one. The love in which the mind is bent on the objects of sense cannot admit of absence, but the love shared by Donne and his mistress is so refined that their souls suffer only an expansion and not separation in absence. Dull sublunary lovers' love whose soul is sense cannot admit of absence, cause it doth remove the thing which element it. But we by a love so far refined, that ourselves know not what it is, inter assured of the mind, care less eyes, lips, and hands to miss our two souls therefore, which are one, though I must go, endure not yet a breach, but an expansion, like gold to airy thinness beat. If they be two, they are two so as stiff twin compasses are two, thy soul, the fixed foot, makes no show to move, but doth, if th other do. And though it in the center sit, yet, when the other far doth roam, it leans, and hearkens after it, and grows erect, as that comes home. Stzs 4, 8. Even in death this love will still live. Thus Lord Herbert explains that his love has passed over into that of the soul, and it will be as immortal as the soul. But since I must depart, and that our love springing at first but in an earthly mould transplanted to our souls, now doth remove earthly affects, which time and distance would, nothing now can our loves allay, though as the better spirits will, that both love us and know our ill, we do not either all the good we may. Thus when our souls that must immortal be, for our loves cannot die, nor we, unless we die not both together, shall be free unto their open and eternal peace. Sleep, death's ambassador, and best image, doth yours often so show, that I thereby must plainly know, death unto us must be freedom and rest. 11. The second characteristic of this love is that it is purely contemplative, informing the mind with knowledge rather than satisfying the senses with pleasure. Habington has left a poem entitled To the World. The perfection of love, in which he contrasts this love in which the soul is engaged with thoughts with the love of sense. You who are earth, and cannot rise above your sense, boasting the envied wealth which lies bright in your mistress lips or eyes, betray a pitied eloquence. That, which doth join our souls, so light and quick doth move, that, like the eagle in his flight, it doth transcend all humane sight, lost in the element of love. You poets reach not this, who sing the praise of dust but needed, when by theft you bring the rose and lily from the spring, to adorn the wrinkled face of lust. When we speak love, nor art, nor wit we gloss upon, our souls engender, and beget ideas which you counterfeit in your dull propagation. While time 7 ages shall disperse, we'll talk of love, and when our tongues hold no commerce, our thoughts shall mutually converse, and yet the blood no rebel prove. And though we be of several kind, fit for offence, yet are we so by love refined, from impure dross we are all mind, death could not more have conquered sense. By virtue of this contemplation in love the passion was freed from any disturbing element due to absence, just as the restriction of love to the soul had been thought to do. Vaughan boasts to Amoret that he can dispense with a sight of her face or with a kiss because when absent from her he can court the mind. Just so base, sublunary lovers' hearts fed on loose profane desires, may for an eye or face comply, but those removed, they will as soon depart, and show their art, and painted fires. Whilst I by powerful love, so much refined, that my absent soul the same is, careless to miss a glance or kiss, can with these elements of lust and sense freely dispense, and court the mind. In the examples thus far given, the character of the passion as shared by lover and beloved has been merely described. There was an attempt made in some of this poetry to define love as if it were a something to be analyzed, a product, as it were, of psychological elaboration. Vaughan has indicated the two traits in the love lyrist of the 17th century, when he gives the following title to a lyric to Amoret, of the difference twixt him and other lovers, and what true love is. In defining what true love is, the poets show that it cannot be desire, but is rather an essence pure in itself, and in one instance it is described as something unknowable either to sense or to mind. Donne has left a letter in verse to the Countess of Huntingdon, in which he carefully explains how love cannot be desire. Sighing and moaning may be love, but it is love made in a weak way. Love should never cast one down, but should elevate. I cannot feel the tempest of a frown, I may be raised by love, but not thrown down, though I can pity those sigh twice a day, I hate that thing whispers itself away. Yet since all love is fever, who to trees doth talk, doth yet in love's cold ague freeze. 'Tis love, but with such fatal weakness made, that it destroys itself with its own shade. LL 27, 34. At first love was mere desire, ignorant of its object, but now love is a matter of the soul, and it is profane to call rages of passion love. As all things were one nothing, dull and weak, until this raw disordered heap did break, and several desires led parts away, water declined with earth, the air did stay, fire rose, and each from other but untied, themselves unprisoned were and purified, so was love, first in vast confusion hid, an unripe willingness which nothing did, a thirst, an appetite which had no ease, that found a want, but knew not what would please. What pretty innocence in those days moved! Man ignorantly walked by her he loved, both sighed and interchanged a speaking eye, both trembled and were sick, both knew not why. LL 37, 51. This state may well become this early age, but now passion is to woman's love, about, nay, farther off, than when we first set out. It is not love that sueth, or doth contend, love either conquers, or but meets a friend, man's better part consists of purer fire, and finds itself allowed, ere it desire. LL 55, 60. The reason for this lies in the fact that love begins in the soul, and not in the sight. He much profanes whom valiant heats do move to style his wandering rage of passion, love. Love that imparts in everything delight, is fancied in the soul, not in the sight. LL 125, 128. In Johnson's Epode in the Forest, the same differentiation of love from passion is present, and an attempt is made to define love as an essence. The love of the present is nothing but raging passion. The thing they here call love, is blind desire, armed with bow, shafts, and fire, inconstant, like the sea, of whence 'tis born, rough, swelling, like a storm. True love, however, is an essence, a calmness, a peace. Now, true love no such effects doth prove, that is an essence far more gentle, fine, pure, perfect, nay divine, this bears no brands, nor darts, to murder different hearts, but in a calm, and God-like unity, preserves community. Done in his love's growth, there is an expression of doubt whether his love can be as pure as he thought it was, because it seems to suffer an increase in the spring, and is not a thing without component elements. But if love is no quintessence, he says, it must be mixed with alien passions and thus not be pure. He silences his doubts, however, by explaining after the analogy of concentric rings of waves of water about the center of disturbance how his love is one and unelemented. I scarce believe my love to be so pure as I had thought it was, because it doth endure vicissitude, and season, as the grass. Methinks I lied all winter, when I swore my love was infinite, if spring make it more. But if this medicine, love, which cures all sorrow with more, not only be no quintessence, but mixed of all stuffs, vexing soul, or sense, and of the sun his active vigor borrow, love's not so pure, and abstract as they used to say, which have no mistress but their muse, but as all else, being element too, love sometimes would contemplate, sometimes do. If, as in water stirred more circles be produced by one, love such additions take, those like so many spheres but one heaven make, for they are all concentric unto thee. I 34, 35. Again, in the dream, he fears the strength of his beloved's affection if it is mingled with a sense of fear, or shame, or honor. That love is weak where fear's as strong as he, is not all spirit, pure and brave, if mixture it of fear, shame, honor have. I 39. This refinement of the subject of love is carried to an even greater excess. Love is such a passion that it can be defined only by negatives. It is above apprehension, because sense and soul both can know the object of their love. In the poem of Donne's Negative Love, in which this idea is expressed, it is probable that the poet has in mind the description of the one which Plotinus outlines in the Enneads. Summing up his discussion of the one, or the good, in which he has pointed out how it is above intellect, Plotinus says, if, however, anything is present with the good, it is present with it in a way transcending knowledge and intelligence and a co-sensation of itself, since it has not anything different from itself. On this account, says Plato in the Parmenids, speaking of the one that neither language can describe, nor sense nor science apprehended, because nothing can be predicated of it as present with it. Enneads, 6-7. 41. Transferring this idea of the transcendency of the one to his love, Donne had the form of thought for his lyric. I never stooped so low, as they which on an eye, cheek, lip, can pray, seldom to them which soar no higher than virtue, or the mind to admire. For sense and understanding may know what gives fuel to their fire, my love, though silly, is more brave, for may I miss whene'er I crave, if I know yet what I would have. If that be simply perfectest, which can by no way be expressed but negatives, my love is so. To all, which all love, I say no. If any who deciphers best, what we know not ourselves can know, let him teach me that nothing. This as yet my ease and comfort is, though I speed not, I cannot miss. This reference to the knowledge of self also occurs in Plotinus in the preceding sentence to the passage already extracted. For the mandate, he says, know thyself, was delivered to those, who, on account of the multitude which they possess, find it requisite to enumerate themselves, and in order that by knowing the number and quality of the things contained in their essence, they may perceive that they have not a knowledge of all things, or, indeed, of anything which they ought to know, and who are ignorant over what they ought to rule, and what is the characteristic of their nature. 6-7. 41. This highly metaphysical conception of love, the character of which has been shown in a few selected examples, became in the course of time known as Platonic love. Scattered throughout the lyric poetry of the 17th century may be found certain poems labeled Platonic love. Their presence among the author's work is no testimony whatsoever that it is colored by any strain of Platonism, but merely signifies that at one time in his career the poet wrote love lyrics according to the prevailing manner of the time. For about 1634 Platonic love was a court fad. Howell, writing under date of June 3, 1634, says, the court affords little news at present, but that there is a love called Platonic love which much sways there of late. It is a love abstracted from all corporeal gross impressions and sensual appetite, but consists in contemplations and ideas of the mind, not in any carnal fruition. This love sets the wits of the town on work, and they say there will be a masque shortly of it, whereof her majesty and her maids of honor will be part. 12. The masque referred to is D'Avenant's The Temple of Love, 1634. In Thomas Heywood's Love's Mistress or the Queen's Masque, 1640, the myth of Cupid and Psyche is interpreted in accordance with the notion of Platonic love, and in D'Avenant's Platonic Lovers, 1636, the subject of Platonic love is ridiculed. It is probable that the rise of this custom at the court was due to the presence of Henrietta Maria, the queen of Charles I. Margaret of Valois had made Platonic love known in France, and had shown how licentiousness of conduct was compatible with its practice. She had a high harmonious soul, writes Howell 13, much addicted to music and the sweets of love, and oftentimes in a Platonic way, she would have this motto often in her mouth, Voulez-vous cesser d'aimer, possédez la chose aimée. She had strains of humors and transcendencies beyond the vulgar, and delighted to be called Venus Urania. It is probable that the young queen wished to follow such an example and made known to the English court this new way of love gallantry. The practice of making love in the Platonic way grew so popular at any rate as to become a question of serious discussion. John Norris says, Platonic love is a thing in everybody's mouth, and after comparing it with the love described by Plato in the Symposium, he concludes, but why this should be called by the name of Platonic love, the best reason that I know of, is because people will have it so. 14 Algernon Sidney has left an account of love as a desire of enjoying beauty. He concludes that since man is midway between angels and beasts, his love will share in the peculiarities of both the celestial and the sensual passion. 15 Walter Charlton ridicules the subject and unmasks its immorality, although his purpose is not in any way to purify the morals of his readers. 16 Robert Boyle wrote, but did not publish, a series of letters, wherein among other subjects Platonic love was explicated, celebrated, and wherein the cure of love was proposed and prosecuted. 17 The ideas expressed in these poems on Platonic love are not essentially different from those in the lyrics which have been already discussed. At times, as in Stanley's Love's Innocence, the Platonic manner is understood as one devoid of all danger. It was in this way that Vaughan looked upon his love for Emerald. You have here, he says, a flame, bright only in its own innocence, that kindles nothing but a generous thought, which though it may warm the blood, the fire at highest is but Platonic, and the commotion, within these limits, excludes danger. 18 On the other hand, Carew's song to a lady, not yet enjoyed by her husband, shows how the stock ideas was used to cloak the immorality of the poet's thought. George Daniel has left a series of poems revealing the several phases of this love ranging between the two extremes. He writes one to Cynthia, coying it, in which its innocence is preached. To Cynthia converted describes the union of the two souls. To the Platonic pretender warns the ladies from listening to this love when taught by a libertine. Pure Platonic explains the spiritual nature of the passion by contrast with sensual love. Court Platonic shows how at court it was used merely as a means to an improper end. Anti-Platonic recites the feelings of the sensual lover. 19 In Lord Herbert are found two other phases of this love. The first and second of his poems named Platonic Love are complimentary poems addressed to a lady, the first, telling her how the love inspired by her refines his soul, and the second celebrating Platonic love in general application. For as you can unto that height refine all love's delights, as while they do incline unto no vice, they so become divine, we may as well attain your excellence, as, without help of any outward sense would make us grow a pure intelligence. Stz 2. In the third Platonic love the lover is represented as wavering between despair and hope with a slight balance in favor of the latter. He is disconsolate because he finds no hope. When my matchless mistress were inclined to pity me, 'twould scarcely make me glad, the discomposing of so fair a mind being that which would to my affections add. Stz 1. He finds hope, however, in the thought that though due merit I cannot express, yet she shall know none ever loved for less or easier reward. Let her remain still great and good, and from her happiness my chief contentment I will entertain. Stz 7. He ends with hope still living, then, hope, sustain thyself, though thou art hid thou livest still, and must till she forbid, for when she would my vows and love reject, they would a being in themselves project, since infinites as they yet never did, nor could conclude without some good effect. Stz 16. Platonic love, as such an example proves, was but synonymous with hopeless love. Platonic love, then, meant either a love devoid of all sensual desire, an innocent or hopeless passion, or it was a form of gallantry used to cloak immorality. Its one characteristic notion was that true love consisted in a union of soul with soul, mind with mind, or essence with essence. This idea of restricting love to the experience of soul as opposed to the enjoyment of sense is the one notion which runs beneath many of the love lyrics written in the 17th century, and it is the point attacked by opponents. In John Cleveland, To Chloris, a rapture, and in Campion's Song 20 the poets exhort their beloved to enjoy this high union of soul. In Carew's To My Mistress in Absence, in Lovelace's To Lucasta, Going Beyond the Seas, and in Cowley's Friendship in Absence, the triumph of love over time and space is explained by the mingling of souls in true love. In Sedley's The Platonic and in Ayres's Platonic Love are found examples of the hopelessness of the passion. In Itown's Platonic Love, which was taken by Suckling to form a poem, the song, beginning, If you refuse me once, the lover modestly confesses that he cannot rise to the heights of such a pure passion, and requests a more easy way. In Cleveland's The Anti-Platonic and Platonic Love, in Brome's Epithalamy, in Cowley's Platonic Love and Answer to the Platonics, and in Cartwright's No Platonic Love, the claims of the opponents are expressed in all the grossness of Restoration immorality. The atmosphere in which the metaphysical treatment of love flourished was intensely intellectual. The poets in whom the strain is clearest were trying to accomplish two things: they wished to oppose the idea of passion in love, and they endeavored to account for the attraction of sex in the love which they themselves experienced. However much these poets wished to exclude the notion of sex, their minds were constantly busied in trying to solve the source of its power. In Donne, the greatest representative of the metaphysical manner, this purpose is very evident. He wrote his longest poem, An Anatomy of the World, to show how, by reason of the death of a certain young woman, the frailty and the decay of this whole world is represented. In reply to Johnson's criticism, that this poem was full of blasphemies, Donne remarked that he described the idea of a woman, and not as she was. 21 Here lies the secret of Donne's treatment of woman: he was interested in her, not as a personality, but as an idea. In solving the nature of this idea he recurred to certain Platonic conceptions by which he thought to explain the source of her power. These Platonic conceptions are two. Woman is identified with virtue, she is the source of all virtue in the world, others being virtuous only by participating in her virtue. Thus in a letter to the Countess of Huntingdon he shows how virtue has been raised from her fallen state on earth by appearing in woman. She was once scattered among men, but now summed up in one woman. If the world's age and death be argued well by the sun's fall, which now towards earth doth bend, then we might fear that virtue, since she fell so low as woman, should be near her end. But she's not stooped, but raised, exiled by men she fled to heaven, that's heavenly things, that's you. She was in all men thinly scattered then, but now a mass contracted in a few. She gilded us, but you are gold, and she informed us, but transubstantiates you. Soft dispositions, which ductile be, elixir-like, she makes not clean, but new. Though you a wife's and mother's name retain, 'tis not as woman, for all are not so, but virtue, having made you virtue, is fain to adhere in these names, her and you to show. Else, being alike pure, we should neither see, as, water being into air rarefied, neither appear, till in one cloud they be, so, for our sakes, you do low names abide. Beneath this torture of conceits may be seen the idea that woman is that very virtue of which Plato has spoken in his Phaedrus. Sidney has used the idea to complement Stella, but Donne's purpose is to show how woman, as woman, is to be identified with it, and that the differentiation in the concept resulting from the fact that she may be a wife or a mother is due to the necessity that this virtue become visible on earth. The second Platonic conception through which Donne conveys his idea of woman's nature is the universal soul. In his lyric, A Fever, he says, speaking of the object of his love, but yet thou canst not die, I know, to leave this world behind, is death, but when thou from this world wilt go, the whole world vapours with thy breath. Or if, when thou, the world's soul, goest it stay, 'tis but thy carcase then. And in an anatomy of the world this idea of the death of the world in the death of a woman is explained at length. Holding thus to this idea of woman, and striving to differentiate love from passion, Donne was able to confine his notion of love to the soul, and through the metaphysical manner of his poetic art he was able to express this notion in the most perplexing intricacies of thought. As Dryden has said, he affects the metaphysics, not only in his satires, but in his amorous verses, where nature only should reign, and perplexes the minds of the fair sex with the speculations of philosophy, where he should engage their hearts, and entertain them with the softness of love. 22. By imitating his style the other lyric poets of the 17th century produced the species of love poems which have already been analyzed. His skill and his sincerity of aim are lacking in their verse, and the result was either a weak dilution of his thought or a striving for his manner in praising a lower conception of love. Chapter 3 God and the Soul. I Nature of God. Platonism affected Christian theology as it appears in English poetry in a twofold way. It provided a body of intellectual principles which were identified with the persons of the Christian Trinity, and it also trained the minds of the poets in conceiving God rather as the object of the mind's speculative quest than as the dread judge of the sinful soul. Platonism in this form is no longer the body of ethical principles appearing in the Platonic dialogues, but is that metaphysical aftergrowth of Platonism that has its source in the philosophy of Plotinus. According to this form of speculative mysticism there were three ultimate principles, or hypostases: the good, intellect, upsilon omicron, and soul. Owing to the affinity of Platonism for Christian forms of thought, these three hypostases were conceived as the philosophic basis underlying the Christian teaching of the three persons of the Trinity. Such an interpretation is seen plainly in the work of Henry Moore and William Drummond, and the speculative attitude of conceiving God and Christ in the light of the hypostases of Plotinus is also discernible in Spencer and Milton. The boldest attempt to identify the three Platonian principles with the Christian Trinity is made in Henry Moore's Psychozoa, the first poem of his Psychodia Platonica. This poetical treatise reveals the aim of Moore's spiritual life as it was formulated on the basis of Platonic philosophy blended with the teaching of the Theologia Germanica. The strain of self-abnegation which Moore learned in that golden little book, 23 as he names the German treatise, may be easily separated from the Platonism. Being confined to the last two books of his poem, it may thus be dismissed. In the first book, however, the current of thought is almost purely Platonic. There, under the figure of the marriage rite, the first principle of Plotinus, the good, is represented as joining his two children intellect and soul in holy union, and under the poetic device of a veil with several films or tissues, Moore describes soul in minute detail. In keeping with the teachings of Platonism, Moore defines each person of the Trinity in the terms used by Plotinus. According to this philosopher, the highest reality is the one or the good which is infinite and above all comprehension, not because it is impossible to measure or count it, since it has no magnitude and no multitude, but simply because it is impossible to conceive its power. And he adds, 6:9. 6. In the beatific vision, in which the good is known in the soul, it is invisible, hidden in its own rays of light. And he adds, 6:7. 35. Moore thus speaks of God, naming him Hatov, th Ancient of Days, Sire of Eternity, sprung of himself, or rather nowise sprung. Father of lights, an everlasting glee who puts to silence every daring tongue and flies man's sight, shrouding himself among his glorious rays, good Hatov, from whom came all good that Penia I.e. want spies in thickest throng of most desired things, all's from that same. I5. But first of all was mighty Hatov, deeply covered ori with unseen light. No might imagine all may reach that vast profundity. I-16. The Son is identified with the second hypostasis universal intellect. In this all realities are present not as created things in time or space, but embraced as essential forms with no spatial or temporal relation. This character of universal intellect is thus named Alpha Nu, or eternity. Enneads, 3:7. 4. More thus writes of Christ the youthful Aeon, whose fair face doth shine while he his Father's glory doth espy, which waters his fine flowing forms with light from high. Not that his forms increase, or that they die. For Omicron and land, which men idea call, is not but life in full serenity, vigor of life is root, stock, branch, and all, not here increaseth, not here hath its fall, for Aeon's kingdoms always perfect stand, birds, beasts, fields, springs, plants, men, and mineral, to perfectness not added be there can. I-13. 14. Psyche, or Uranor, as she is named at times, is the third person of the Trinity. She is the soul of the universe, present in every atom ball, in the creatures of earth, sea, air, the divine stars in heaven. Enneads, vi2. In her true essence she is invisible, but more pictures her as enveloped in a fourfold garment. The outer garment is called physis, in which all natural objects appear as spots which grow each according to its idea. This robe is stirred with every impulse of life from the central power of God. The first of these fair films, we physis name. Nothing in nature did you ever spy but there's pourtrayed, and all besprinkled with central spots, dark little spots, is this hid inward veil. When they dispiried themselves, then gins to swell Dame Psyche's outward vest, as th inward wind softly gives forth, full softly doth it well forth from the central spot, according to the impressed art, that art's impressions from idea land, so drives it forth before it every part according to true symmetry. I-41, 44. The second and third folds of Psyche's vest are very closely identified. They are called arachnia and hophi, by which the life of sensation is meant. Hophi, or touch, sits in the finely spun web of arachnia, and is aware of every manifestation of life resulting from the soul's contact with the outward world. In this life of sensation Psyche sees as in a mirror all the stirring life within the universe. I-48, 49, 50. The fourth fold of Psyche's garment is called semele, by which imagination is meant. This is the loosest of the four veils, having the fullest play in its movements. It is universal imagination, and from it arises the inspiration of the poet and the prophet. I-57. The individual powers of imagination are conceived as daughters of the one great semele. She is the mother of each semele, the daughters be divided one from one, but she grasps all. How can she then but see each semele's shadows by this union? She sees and sways imagination as she thinks good, and at that she think good she lets it play by self, yet looked on, while she keeps in that large strong beating flood that gars the poet write, and rave as he were would. I-59. These three persons Ahad, another name given by More to God, I-34, Aeon, and Psyche form, says More, the famous Platonical triad, which though they that slight the Christian Trinity do take for a figment, yet I think it is no contemptible argument, that the Platonists, the best and divinest of philosophers, and the Christians, the best of all that do prophesy religion, do both concur that there is a Trinity. In what they differ, I leave to be found out, according to the safe direction of that infallible rule of faith, the Holy Word. 24. To signify the union of these persons More represents Ahad joining Aeon, his son, in marriage to Psyche, and by holding their hands in his, maintaining a perpetual unity. My firstborn son, and thou my daughter dear, look on your aged sire, the deep abyss, in which and out of which you first appear, I Ahad height, and Ahad oneness is, therefore be one, his words do never miss say, they one became. They straight accord, then he put on the ring of lasting gold on Uranur, then 'gan the youthful lads aloud to sing, Hymen. O Hymen! O the Virgin pure! O holy bride! Long may this joy endure. I 34, 35. And all this time he held their hands in one, then they with cheerful look one thing desired, that he nould break this happy union. I happy union break? Quoth he anon, I Ahad, Father of community? Then they, that you nould let your hand be gone off from our hands. He grants with smiling glee. I 38. In this way More has expressed his conception of the Christian Trinity. Inasmuch as his purpose in the Psychozoa is to relate the experiences of the human soul from the time of its departure from God to its return thither, he has laid a special emphasis upon the third hypostasis of Plotinus' soul. In William Drummond's An Hymn of the Fairest Fair attention is centered upon the first person of the Trinity. Drummond is more of a poet and less of a philosopher than More, but the philosophic conceptions which are woven into his poetical description of the nature, attributes, and works of God are drawn from the same system of metaphysics. In Drummond's hymn there is a mingling of two conceptions of God. He is described, according to the Hebraic idea, as a mighty king, the creator of the universe, dwelling in heaven, and possessing such attributes of personality as justice, mercy, might. Running in and out of this description is a strain of Platonic speculation, in which the conception of God as an essence is very prominent. Thus by means of a poetic device picturing youth standing before God and pouring immortal nectar into his cup, Drummond expresses the Platonic idea of absolute oneness. And this idea is the attribute of God first set forth. If so we may well say, and what we say, here wrapped in flesh, led by dim reason's ray, to show by earthly beauties which we see, that spiritual excellence that shines in thee, good Lord, forgive, not far from thy right side, with curled locks youth ever doth abide, rose-cheeked youth, who, garlanded with flowers still blooming, ceaselessly unto thee pours immortal nectar in a cup of gold, that by no darts of ages thou grow old, and, as ends and beginnings thee not claim, successionless that thou be still the same. LL 31, 42. After a description of God's might, Drummond passes on to consider his truth, conceived as the Platonists conceived intellect, embracing all reality as essential form. This attribute is pictured as a mirror in which God beholds all things. With locks in waves of gold that ebb and flow on ivory neck, in robes more white than snow, truth steadfastly before thee holds a glass, indent with gems, where shineth all that was, that is, or shall be. Here, ere aught was wrought, thou knew all that thy power with time forth brought, and more, things numberless which thou couldst make, that actually shall never being take, here, thou beholdest thyself, and, strange, dost prove at once the beauty, lover, and the love. LL 56, 66. Platonic metaphysics are also present in Drummond's account of the essential unity persisting throughout the triplicity of persons. Plotinus had held that the one caused the mind or intellect, and that in turn caused universal soul. The order, however, is not one of time sequence, but merely a logical order of causation. In this series of causation there is no idea of a production as an act going out of itself and forming another, each producing cause remains in its own center, throughout the series runs one cause or manifestation of life. His favorite figures by which he explains this idea are, first, that of an overflowing spring which gives rise to a second and this to a third, and, second, that of a sun with a central source of light with its spreading rays. Enneads, v2:1, 2. Thus intellect is an irradiation of the one and soul is an irradiation of intellect. Enneads, vi6. Drummond, holding to the idea of the self-sufficiency of God as expressed in Plotinus, a state in which God is alone by himself and not in want of the things that proceed from him, Enneads, 6:740, is thus able to unfold the mystery of the one in three, ineffable, all-powerful God, all-free, thou only livest, and each thing lives by thee, no joy, no, nor perfection to thee came by the contriving of this world's great frame, world not to thee supplied, all in thyself. Thyself thou satisfied. Of good no slender shadow doth appear, no age-worn track, in thee which shined not clear, perfection's sum, prime cause of every cause, midst, end, beginning, where all good doth pause. Hence of thy substance, differing in naught, thou in eternity, thy Son forth brought, the only birth of thy unchanging mind, thine image, pattern like that ever shined, light out of light, begotten not by will, but nature, all and that same essence still which thou thyself, of this light, eternal, double, kindled was thy sprite eternally, who is with thee the same, all holy gift, ambassador, not, flame. Most sacred Triad. O most holy one. Unprocreate Father, ever procreate Son, ghost-breathed from both, you were, are, I shall be, most blessed, three in one, and one in three, incomprehensible by reachless height, and unperceived by excessive light. So, though unlike, the planet of the days, so soon as he was made, begot his rays, which are his offspring, and from both was hurled the rosy light which comfort doth the world, and none forewent another, so the spring the wellhead, and the stream which they forth bring, are but one self-same essence, nor in aught do differ, save in order, and are thought no chime of time discerns in them to fall, but three distinctly bide one essence all. LL 99, 142. From this point on to the close, the hymn celebrates the glory of God in his works. Drummond possessed an imagination that delighted as Milton's did in the contemplation of the universe as a vast mechanical scheme of sun and planets. LL 180, 232. His philosophic mind, however, led him to conceive of nature in the manner of the Platonists. God, or true being, according to Plotinus is a unity, everywhere present, Enneads, 6v4, and matter, the other extreme of his philosophy, is an empty show, a shadow in a mirror. Enneads, 3:6. 7. In closing the account of the works of God, Drummond thus writes, whole and entire, all in thyself thou art, allwhere diffused, yet of this all no part, for infinite, in making this fair frame, great without quantity, in all thou came, and filling all, how can thy state admit or place or substance to be said of it? Were but 1 hour this world disjoined from thee, it in 1 hour to naught reduced should be, for it thy shadow is, and can they last, if severed from the substances them cast. LL 285, 298. Drummond's hymn is the work of a mind in which poetical sensuousness and philosophic abstraction are well nigh equally balanced. In Moore the philosopher had outweighed the poet. In Milton the poet asserts his full power. To him the Platonian scheme of the hypostases is valuable only as they enable his love of beauty to be satisfied in conformity with his intellectual apprehension of the relation between God and the Son in the trinal Godhead. Plotinus had outlined the relation between the good and intellect as that of a principle of beauty by which the intellect is invested and possesses beauty and light. Enneads, 6:7. 31. The good itself is the principle of beauty, hidden in its own rays of light. In Milton the conception of God as hidden in inaccessible light, and of the Son as the express image of the invisible beauty of God, is explained in conformity with the Platonic scheme, and also with those scriptural texts, one of which mentions God as a King of kings, who only hath immortality, dwelling in the light which no man can approach unto, 1 Tim 6:16, and the other proclaims that in Christ dwelleth all the fullness of the Godhead bodily, Colonel 2:9. Thus in heaven the angels hymn their praises, the Father, first they sung, omnipotent, immutable, immortal, infinite, eternal King, the author of all being, fountain of light, thyself invisible amidst the glorious brightness where thou sittest throned inaccessible, but when thou shadst the full blaze of thy beams, and through a cloud drawn round about thee like a radiant shrine dark with excessive bright thy skirts appear, yet dazzle heaven, that brightest seraphim approach not, but with both wings veil their eyes. The next they sang, of all creation first, begotten Son, divine similitude, in whose conspicuous countenance, without cloud made visible, the Almighty Father shines, whom else no creature can behold, on thee impressed the effulgence of his glory abides. Transfused on thee his ample spirit rests. Pl. 3:372, 389. And the Almighty addresses the Son, effulgence of my glory, Son beloved, Son in whose face invisible is beheld visibly, what by deity I am. 6:680, 682. This relation of Christ to God which in the Scripture was indicated only as in an outline sketch has been filled in with the substance of the Platonian aesthetics, in which the one and the good is beauty itself, kappa alpha lambda lambda omicron nu, and intellect is the beautiful, tau kappa alpha lambda nu. And he adds, I6. 6. The attraction which this philosophical explanation had for those whose work reveals its presence is twofold. To the religious mind in which the metaphysical cast of thought was prominent, the idea of the transcendent immanence of God in all things as their life, yet apart from all things as objects in time and space came home with its wealth of suggestion of the nearness of God to man. In Henry Moore this feeling is uppermost in his Psychozoa. In the midst of his description of Psyche's robe he breaks out into a passage on the constant care which God shows toward the world. In Psyche's mirror of Arachnia and Hapi God is aware of all on earth that falls under sense. The roaring of the hungry lion, the burning thirst of the weary traveler and every movement of the little sparrow are all known to him. Do not I see? I slumber not nor sleep, do not I hear? Each noise by shady night my Meroyer represents, when mortals steep their languid limbs in Morpheus' dull delight, I hear such sounds as Adam's brood would fright. The doleful echoes from the hollow hill mock howling wolves, the woods with black bedight. Answer rough Pan, his pipe, and eke his skill, and all the sadder routs rude whoops and shoutings shrill. I-54. In his second canto, where he repeats the idea of the universal life of Psyche, he dwells on the fact of God's immanence in the world. He is the inmost center of creation, from whom as rays from the sun the individual souls are born. Dependence of this all hence doth appear and sever all degrees subordinate. But fancies so unfit such things to clear, that oft it makes them seem more intricate, and now God's work it doth disterminate too far from his own reach, but he withal more inward is, and far more intimate than things are with themselves. His ideal and central presence is in every atom ball. 210. In those minds less metaphysical in nature, the high speculations of Platonic philosophy opened a way by which they could conceive God as a principle grasped by the mind rather than as a personal judge and punisher of sin. In Drummond this contrast in the two conceptions of God, one feeding itself on philosophy, and the other on the imagery of the Scripture, is strikingly brought out by a comparison of the opening and the ending of an hymn of the fairest fair with those of a prayer for mankind. The hymn begins with a confession of the elevating power of his subject, I feel my bosom glow with wontless fires rised from the vulgar press my mind aspires, winged with high thoughts, unto his praise to climb, from deep eternity who called forth time, that essence which not moved makes each thing move, uncreate beauty, all creating love, but by so great an object, radiant light, my heart appalled, enfeebled rests my sight, thick clouds benight my laboring engine, and at my high attempts my wits repine. If thou in me this sacred rapture wrought, my knowledge sharpen, Sarcell's ie pinions lend my thought, grant me, time's father, world-containing king a power, of thee in powerful lays to sing, that as thy beauty in earth lives, heaven shines, so it may dawn or shadow in my lines. LL 1, 16. At the close he prays, what wit cannot conceive, words say of thee, here, where, as in a mirror, we but see shadows of shadows, atoms of thy might, still owly-eyed when staring on thy light, grant that, released from this earthly jail, and freed of clouds which here our knowledge veil, in heaven's high temples, where thy praises ring, I may in sweeter notes hear angels sing. LL 329, 335. A prayer for mankind, however, opens with the note of humble adoration and a sense of sin. Great God, whom we with humble thoughts adore, eternal, infinite, almighty King, at whose command clouds dreadful thunders sound. Ah! Spare us worms, weigh not how we, alas evil to ourselves, against thy laws rebel, wash off those spots which still in mind's clear glass, though we be loath to look, we see too well, deserved revenge oh do not take. LL 1, 13. It closes similarly, grant, when at last our souls these bodies leave, their loathsome shops of sin, and mansions blind, and doom before thy royal seat receive, they may a Saviour, not a Judge thee find. LL 65, 68. In Spenser's Hymn of Heavenly Beauty, in the first portion of which he sings the ascent of the mind through ever-rising stages of perfection to that highest for beyond all telling, the mingling of these two ways of approach to God is very apparent. Spenser is first a Platonist and then a Christian. How, he asks, if God's glory is such that the sun is dimmed by comparison, can we behold him? The means therefore which unto us is lent, him to behold, is on his works to look, which he hath made in beauty excellent, and in the same, as in a brazen book, to read and registered in every nook his goodness, which his beauty doth declare, for all that's good is beautiful and fair. Thence gathering plumes of perfect speculation, to imp the wings of thy high-flying mind, mount up aloft through heavenly contemplation, from this dark world, whose damps the soul do blind, and like the native brood of eagles kynd, on that bright sun of glory fix thine eyes, cleared from gross mists of frily infirmities. Then comes in the sense of sin, and he approaches God in a different spirit. He continues, humbled with fear and awful reverence, before the footstool of his majesty, throw thyself down with trembling innocence, any dare look up with corruptible eye, on the dread face of that great deity, for fear, lest if he chance to look on thee, thou turn to naught, and quite confounded be. But lowly fall before his mercy seat, close covered with the Lamb's integrity, from the just wrath of his avengeful threat, that sits upon the righteous throne on high. LL 130, 152. To nature of the soul. The nature of the soul from the standpoint of Platonian metaphysics was treated by Henry More in his two poetical treatises, Pischathanasia and Antipsychoponikia. In the former he follows the course of the argument set forth in the 7th book of the 4th Ennead of Plotinus. In the Platonian defense two propositions are established, namely, that the soul is not body, and that it is not a function of body. By demonstrating these, it followed that the soul is an immaterial thing, a real being, and consequently eternal. This is the drift of More's argument in Psychothanasia. The first and second books are devoted to the establishment of the definition of the soul as an incorporeal substance, and the proof of its incorporeality is deduced from considerations of its functions. The soul, More holds, is an incorporeal thing because it is a self-moving substance present in all forms of life. Plotinus had taught that soul was everywhere. First, then, he says, let every soul consider this, how by breathing life into them soul made all animals, the creatures of earth, sea, air, the divine stars in heaven, made the sun, made the great firmament above us, and not only made but ordered it, so that it swings round in due course. Yet is this soul a different nature from what it orders, and moves, and vivifies. It must needs then be more precious than its creations. For they are born, and when the soul which ministers their life abandons them, they die, but the soul ever is because it never abandons itself. And he adds, vi 2. More finds this soul present in the growth of all forms of vegetation, the sphere spermatic, I 230, in the life of animals, sensation and self-directed motion, and in the intellectual life of man. I 217, 22. Thus have I tracked the soul in all its works, and several conditions have disp laid, and showed all places where she lurks, even her own lurkings of herself bewrayed, in plants, in beasts, in men, while here she stayed. I 2. 23, he next demonstrates that the soul is a self-moving substance. It is self-moving in plants, as the quickening power of the sun on vegetation shows. Through the heat of the sun the hidden center, or soul, is called into the life of blossoming and growth. Thus called out by friendly sympathy their souls move of themselves on their centrality. I 2. 31, in animals the self-moving soul is manifested in motion and the life of sensation. Then be the souls of beasts self-moving forms, bearing their bodies as themselves think meet, invited, or provoked, so they transform at first themselves within, then straight inside those motions come, which suddenly do light upon the bodies visible, which move according to the will of inward sprite. I 2. 36, in man the self-motion of the soul is present in the activity of reason, whether as the presiding power in all of the operations of the image-making faculty, or as the contemplative and speculative power. I 241, 44. After this account of the nature of the soul as a self-moving substance, More addresses himself to the task of showing that all life is immortal. In a time of despondency a nymph once came and declared to him, all life's immortal, though the outward trunk may changed be, yet life to nothing never shrunk. I 3. 17, according to the theory unfolded by the nymph there is an ever-present unity in all things which is the true source of their life. This is God. From him are 6 descending degrees of existence, called intellectual, psychical, imaginative, sensitive, plantal, or spermatic. I 3. 23, below all of these is matter, which is nothing but mere potentiality, or the possibility of all created things. I 4. 9, though these various degrees of life are distinct, they are manifestations of the one pervading unity. I 3. 25, matter thus cannot be the prop and stay of life. I 3. 26, the second proof of the incorporeal nature of the soul is found in the character of its functions. After a hasty attack on the doctrine of materialism in the form of a reductio ad absurdum, 2:13-25, cf. Plotinus, 473, More shows, first, that the faculty within us by which we are aware of the outward world of sense is one and individual, yet everywhere present in the body. 2. 32, this faculty, called the common sense, 2:26, sits as judge over all the data of sense knowledge, cf. Platonism, 476, it decides in case of disagreement between two senses, and distinguishes clearly between the objects present to each sense. 2. 28, the common sense must be one, else, being divided, it would breed confusion in consciousness, 2:31, and it must be everywhere present in the body because it shows no partiality to any sense, but has intelligence of all equally. 2. 32, the rational powers of the soul are a further proof of the soul's incorporeal nature. The first consideration draws attention to the vast scope of man's will and soul. In the virtuous the soul can be so universalized and begotten into the life of God that the will embraces all with a tender love and is ever striving to seek God as the good. 2. 6, if this is so, Moore asks whether the soul thus universalized can ever die. 2. 7, man's understanding, 2, can become so broadened that it can apprehend God's true being, not knowing it, to be sure, in its true essence, but having such a true insight that it can reject all narrow conceptions of his nature and welcome other more comprehensive ideas as closer approximations to the truth. The understanding is in a state that Moore calls parturient. God under certain conditions can be born within the soul. 239, 12. For the reason, then, of the vastness of the power of will and understanding, Moore holds that the soul cannot be a body. 2. 4, the next argument in regard to the rational powers of the soul centers about her power of pure abstraction. Cf. Enneads, 4:7. 8, in herself the soul divests matter of all time and place relations and views the naked, simple essence of things. 2. 18, she thus frames within herself an idea, which is indivisible and unextended, and by this she judges outward objects. 2:18-20, cf. Enneads, 4:7. 12, this property is not a property of body. 2:26, at this point Moore closes the first division of his argument. By establishing the definition of the soul as a self-moving substance, and by an account of the nature of its functions, he has defended his first proposition, that the soul is an incorporeal thing. He then passes on to the second part of his argument, that the soul is an incorporeal thing because it is independent of the body. This portion of his defense falls into four main divisions. In the first he explains the nature of the body's dependence upon the soul. Through the power that the soul has by virtue of its lowest center of life, called the plantal, the soul frames the body in order to exercise through it the functions of life. 3:17. The more perfect this body is, the more awake the soul is. 3:17. But after the work of framing the body is finished, the soul dismisses it as an old thought and begins its life of contemplation. 3:16. The main desire is to see God. 3:11. Next Moore shows how the soul can direct her own thoughts within herself without in any way considering the body. Her intellectual part dives within her nature in its quest for self-knowledge, and her will affects herself after this knowledge has been gained. All this is accomplished free from any bodily assistance. 3:25, 26. The third division shows how the soul is so independent of the body that she can resist its desires. Often the sensual impulse of our nature would lead us to be content with mere satisfaction of our bodily desires, but the soul desirous of truth and gifted with an insight into God's true nature enables us to resist all such impulses. 3:38, 39. The fourth division contrasts the vitality of the soul with that of sense, fancy, and memory. These three faculties are weakened by age and by disease, and also by excessive stimulation, but the soul never fades, but grows stronger with each contemplative act. 3:48, 49, 56. The attraction which the philosophy of Plotinus had for More's mind lay in its scheme of speculative mysticism. The metaphysical system of Plotinus had taught that the One, which is the truly existing being, is everywhere present and yet nowhere wholly present. And he adds, 6:4. It had explained also that the only way in which the individual soul could apprehend this truly existing being was by a mystical union with it, in which state the soul did not know in the sense of energizing intellectually, but was one with the One. And he adds, 6:9. 10. These two ideas lie at the basis of More's theosophic mysticism. Their presence can be felt throughout his psychothanasia as its controlling idea and also in his two less important treatises, Anti-Psychopanikia and Anti-Monopsychia. The argument of the Anti-Psychopanikia and of the Anti-Monopsychia centers about the doctrine of the mystic union with God. The argument in the psychothanasia is a critique of materialism rather than a positive plea for the existence of the soul after death. It was the purpose of More in his two pendants to his longer poem to treat of the state of the soul after death. That it is not enveloped in eternal night he proves in his Anti-Psychopanikia. His argument is briefly this: since God is a unity everywhere present, he is infinite freedom. 2:2. Since the soul's activities of will and intellect are free from dependence upon the body, death will be but the ushering of the soul into the life of God's large liberty. Wherefore the soul cut off from lowly sense by harmless fate, far greater liberty must gain, for when it hath departed hence, as all things else, should it not backward hie from whence it came, but such divinity is in our souls that nothing less than God could send them forth, as Plato's schools decree, wherefore when they retreat a free abode they'll find, unless kept off by Nemesis just rod. 2:14. In this life of union the soul will realize the deep fecundity of her own nature, for in her are innate ideas. To establish this theory of innate ideas into which Plato's theory of reminiscence has been transformed in Plotinus, cf. Enneads, 4:325, More adduces four considerations. They must exist because, 1. Like is known only by like, 2:31, 2. No object or number of objects can give the soul a universal concept, 2:36, 3. The apprehension of incorporeal things cannot be made by sense, therefore the soul must have the measure of such within her own nature, 2:38, 39, and, 4. The process of learning shows that it is education, or the drawing out of the mind what was in it potentially, 2:42. Inasmuch, then, as innate ideas exist within the mind, called out by experience in life, how much more will they be evoked in that high union with God? But sith our soul with God himself may meet, enacted by his life, I cannot see what scruple then remains that Moven might least doubt but that she wakes with open eye, when fate her from this body doth untie. Wherefore her choicest forms do then arise, rosed up by union and large sympathy with God's own sprite, she plainly then descries such plenitude of life, as she could ne'er devise. 3:2. But this union of the soul with the One may be thought to obliterate self-identity after death and teach only a universal absorption of all souls into the One. To combat this idea More contends in his Anti-Monopsychia that by virtue of the deiformity of the soul, by which he means its ability to be joined with God, the soul in death is so quickened with near union with God, that now wished for vitality is so increased, that infinitely sh has fun herself, her deep st desire unspeakably hath won. And deep desire is the deepest act, the most profound and central energy, the very selfness of the soul, which backed with piercing might, she breaks out, forth doth fly from dark contracting death, and doth descry herself unto herself, so thus unfold that actual life she straightway saith, is I. Stz 35, 36. In the Psychothanasia, the Platonian doctrines of the immanent unity of the One and of the mystical union of the soul with it are not so much present as positive arguments incorporated in the sequence of thought, but are felt as controlling ideas in the mind of the writer. The reason for this lies in the fact that in the argument of Plotinus, 4:7, these two truths of his philosophy are not specifically elaborated. To more, however, as indeed to all students of Platonian metaphysics, these are the significant ideas of his system. More thus brings them in at opportune times throughout his argument in Psychothanasia. The conception of the ever-present unity of the One in all things is the fundamental idea in the first division of his thought. The tenacity with which he clings to this doctrine is remarkable. His argument had brought him to the point where he had shown that all life of plants and animals, as well as of men, was immortal. What, then, is the state of the plantal and animal soul after death? I 249, 53. More does not answer directly, but replies that although men cannot know this, it is not permitted to reason it down. But it's already clear that 'tis not right to reason down the firm subsistentia of things from ignorance of their property. I 2. 59. Consequently, when he comes to consider man's immortality, he says that all the preceding argument, the general reflection on the self-motion and central stability of the soul, may be dismissed as needless. Only that vitality, that doth extend this great universal, and move th inert materiality of great and little worlds, that keep in memory. 2:7. It is because of the firm conviction with which he holds to the conception of the pervading unity of the One that he expands the idea at length in the third and fourth cantos of the first book. The second idea, that of the mystical union of the individual soul with the One, is an incentive to More's thought and feelings throughout the course of his entire argument. From the fact that the soul can dive as deep as matter, and rise to the height of a blissful union with God, he derives the necessary inspiration for his mighty task. This is the state of th ever-moving soul, whirling about upon its circling wheel, certes to sight it variously doth roll, and as men deem full dangerously doth reel, but oft when men fear most, itself doth feel in happiest plight conjoined with that great Sun of lasting bliss, that doth himself reveal more fully than, by that close union, though men, that missay her here, do think her quite undone. I 2. 8. When in the course of his argument he arrives at a discussion of the rational power of the soul, he launches out into a treatment of the vast scope of man's will and mind which should bring forth that live divinity within ourselves, if once God would consent to shew his specious form and nature eminent, for here it lies like colours in the night unseen and unregarded, but the sun displays the beauty and the gladsome plight of the adorned earth, while he doth run his upper stage. But this high prize is won by curbing sense and the self-seeking life, true Christian mortification, thus God will his own self in us revive, if we to mortify our straitened selves do strive. 2 3:12, 13. Again, when his argument brings him to the point at which the independence of soul from body is to be proved, he breaks out with an exclamation of the bliss of that union of soul with God, when reason shines out bright, and holy love with mild serenity doth hug her harmless self in this her purity. 3:2. 28, and passes on to a description of the One as seen in the vision, unplucked, unparted, one close unity, yet omnipresent, all things, yet but one, not streaked with gaudy multiplicity, pure light without discoloration, stable without circumvolution, eternal rest, joy without passing sound. 3:2. 36. Finally, in the last canto of his third book he testifies to the vanity of that knowledge of the reasons for the soul's immortality, even as he had given them. 3:11, and confesses that the only sure stay in the storm of life is a faith in the first good. But yet, my muse, still taken higher flight, sing of Platonic faith in the first good, that faith that doth our souls to God unite so strongly, tightly, that the rapid flout of this swift flux of things, nor with foul mud can stain, nor strike us off from unity, wherein we steadfast stand, unshacked, unmoved, and grafted by a deep vitality. The prop and stay of things is God's Benny good nighty. 3:14. As in his Psychozoa it was noted how the omnipresence of psyche appealed to More's religious sense of the nearness of God to his children, so in his other treatises, especially his Psychothanasia, the mystical union of the soul with the One is for More another name for the love of God as known in the soul of the Christian. The Christian religion had taught that God is love, a conception far removed from Platonism, whether of the dialogues or of the Enneads of Plotinus. But the tendency to find in Platonism a rational sanction for religious truth was so strong in the theology of the Cambridge school, to which More belonged, that this conception of God as love which, indeed, is held by the Christian not as an idea but as a fact of his inmost religious experience was interpreted in the light of the speculative mysticism of Plotinus, and thus the formless one, the ultra-metaphysical principle above all being, became the Christian God of love. 3. Eternity of the soul and of matter. In the work of Vaughan and Spencer, two distinct phases of another form of Platonic idealism are presented, one in which the poet looks back upon eternity as a fact of the soul's past experience, and the other in which he directs a forward glance to the future when the soul shall find its eternal rest. In the expression of his sense of eternity, Vaughan recurs to the doctrine of the pre-existence of the soul as it is expounded in Plato. In Vaughan this idea is felt as an influence either affording the substance of his thought or determining the nature of his imagery. The idea which Vaughan carries over into his own poetry is found in Plato's account in the Phaedrus of the pre-existence of the soul in a world of pure ideas before its descent into the body. There was a time, says Plato, when with the rest of the happy band they, i.e. the human souls, saw beauty shining in brightness, we philosophers following in the train of Zeus, others in company with other gods, and then we beheld the beatific vision and were initiated into a mystery which may be truly called most blessed, celebrated by us in our state of innocence, before we had any experience of evils to come, when we were admitted to the sight of apparitions innocent and simple and calm and happy, which we held shining in pure light, pure ourselves and not yet enshrined in that living tomb which we carry about, now that we are imprisoned in the body, like an oyster in his shell. Phaedrus, 250. This idea occurs in two forms in Vaughan. In the retreat the reminiscence of a past is described as a fact of Vaughan's religious experience. He longs to travel back to the time when, in his purity, he was nearer to God than he is now in his sinful state. Happy those early days, when I shinned in my angel infancy. Before I understood this place appointed for my second race, or taught my soul to fancy aught but a white, celestial thought, when yet I had not walked above a mile or two from my first love, and looking back at that short space could see a glimpse of his bright face, when on some gilded cloud, or flower, my gazing soul would dwell an hour, and in those weaker glories spy some shadows of eternity, before I taught my tongue to wound my conscience with a sinful sound, or had the black art to dispense a several sin to every sense, but felt through all this fleshly dress bright shoots of everlastingness. Oh, how I long to travel back, and tread again that ancient track, that I might once more reach that plain, where first I left my glorious train, from whence enlightened spirit sees that shady city of palm trees. But my soul with too much stay is drunk, and staggers in the way. Some men a forward motion love, but I by backward steps would move, and when this dust falls to the urn, in that state I came, return. The second form of this idea appears in Vaughan's poem called Corruption. Man is represented as enjoying the happiness of innocence in the Garden of Eden, where he was in close touch with the beauties of heaven. Here he had a glimpse of his heavenly birth, but when, by reason of sin, he was forced to leave that place. He found earth and heaven no longer friendly. Sure, it was so. Man in those early days was not all stone and earth. He shinned a little, and by those weak rays had some glimpse of his birth. He saw heaven o'er his head, and knew from whence he came, condemned, hither, and, as first love draws strongest, so from hence his mind sure progressed thither. Things here were strange unto him, sweat and till, all was a thorn or weed. This made him long for home, as loath to stay with murmurers and foes. He sighed for Eden, and would often say, "Ah, what bright days were those!" Nor was heaven cold unto him, for each day the valley or the mountain afforded visits, and still paradise lay in some green shade or fountain. Angels lay leisure here, each bush and cell, each oak and highway knew them, walk but the fields, or sit down at some well, and he was sure to view them. In this poem, although there is no such parallelism with the account of a pre-existent state as it is given in Plato, the fundamental idea is the same as that of the retreat. Vaughan describes man's life in Eden as one of closer intimacy with his celestial home than his lot on earth affords him, just as he had described the experience of his own angel infancy and its contrast to his earthly life. In both poems is present the conviction that the human soul once lived in a state of pure innocence, and in both is heard the note of regret at the loss of this through sin. In Vaughan's poem, The World, the influence of Plato's account of the pre-existent life of the soul is felt only in affording the character of the imagery which Vaughan has used to express his idea. In the Phaedrus, Plato describes the progress of the soul in its sight of the eternal ideas in the heaven of heavens. Each soul, represented as a charioteer guiding a pair of winged horses, is carried about by the revolution of the spheres, and during the progress it beholds the ideas. The souls of the gods have no difficulty in seeing these realities, but of the other souls, says Plato, that which follows God best and is likest to him lifts the head of the charioteer into the outer world, and is carried round in the revolution, troubled indeed by the steeds, and with difficulty beholding true being, while another only rises and falls, and sees, and again fails to see by reason of the unruliness of the steeds. The rest of the souls are also longing after the upper world, and they all follow, but not being strong enough they are carried round below the surface, plunging, treading on one another, each striving to be first, and there is confusion and perspiration and the extremity of effort, and many of them are lamed, or have their wings broken, through the ill driving of the charioteers. Phaedrus, 248. In this account of the revolution of the soul about the eternal realities of true being, Vaughan found the suggestion for his poem, The World. Instead of the revolution of the soul about true being, he describes the revolution of time about eternity. The figure of the charioteer is absent, too, but it is by the use of the wing that those who make the revolution about eternity mount up into the circle, just as in Plato. Time in the poem also is represented as being driven about by the spheres. Such coincidences of imagery show that Vaughan found in Plato's fanciful account of the soul's pre-existent life in heaven the medium through which he expressed his view of the relation of the life of the present-day world to that of eternity. At first he pictures the revolution of the world about the great ring of light which he calls eternity. I saw eternity the other night, like a great ring of pure and endless light, all calm, as it was bright, and round beneath it, time in hours, days, years, drive and by the spheres like a vast shadow moved, in which the world and all her train were hurled. He then describes the lover busied in his trifles, his lute, his fancies, and his delights. Next moves the statesman, pursued by the shouts of multitudes. The next to follow are the miser and the epicure. The doting lover in his quaintest strain did there complain, near him, his lute, his fancy, and his flights, with sour delights, with gloves, and knots, the silly snares of pleasure, yet his dear treasure, all scattered lay, while he his eyes did pour upon a flower. The darksome statesman, hung with weights and woe, like a thick midnight fog, moved there so slow, he did nor stay, nor go, condemning thoughts like sad eclipses scowl upon his soul, and clouds of crying witnesses without pursued him with one shout. The fearful miser on a heap of rust sate pining all his life there, did scarce trust his own hands with the dust, yet would not place one piece above, but lives in fear of thieves. Thousands there were as frantic as himself, and hugged each one his pelf. The downright epicure plucked heaven in sense, and scorned pretense, while others, slipped into a wide excess, said little less, the weaker sort slight, trivial wares enslave, who think them brave, and poor, despise truth sate counting by their victory. At this point Vaughan ends his catalogue of human types and comments upon the unwillingness of the many to soar up into the ring by the aid of the wing. Yet some, who all this while did weep and sing and weep, soared up into the ring, but most would use no wing. O fool, said I thus, to prefer dark night before true light? To live in grots and caves, and hate the day because it shows the way, which from this dead and dark abode leads up to God. Spencer finds his suggestion of the eternal in life, not in a consciousness of a past existence, but in a conception of the world of matter built up in accordance with the Platonic doctrine of stability of the substance amid the flux of changing forms. This conception of the world is explained by him in his description of the Garden of Adonis in the Faerie Queene and in his 2 cantos of Mutabilitae. The conception of matter which Spencer teaches is the doctrine of Plotinus expressed in accordance with the account of flux and stability of natural phenomena explained by Plato in the Timaeus. According to Plotinus, matter is an indestructible subject of forms which endures through all the various changes which it is constantly undergoing, and this unchanging something is never destroyed. And he adds, 2:4. 6. In the Timaeus Plato had outlined a theory of flux with which this doctrine of the indestructibility of matter could be easily harmonized. In his discussion of the world of natural phenomena he distinguishes 3 natures, as he calls them, and likens them to a father, a child, and a mother. For the present, he says in the Timaeus, 50, we have only to conceive of 3 natures: first, that which is in process of generation; secondly, that in which the generation takes place; and thirdly, that of which the thing generated is a resemblance. And we may liken the receiving principle to a mother, and the source or spring to a father, and the intermediate nature to a child. According to this piece of poetic imagery he describes the various manifestations of matter in the outward world. The elements are constantly changing in and out of one another and have in them nothing permanent. They cannot be called this or that, but only such. Only the receiving principle, the universal nature, that must be always called the same, for while receiving all things, she never departs at all from her own nature, and never in any way or at any time assumes a form like that of any of the things which enter into her. She is the natural recipient of all impressions, and is stirred and informed by them, and appears different from time to time by reason of them. Timaeus, 50. The explanation of the myriad changes of matter of the outward world of sense after the manner of this account by Plato is found in Spencer's description of the Garden of Adonis. The term Garden of Adonis is found in Plato's Phaedrus, 276, where is meant an earthen vessel in which plants are nourished to quick growth only to decay as rapidly. On this term Spencer's imagination built its superstructure of fancy by which the Garden of Adonis became symbolic of the world of natural phenomena described after the manner of Plato in the Timaeus and Plotinus in the Enneads. The garden is described at first as a seminary of all living things, conceived first as flowers; in that same garden all the goodly flowers, wherewith Dame Nature doth her beautify, and decks the girlons of her paramours, are fetched. There is the first seminary of all things, that are born to live and die, according to their kins. Long work it were, here to account the endlesse progeny of all the weeds that bud and blossom there, but so much as doth need, must needs be counted here. 3-6. 30. Spencer's imagination now changes, and he conceives of the objects in this garden as naked babes, in accordance with the suggestion of the intermediate nature which Plato conceived as a child. Genius as the porter of the place is thus described: he letteth in, he letteth out to wend, all that to come into the world desire, 1,000 naked babes attend about him day and night, which do require, that he with fleshly weeds would them attire, such as him list, such as eternal fate ordained hath, he clothes with sinful mire, and sendeth forth to live in mortal state, till they again return back by the hinder gate. 3-6. 32. Again there is a change, and the objects issuing from this garden are forms which borrow their substance from the matter of chaos. Infinite shapes of creatures there are bred, and uncouth forms, which none yet ever knew, and every sort is in a sundry bed set by itself, and ranked in comely row, some fit for reasonable souls in duo, some made for beasts, some made for birds to wear, and all the fruitful spawn of fishes who in endlesse ranks along in ranged were, that seemed the ocean could not contain them there. 3-6. 35. When these forms are sent forth from the garden, they take for their substance the matter found in chaos, which is ever eternal. Daily they grow, and daily forth are sent into the world, it to replenish more, yet is the stock not lessened, nor spent, but still remains in everlasting store, as it at first created was of yore. For in the wide womb of the world there lies, in hateful darkness and in deep horror, and huge eternal chaos, which supplies the substances of nature's fruitful progenies. All things from thence do their first being fetch, and borrow matters whereof they are made, which when as for me and feature it doth catch, becomes a body, and doth then invade the state of life, out of the grisly shade. That substance is etern, and be death so, any when the life decays, and for me does fade, doth it consume, and into nothing go, but changed is, and often altered to and fro. 3-6. 36, 37. Spencer now stops the play of fancy and becomes the philosopher, explaining the doctrine of matter as taught by Plotinus. The substance of things is eternal and abides in potency of further change. The substance is not changed, nor altered, but only for me an outward fashion, for every substance is conditioned to change her hue, and sundry forms to don, meet for her temper and complexion, for forms are variable and decay, by course of kind, and by occasion, and that fair flower of beauty fades away, as doth the lily fresh before the sunny ray. 2-6. 38. Finally, Spencer closes his account of the garden with a mingling of fancy and philosophy. He adopts the suggestion of Plato that the source of the many changes in natural phenomena is a father, and blends the conception with the myth of Venus and Adonis. In the garden Venus is represented as enjoying the pleasure of the presence of Adonis perpetually, for he is described as the father of the various forms who abides eternal in all change. There wont fair Venus often to enjoy her dear Adonis' joyous company, and reap sweet pleasure of the wanton boy. There yet, some say, in secret he does lie, lapped in flowers and prettious spiceri, by her hid from the world, and from the skill of Stygian gods, which do her love envy, but she herself, whenever that she will, possesseth him, and of his sweetness takes her fill. And sooth it seems they say, for he may not for ever die, and ever buried be in baleful night, where all things are forgot, all be he subject to mortality, yet is etern in mutability, and by succession made perpetual, transformed oft, and changed diversely, for him the father of all forms they call, therefore needs mote he live, that living gives to all. 3646, 47. The attraction which this doctrine of the indestructibility of matter had for Spencer lay in the comforting assurance which it brought him of an eternity when things should be at rest. Throughout Spencer is heard a note of world weariness. Nothing is sure, that grows on earthly ground. These words placed in the mouth of Arthur, I 9:11, are essentially characteristic of Spencer's outlook on the things of this world. They are his lacrimae rerum. The Cantos of Mutabilitae is the best instance in point. These two cantos celebrate the overthrow of mutability by nature. To the claim of preeminence among the gods which mutability lays before nature, and which she bases upon the fact that everything in the wide universe is subject to constant change, Dame Nature replies that though they be subject to change, they change only their outward state, each change working their perfection, and she further remarks that the time will come when there shall be no more change. At the end of mutability's plea Dame Nature thus answers the charge, I well consider all that ye have said, and find that all things steadfastness do hate and changed be, yet being rightly weighed they are not changed from their first estate, but by their change their being do dilate, and turning to themselves at length again, do work a their own perfection so by fate, then over them change doth not rule and reign, but they reign over change, and do their states maintain. Cease therefore daughter further to aspire, and thee content thus to be ruled by me, for thy decay thou seek'st by thy desire, but time shall come that all shall changed be, and from thenceforth, none no more change shall see. 7:758, 59. On this decision of nature Spencer bases his assurance of a time when the soul shall have its final rest. With a prayer to the great God of Sabaoth that he may see the time when all things shall rest in him, Spencer closes his work on his great unfinished poem The Faerie Queene. Then gin I thinke on that which nature said, of that same time when no more change shall be, but steadfast rest of all things firmely stayed upon the pillars of eternity, that is contraire to mutability, for, all that moveth, doth in change delight, but thenceforth all shall rest eternally. With him that is the God of Sabaoth height, O thou great Sabaoth God, grant me that Sabaoth sight. 7:8. 2. In the theory of the pre-existence of the soul and in the conception of the indestructibility of matter Vaughan and Spencer were able to find teachings which were akin to the most intimate experiences of their lives. Although the phase of Platonic idealism which taught in these two distinct ways the eternity of human life and of the world about us did not have so vital an influence upon English poetry as did the opening of a world of moral beauty, its presence is nevertheless indicative of the strong hold which Platonism had upon some of the finest poetic minds of the 16th and 17th centuries in England. Even when these poets were writing from the fullness of their own personal experience, it was in the molds of Platonic philosophy that their thought was cast. The elements of Platonism, then, that enter into the English poetry of the 16th and 17th centuries, have their source in the dialogues of Plato and the Enneads of Plotinus. The body of this teaching, its aesthetics, its metaphysics, and its ethics was seen by the poets in its relation to Christian doctrine and to the passion of romantic love. The more permanent results for good are found in the fusion of Platonism with the ideals of Christian living and with its longing for perfection. If one passage in Plato may adequately sum up the teaching of Platonism most influential in English poetry, it is the passage in Phaedrus in which the beauty of wisdom is taught, Phaedrus, 250. But beauty in its stricter import is a thing known to the sense, and is carried over into the moral world only to indicate the value of moral ideas. Plato recognized this, and in this connection it is significant that in the part of Phaedrus, where he speaks of the loveliness of wisdom, he is aware of the power of pure beauty. But of beauty, he says, I repeat again that we saw her there in the ideal world shining in company with the celestial forms, and coming to earth we find her here too, shining in clearness through the clearest aperture of sense. For sight is the most piercing of our bodily senses, though not by that is wisdom seen. Her loveliness would have been transporting if there had been a visible image of her, and the other ideas, if they had visible counterparts, would be equally lovely. But this is the privilege of beauty, that being the loveliest she is also the most palpable to sight. 250. Spenser was the poet who caught the spirit of this teaching. Pastorella's beauty is presented not as Una's, the beauty of wisdom, nor as Britomart's, the beauty of the inward purity of womanhood, but it is a beauty of pure form. And soothly sure she was full fair of face, and perfectly well shapt in every limb, which she did more augment with modest grace, and comely carriage of her countenance trim, that all the rest like lesser lamps did dim. 6-9. 9. And yet as she stands on the little hillock she is encompassed with a cloud of glory. Upon a little hillock she was placed higher than all the rest, and round about environed with a girland, goodly graced, of lovely lasses, and them all without the lusty shepherd swains sate in a rout, the which did pipe and sing her praises do, and oft rejoice, and oft for wonder shout, as if some miracle of heavenly hue were down to them descended in that earthly view. 6-9. 8. They saw in the object before their eyes the idea of beauty in earthly form. The miracle is no more and no less than this, it is the privilege of beauty, that being the loveliest she is also the most palpable to sight. Bibliography Aristotle. The Nicomachean Ethics of Aristotle, translated into English by Robert Williams. London, 1869. Ayres, Philip. Lyric Poems. London, 1687. Itown, Robert. Poems, edited by Charles Rogers. London, 1871. Big, see Neoplatonism. London, 1895. Boyle, Robert. A Treatise of Seraphic Love. Edinburgh, 1825. Brome, Alexander. Songs and Other Poems. 2nd edition. 1664 Campion, Thomas. Works, edited by A. H. Bullen. London, 1889. Carew, Thomas. Poems, edited by Arthur Vincent. London and New York, 1899. Cartwright, William. Comedies, Tragicomedies with Other Poems. London, 1651. Charlton, Walter. The Ephesian and Cimmerian Matrons. London, 1668. Cleveland, John. Works. London, 1687. Cowley, Abraham. Works. 2 volumes 11th edition. London, 1710. Craig, Alexander. Poetical Works, printed for the Hunterian Club, 1873. Crashaw, Richard. Complete Works, edited by A. B. Grosart. 2 volumes 1873. Daniel, George. Poems, edited by A. B. Grosart. 4 volumes 1878. Daniel, Samuel. Complete Works in Verse and Prose, edited by A. B. Grosart. 4 volumes 1885. D'Avenant, William. Dramatic Works, edited by James Maidment and W. H. Logan. 5 volumes Edinburgh and London, 1872 to 1874. De Vere, Aubrey Thomas. Characteristics of Spenser's Poetry and Spenser as a Philosophic Poet, in essays, chiefly on poetry. 2 volumes London, 1887. Dodge, R. E. Neal. Spencer's Imitations from Ariosto, in Publications of Modern Language Association of America, 1897. Dunn, John. Works, edited by Henry Alford. 6 volumes London, 1839. Poems, edited by E. K. Chambers, with an introduction by George Saintsbury. 2 volumes London and New York, 1896. Dowden, Edward. Puritan and Anglican Studies in Literature. New York, 1901. Drayton, Michael. Poems. London, 1613. Poems, Lyric and Pastoral, printed for the Spencer Society. 1891 Drummond, William. Poems, edited by William C. Ward. 2 volumes London and New York, 1894. Ben Jonson's Conversations with William Drummond. Shakespeare Society Publications, Volume 8. Dryden, John. Works, edited by Sir Walter Scott, revised by George Saintsbury. 18 volumes Edinburgh, 1887. Einstein, Louis. Italian Renaissance in England. New York, 1902. Ferri, Luigi. Platonismo difficile, in La filosofia delle scuole italiane, Volume 29, pages 269 to 294. Ficinus, Marsilius. Commentarium in Convivium, in Omnia Divini Platonis Opera. Basilii, 1551. Fletcher, Giles. Complete Poems, edited by A. B. Grosart. London, 1876. Fletcher, J. B. Precious's At the Court of Charles I, in the Journal of Comparative Literature, Volume 1, pages 120 to 153. Fletcher, Phineas. Poems, edited by A. B. Grosart. 4 volumes 1869. Greville, Fuchs. Works, edited by A. B. Grosart. 4 volumes 1870. Habington, William. Castora, edited by Charles A. Elton. Bristol, 1812. Herbert, Edward, Lord Herbert of Cherbury. Poems, edited by John Chitton Collins. London, 1881. Herbert, George. Poetical Works, edited by A. B. Grosart. London, 1876. Haywood, Thomas. Love's Mistress or the Queen's Mask, edited by Edmund Goldsmith. Edinburgh, 1886. Howell, James. Familiar Letters, edited by Joseph Jacobs. 2 volumes 1892. Lustra Ludovicii. London, 1648. Inga, William Ralph. Christian Mysticism. New York, 1899. Johnson, Ben. Works, with notes by William Gifford, edited by Lieutenant Colonel Francis Cunningham. 3 volumes London, 1871. Lynch, Richard. Diala, edited by A. B. Grosart, in Occasional Issues of Unique or Very Rare Books, Volume 4. 1877 Lovelace, Richard. Lucasta, edited by W. Carew Hazlitt. London, 1864. Lowell, James Russell. Spencer, in Works, Volume 4. Riverside Edition, 1898. Masson, David. Life of John Milton. 6 volumes, Cambridge, 1859 to 1880. Milton, John. Poetical Works, edited by David Masson. 3 volumes, London, 1874. Prose Works, edited by Charles Simmons. 7 volumes, London, 1806. Moore, Henry. Psychedia Plato Nica, or a Platonical Song of the Soul, consisting of Psychozoa, Psychothanasia, Antipsychoponychia, Antimonopsychia. Cambridge, 1642. Norris, John. A Collection of Miscellanies. London, 1706. Parker, Samuel. A Free and Impartial Censure of the Platonic Philosophy. 2nd edition. Oxford, 1667. Plato. Dialogues of Plato, translated into English by B. Jowett. 5 volumes, New York, 1892. Plotinus. Opera Omnia, cum Marsilii Ficini Commentarius, edited by Frederick Kreutzer. 3 volumes, Oxford, 1835. On Suicide, 2 books on truly existing being, extracts from treatise on the manner in which the multitude of ideas subsist, and concerning the good. Translations by Thomas Taylor. London, 1834. Randolph, Thomas. Poetical and Dramatic Works, edited by W. Carew Hazlitt. 2 volumes, London, 1875. Sedley, Charles. Works. 2 volumes, London, 1722. Shakespeare, William. Poems, edited by George Wyndham. London, 1898. Sydney, Philip. Astrophel and Stella, edited by Ewald Flugel. Halley, 1889. The Countess of Pembroke's Arcadia, edited by H. Oscar Sommer. London, 1891. Spencer, Edmund. Complete Works, edited by A. B. Grosart. 10 volumes, 1882 to 1884. Fairy Queen. Book I, edited by H. M. Percival. London, 1894. Fairy Queen. Book 2, edited by G. W. Kitchen. London, 1868. Stanley, Thomas. Poems. London, 1814. Suckling, John. Poems, Plays, and Other Remains, edited by W. Carew Hazlitt. 2 volumes, London, 1892. Tulloch, John. Rational Theology and Christian Philosophy in England in the 17th Century. 2nd edition. 2 volumes, Edinburgh, 1874. Vaughan, Henry. Poems, edited by E. K. Chambers, with an introduction by H. C. Beeching. 2 volumes, London and New York, 1896. Walton, Isaac. Complete Angler and the Lives of Donne, Wotton, Hooker, Herbert, and Sanderson. London, 1901. Ward, Henry. Life of Henry Moore. London, 1710. Whitaker, Thomas. The Neoplatonists, A Study in the History of Hellenism. Cambridge, 1901. Index Absence, Effect of, in Love, 143, 144, 145, 146, 148. Acrasia, a type of sensual beauty, 20, captured by Guion, 21. Adam, 43, 44, 83. Amavia, 24. Anatomy of the World, N, 162, 165. Answer to the Platonics, 162. Antimonopsychia, 194, 196. Antiplatonic, Cleveland's, 162. Antiplatonic, Daniels, 159. Antipsychoponikia, 194, 195. Apology for Smectymnuus, N, 47. Arcadia, 66. Archimago, 14. Rho epsilon tau, identification of una with, 2. Ariosta, 26, 39. Arthigel, his reverence for Britomart, 35, 37, 38, 40, his training in justice, 28. Arthur, as heavenly grace, 3, 62, his relation to the Red Cross Knight, 62, his function in scheme of Fairy Queen, 62. Astrea, 27. Barriers, the, 125. Baxter, 92. Beauty, in Ficino, 109, 112, 113, 114, in Plato, 34, 35, 220, in Milton, 41, in Spenser, 35, 38, 41, 109, 111, 112, 113, 220, 221. Of Beloved, its relation to absolute beauty, in George Daniel, 131, in Ficino, 115, in Shakespeare, 128, 134, 135, in Spenser, 32 to 34, 115, 130, 136. Earthly, 79, 80. Heavenly, a fundamental doctrine of Platonism, 1, 103, identified as wisdom, 73, as beauty of intelligible world, 76. Beauty, 86. Beelzebub, 58. Being, true, 98. Belphoebe, 5. Bower of Bliss, 21. Boyle, Robert, 158. Bradamonte, 39. Britomart, 35, 36 to 38. Saelica, 138. Calidori, 46. Cantos of Mutability, 217. Carew, Thomas, 158. Cartwright, William, 162. Charles I, 156. Charlton, Walter, 157. Chastity, Milton's idea of, 47, 48, 54, 55, 56. Christ, mystical love of, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 99, as true being, 98, Milton's idea of, 180, 181. Christ's triumph after death, 100 to 103. Cleveland, John, 161, 162. Calling Clouds Come Home Again, 122. Commentarium in Convivium, on Love, 107, 108, 115, 116, 121, on Beauty, 109, 110, 112, 113, 114, its interpretation of Plato, 140. Comus, Effect of Sensuality on Soul taught in, 49, Chastity in, 48, 49, 56, Doctrine of Grace in, 63, 64, Parallelism with Phaedo, 49, and 1. Comus, His Attempts on the Lady, 51-54, His Character, 53. Corruption, 205, 206. Court Platonic, 159. Cowley, Abraham, 161, 162. Craig, Alexander, 138. Crashaw, Richard, 97, 99, 138. Daniel, George, 131, 158. Daniel, Samuel, 138. D'Avenant, William, 156. Diodati, Charles, 41. Dunn, John, Mysticism in, 94, Love in, 141, 144, 145, 149, 51, 152, 153, 154, His Idea of Woman, 163, 164, 165. Drayton, Michael, 125, 138. Dream, the, 153. Drummond, William, His Idea of God, 174, 175, 176, 183, His Idea of Love, 82, 88, 132, His Idea of Heavenly Love, 76, 81, Appeal of Platonism to, 76, His Idea of Happiness, 86, His Idea of Rest, 87. Dryden, John, 165. Douessat, 66. Ecstasy, the, 141. Elissa, 22. Enneads, see under Plotinus. Epithalamion, 31, 32, 33. Epithalamy, 162. Epode, 151. Eve, 44, 45. Fairy Queen, Christianity and Platonic Idealism in, 1. Its teaching on holiness, 1. Its teaching on temperance, see under Gaian, Platonic Ethics in, 26, 39, its allegorical scheme, 26, its unity, 29, 30, beauty of mind in, 33, function of grace in, 62, 63. Fever, A, 164. Ficino, see under Commentarium in Convivium. Fidelia, 3. Fletcher, Giles, 100, 101, 102, 103. Fletcher, Phineas, 83, 97. Florimel, 66. Forerunners, the, 90. Friendship in Absence, 161. Furor, 16. Garden of Adonis, 213-216. God, as lover of his own beauty, 68, 69, as the good, 70, 86, union of soul with, 100 to 103, as idea beatifical, 102, as source of beauty, 109, 180, as creator, 110, and the three Platonian hypostases, 172, as king, 174, 175, 176, as philosophical principle, 176 to 178. Good, the 169. Gorgias, on temperance, 24. Grace, doctrine of, its connection with ideal of holiness, 61 to 63, its connection with ideal of chastity, 63, 64, its connection with ideal of temperance, 62, 63, represented by Arthur, 62. Grevely, Fuchs, 138. Guyon, his adventures, 13, his struggles with wrath, 14 to 18, his struggles with sensual desire, 18 to 21, character of his life, 24, his praise of beauty of mind, 34, his relation to Arthur, 62. Habington, William, 147. Heaven, 92. Henrietta, Maria, 156, 157. Herbert, Edward, Lord Herbert, 146, 159. Herbert, George, 71, 89, 90, 93. Haywood, Thomas, 156. Holiness, Platonism and, 10, its connection with the doctrine of grace, 62. Holy Spirit, identified with Psyche, 170. Howell, James, 155, 156, 157. Hudibras, 22. Hymn of Fairest Fair, and 174 to 179, 183, 184. Hymn in honor of beauty, and 106, 109 to 117, 118. Hymn in honor of love, and 105, 107, 108, 118, 121. Hymn of Heavenly Love, 68, 69, 73, 74, 75, 76, 95, 96. Hymn of Heavenly Beauty, 185, 186. Hymn of True Happiness, N. 86. Hypostases, the Plotinian, 167, 176, 177. Idea, Platonic notion of, 95, connection with mysticism, 95, 101, term used as title, 138. Idea beatifical, 102. Intellect, the, identified with God, 175, defined, 170, 180, identified with Christ, 170. Intelligible world, 77, 78, 81. In the glorious epiphany of our Lord God, 97 to 99. Ithuriel, 59. Johnson, 122, 123, 151. Jordan, 91. Joy, in religious experience, 85, and the beatific vision, 88. Justice, Spencer's conception of, 27, 28, Plato's conception, 28, identical with temperance, 28. Lady, the, in comus, effect of spells of comus on, 53, her response to comus, 54, her conception of chastity, 54, 56. Lynch, Richard, 138. Love, nativity of the God of, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, treatment of, in Donne, 149 to 151, 152 to 155, in Drayton, 125, 126, in Ficino, 107, 108, 115, 116, in Habington, 147, in Johnson, 123, 124, 125, 151, in Milton, 41, 47, 82, 83, in Plato, 34, 35, 120, in Spencer, 34, 107 to 109, 115 to 118, 120, 122, in Vaughan, 132, 133. Earthly, 83, 88. Heavenly, defined, 67, 72, 73, 84, in Spencer, 75, in Drummond, 81. Platonic, its rise at court, 155, 156, defined, 155, 156, 160, ridiculed, 156, 157, described Lord Herbert, 159, 160, in Stanley, 158, in Vaughan, 158, its immorality, 158. Love, 71. Love freed from ignorance and folly, 124, 125. Lovelace, Richard, 161. Love's growth, 152. Love's innocence, 158. Love's mistress or the Queen's mask, 156. Love's triumph through Callipolis, 123, 124. Mammon, 19. Margaret of Valois, 156, 157. Mask of Beauty, the, 122, 123. Matter, in Plato, 211, 215, in Plotinus, 210, 211, 215, in Spencer, 212. Mean, the Aristotelian doctrine of the, described, 21, 22, in Spencer, 22, 23. Milton, John, his notion of woman, 40, 41, 44, his treatment of Eve, 44, 45, his love of beauty, 41, 44, 64, 65, his debt to Platonic philosophy, 47, his idealism, 47, 48, 55, 57, 61, his conception of sin, 49, 57, 58, hold of Platonism on, 40, 47, 55, 56, 57, 61, 64, 65, his idea of chastity, 47, 48, 54, 55, Doctrine of grace in 63, 64, his idea of beauty, 64, his idea of love, 82, 83, his idea of God, 180, his idea of Christ, 180. More, Henry, Mysticism in 99, 196, 199, his idea of the Trinity, 168, 173, his idea of soul, 187 to 193, his idea of Christ, 170, his idea of the Holy Spirit, 170 to 174, religious feeling in 182, 201, his argument for immortality, 187 to 193, hold of Platonism on 193, 202, on innate ideas, 195. Mysticism, erotic, defined, 92, 93, in George Herbert, 93, in Dunn, 94, its connection with Platonism, 95, relation of love of Christ to, 95 to 103. Negative love, 153 to 155. Nicomachean Ethics, 22. No Platonic love, 162. Norris, John, 86, 87, 89, 157. 1. The 153, 169, 179. Orlando Furioso, 38, 39. Palmer, the 17, 20, 21, 25. Paradise Lost, 49, 58. Paradise Regained, 42. Pastorella, 46. Petrarchism, defined, 105, 126, influence of Platonism on, 105, 127. Parissa, 22. Phaedo, on the function of philosophy, 8, on effect of sense knowledge on soul, 48, 49 and 1, 50, 55, on the supersensible world, 77, 78, 81 and 1. Phaedria, 18. Phaedrus, on the beauty of wisdom, 4, 127, on love, 8, 34, 35, on beauty of virtue, 4, 127, 220, on reminiscence, 11, 57, 203, 206, 207, on sight of true beauty, 57, on beauty, 220. Philebus, on goodness, 61. Piscatori Eclogues, 83. Platonic, the 161. Platonic Elegy, A, 143. Platonic Love, Erzes, 161, Itowns, 161. Platonic Love, Cowley's, 162, Cleveland's, 162, Lord Herbert's, 159, 160. Platonic Lovers, 156. Platonism, fundamental principle of 1, 3, 30, its relation to ideal of holiness, 10, its part in religious experience, 12, 71, 72, 85, 91, 92, 181, 183, its relation to ethics of Fairy Queen, 26, 30, its connection with doctrine of grace, 61, its relation to doctrine of heavenly love, 67, 68, its appeal to sense of beauty, 85, its influence on erotic mysticism, 95 to 104, its influence on love poetry, 104, its relation to morality of love, 136, 137, 138, its influence on discussion of love, 140, 141, its three hypostases, 167, its effect on theology, 167, its attraction for the religious mind, 183, 193, 194, 201, 202, 216, 218, 219. Italian, appeal of, to Spencer, 117, 118, its aesthetic theory, 139, its debt to Plotinus, 140, its relation to Plato, 140, its debt to Ficino, 140. Plotinus, Enneads of, on the intelligible world, 77, on the good, 153, 154, 169, 181, on the hypostases, 167, on soul, 170, 171, on intellect, 170, on the one, 176, 177, 181, 194, on interrelation of the hypostases, 177, 180, on matter, 179, 211, on immortality, 187. Prayer for mankind, 184. Prospect, 87. Psychothanasia, idea of creation in, 70, mysticism in, 99, 194, immortality in, 187 to 193, the one in, 197, 198, 199. Psyche, 170, 171, 172. Psychozoa, idea of the Trinity in, 168, religious feeling in, 183. Pure Platonic, 159. Purple Island, 97. Pyrocles, 17, 18. Randolph, Thomas, 143. Red Cross Night, his sight of Una's beauty, 7, 9, 10, 11, on Mount of Contemplation, 8, 9, 10, 11, 62, training in House of Holiness, 10, slandered, 14, character of, 15, Arthur's relation to, 62. Republic, on the good, 8, on temperance, 13, 14, 28, on principles within soul, 13, on justice, 28, on imitative art, 91 and 1, on truth and opinion, 125. Reminiscence, theory of, in Vaughan, 203, 204 to 206, 207, 208, in Plato, 203, 206. Retreat, the, 203, 204, 206. Ruggiero, 39. Sans Loy, 23. Satan, his love of beauty, 42, 43 to 46, his sight of Eden, 43, contemplating Adam and Eve, 43, 44, 46, his regret for lost beauty, 58, 59, 60. Satyronet, 3. Sedley, Charles, 161. Seraphic Love, 89. Shakespeare, 128, 129, 134, 135. Sidney, Algernon, 157. Sidney, Philip, On Beauty of Virtue, 66, On Heavenly Love, 84, 85, On Stella and Virtue, 127, On Plato, 137. Song If You Refuse Me Once, 161. Song 2 It Autumn Was, and On Our Hemisphere, 76, 77, 79 to 81, 81 and 1. Song, To a Lady, 158. Song, To Amaret, 133. Sigma Omicron Phi Iota Alpha, Una identified with, 2. Sigma Omega Phi Rho Omicron Sigma Nu Eta, Plato's idea of, 12. Soul, 3 principles in the, 13, effect of sensuous experience on the, 48, 50, 51, its self-sufficiency, 61, its union with God, 89, 100 to 103, its formative energy, 113, 114, union of, in love, 141, 143, defined, 187, 192, 193, where found, 188, a self-moving substance, 188, immortality of, 189, 190, 191, 192, its identity after death, 195,196, universal, identified with woman, 164, defined, 170, 171. Soul's Joy, 144. Spencer, Edmund, Platonism in, 3, 5, 7, 21, 22, 31, 35, 39, 117, 218, 220, his idea of beauty, 4, 32, 33, 65, 66, his idea of justice, 27, his idea of temperance, 23, 24, 25, his idea of virtue, 27, 29, his idea of a gentleman, 29, his idea of love, 31, 108, his idea of heavenly love, 75, his aesthetics, 109 to 117, identifies beloved with idea of beauty, 130, 136, on his hymns, 139, his idea of matter, 212, his world weariness, 216. Stanley, Thomas, 158. Suckling, John, 161. Sylvanus, 6. Symposium, on Wisdom, 8, its Dialectic 8, 75, on Beauty of Mind, 31, on Nativity of Love, 68, 120, interpreted by Ficino, 107, 140, on Generation and Immortality, 119, 120. Tears on the Death of Moliades, 87, 88. Temperance, Plato's idea of, 12, 13, 14, 23, Spencer's idea of, 23, 24, 25, and justice, 28, connection with heavenly grace, 62. Temple of Love, 156. Theologia Germanica, 168. Thetanumeu, 13. Timaeus, on Creation, 70, on Creator, 110, on Flux, 211, 212. To Amorad. Walking in a Starry Evening, 132. To Cynthia, converted, 159. To Cynthia, coying it, 159. To Chloris, a rapture, 161. To Lucasta, going beyond the seas, 161. To my mistress in absence, 161. To the Countess of Huntingdon, 149, 151, 163. To the Platonic Pretender, 159. To the World. The Perfection of Love, 147. Trinity, the, identified with Platonian hypostasis, 168 to 174, its unity, 176. Una, identified with sigma omicron phi alpha, and rho epsilon tau, 2, identified with truth, 2, 3, guides Red Cross Knight to Fidelius School, 3, presented as true beauty, 3 to 10. Urania, 88. Valediction forbidding mourning, 145. Vaughan, Henry, his idea of love, 132, 133, 148, his idea of Platonic love, 158, his idea of pre-existence, 203. Virtue, Plato's idea of, 27, a manifold of graces, 27, its beauty, 127, identified with woman, 163. Vision, beatific, described as rest, 87, as joy, 88. Wisdom, the highest beauty, 4, beauty of, 4, 10, seen only by soul, 8, sight of, quickening imagination, 10, 11, identified with heavenly beauty, 73, subject of hymn of heavenly beauty, 73, 74. Wishes, the, 138. World, the, 206, 207, 208, 210. Woman, her inward beauty, 31, attraction of, 162, identified as virtue, 163, as universal soul, 164. Zephon, 59, 60. 1 CFPUB of Mod. Lang S. Of America, 1897, p. 177, Spencer's Imitations from Ariosto. 2 Masson, Life of Milton, I 600. 3 Milton, Prose Works, I 225. 4 LL 470 to 475 are taken from Phaedo, 81, and this corporeal element, my friend, is heavy and weighty and earthy, and is that element of sight by which a soul is depressed and dragged down again into the visible world, because she is afraid of the invisible and of the world below, prowling about tombs and sepulchres, near which, as they tell us, are seen certain ghostly apparitions of souls which have not departed pure, but are cloyed with sight, and therefore visible. 5 Lib 3. FOL 313 Recto. 6 Besides paraphrasing Phaedo, 110 to 111 in LL 111 to 136, Drummond repeats the argument given in that dialogue to prove the probable existence of such a world. CFLL 141 to 170 with Phaedo, 109 But we who live in these hollows of earth are deceived into the notion that we are dwelling on the surface of the earth, which is just as if a creature who was at the bottom of the sea were to fancy that he was on the surface of the water and that the sea was the heaven through which he saw the sun and the other stars, he having never come to the surface by reason of his feebleness and sluggishness, and having never lifted up his head and seen, nor ever heard from one who had seen, how much purer and fairer the world above is than his own. But if any man could arrive at the exterior limit of the atmosphere, or take the wings of a bird and come to the top, then like a fish who puts his head out of water and sees this world, he would see a world beyond. 7. This idea of catching the truth of a thing at two removes and the reference to a true and painted chair are reminiscences of Plato's discussion of imitative art, and his figure of the three beds. Republic X, 597, 599. 8. Puritan and Anglican Studies, Edward Dowden, pages 29 to 30. 9. Walton, Life of Herbert, pages 386, 396. 10. Poems of Shakespeare. Ed. George Wyndham, Peakci. 11. Poems of Lord Herbert of Cherbury, ed. John Chitton Collins, p. 24. 12. Howell's Letters, B.K. I, Section 6, Let. 1513. Lustra Ludovicii, p. 26. London, 1646. 14. An account of Plato's ideas, and of Platonic love. Miscellanies, pages 355 to 364. 15. An essay on love, p. 275. 16. The Ephesian and Cimmerian matrons, 1668. 17. A treatise of seraphic love. Advertisements to the reader, p. 12. 18. Poems, with the 10th satire of Juvenal Englished, 1646. Preface. 19. Works, ed. Grosart, I 112 to 123. 20. Works, ed. A. H. Bullen, p. 124. 21. Ben Jonson's Conversations with William Drummond, p. 3. Shakespeare's SOCPUBV 8. 22. Works, ed. Saintsbury, 11. 124, note. 23. Life of Henry Moore, Richard Ward, p. 12. 24. Psychozoa. To the reader. Transcriber's notes silently corrected palpable typographical errors, retained non-standard spellings and dialect. Reindexed footnotes using numbers and collected together at the end of the last chapter. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook Platonism in English Poetry of the 16th and 17th centuries. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLOF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works provided that, you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841-16801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact. Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Platonism in English Poetry of the 16th and 17th Centuries. Preface. Contents. Chapter I. Ideals of Christian Virtues. I. Holiness. 2. Temperance. 3. Chastity. Chapter 2. Theory of Love. I. Heavenly Love. 2. Earthly Love. Chapter 3. God and the Soul. I. Nature of God. 2. Nature of the Soul. 3. Eternity of the Soul and of Matter. Bibliography. Index. The full Project Gutenberg license 78x 11 1 2 3 4 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158 159 160 161 162 163 164 165 166 167 168 169 170 171 172 173 174 175 176 177 178 179 180 181 182 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242.